What is going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Wednesday, August 26, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumeru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real, a synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump in right into it here on twitch.tv. youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. Dealing with some funky coconut water this morning. No, I don't know if it's actually funky. The thing about coconut water is it's really good at fermenting. It's really easy, in fact, sometimes accidental, to make coconut kefir. Yeah, sometimes the coconut water goes off and you don't want to drink it. Sometimes it gets fizzy and sparkly and a little bit sour and you really do want to drink it. So I hope I made the right choice this time, and I will not be reenacting a scene from Xanderhall's stream from ages past, if you know what I'm talking about. If you saw the DJ Mule video on Xanderhall, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, chat, I haven't vomited off on stream, at least not yet. I almost fell off a trampoline once, but that's okay. I saw the Final Fantasy teacher who is teaching basic math with... Wait. What is this? Is this like a clip? Alcohol? Would it turn into... I think if you left it long enough, maybe it would turn into alcohol. But wait, don't you have to do stuff for alcohol, right? I'm trying to remember. You put like a glove on it, and then you poke a hole in the finger of the glove. Something about the gas. You want the carbon dioxide to escape or something? It was the artificial dream in Arcadia. Wait, is this Final Fantasy 14 Arcadia? Or Arcadia, like the Duran Duran song? Album? No, it's not even Duran Duran. It's one of those side project bands that when half of the band got angry at the other half, they would go off and make their own side projects. You just let it ferment and then add sugar for it to eat and add carbonation. Oh wait, for alcohol or for kefir? No alcohol can come from natural yeast in the air. No alcohol can come. Oh yeah, you got to put like, what is it? Champagne yeast? Is that what it's called? Or like, I guess that's one thing you can add that brewer. SMT2, because your intro reminds me of SMT2. Now I got to play SMT2. How old is that game? What era is that game? I have no clue about Xanderhall incident, but I believe you. Yeah, Xanderhall may have smoked himself a little silly, and I've never. Did anybody else have that? Vomit from vape? Vomit from THC Sebede? Tabula Pasta, congratulations on your 120 stream streak. Jersey Texan, congratulations on your 7 stream streak. We got some streakers over there watching us on Twitch. Coconut water ferments quicker and tastier in a prison toilet bowl. I never want to have to experience that, but that does sound like something that might happen, may or may not happen in Thailand. I've heard it's pretty miserable. I've heard you definitely don't want to be there, so follow all the laws. I've done that before outside of a movie theater. From like I've gotten dizzy from it before. Is that what happens? Do you get dizzy from it and then you? But yeah, this happened to Xanderhall. I think vaped. His vape was too strong. His weed was too loud. And he lost his lunch, and then And then DJ Mule made a video about it, and everyone in the Vosh orbit was like, I can't believe you do that to Xanderhal. DJ Mule, what an asshole. What an asshole. It's a real thing. You know, the other thing I thought about is like in Europe, in fact, in Europe, whenever I've been in Europe, they look down on a green spliff, right? A fully green spliff. That is like some shit for people that are a little too into it. Like they look down on, they look at you as an addict if you roll pure green, right? They always want to roll mostly tobacco and then have a little bit bit added for good measure, right? But to me, that's what makes my head spin and makes me throw up, right? It was in fact too loud for me. Yeah, that can happen. My spliff too strong. You got to learn to roll those cones. I will give it to the Europeans. I think that they're, well, I mean, I guess you have this in the US too, because everybody just goes to dispensaries and you will find tightly rolled cones there, just like you would in a coffee shop in Amsterdam. But yeah, it feels like it's a European thing, or at least I saw it in Europe before, you know, the whole cone. Because like in the well, at least how I learned was just like, it's like rolling sushi, you know what I mean? You got your nori paper, right? And you lay out your rice and your ingredients right here, and then you just kind of like roll it up and roll it up and roll it up and straight into like a straight sort of thing. And then but in Europe it's different, right? They take like a, what is it, like and in fact this is not just Europe, chat, this is very widely available in the United States now too, but they take some kind of a cardboard, like a little piece of cardboard that functions as the filter. In other words, so that your mouth isn't touching the sushi ingredients, so to speak, right? They roll that into a cone, like a little tiny cone, and then they take the papers, and sometimes they even use like 2 or 3 papers, but they'll somehow like roll the paper around that so that the whole thing takes a very long cone shape. So it's very bulbous at the end and very skinny at the part that you put into your mouth, and yeah, you just kind of stuff in there. It's actually pretty easy once you get used to it. So I don't smoke anymore, but what I did, I sucked at rolling. Have a little rolling machines. Those things do make it quite easy, especially you get something tighter. But yeah, for me, here's my deal. Okay, I never need that much. I don't know. I mean, there was a time in which you know, a rolled sushi roll would not be too much for me. But at this moment, right, I get the weakest stuff I can find. I put the tiniest amount that I can fit in a little bowl, and I just have one. It's a one and done kind of deal. It's a one and done. That's all I need. That's all I ever need. If I ever have more than that, it's too much. It depends where you are in the US. We're rolling conies in Oregon in the early 2000s, but the Midwest was like 10 years behind that. See, so I grew up in the Midwest. That's probably my problem. Single hitter quitter. Almost sounded like you said single Hitler quitter, but no, we're not talking about Hitler just yet. Anyway, I'm sure that'll come up in the stream at some point. Yo, Orange Andre, I can pronounce things right. What am I talking about? We're talking about sushi. Any sushi fans out there? Anybody like to smoke sushi? Smoke some nori. Anyway, we're actually at 5 here. But thank you for the Prime, and that's a great way to ask me what I'm talking about. No, chat, we're clearly talking about sushi, right? High grade sushi with THC and CBD. And look at you. You just started a hype train. Chat, you know what Hasan does? He, like, for the different levels of hype train that his community reaches, he sings a different version of We Are Charlie Kirk. Like, and yes, the AI slop. Like, I think it's all AI slop, right? There's the original AI slop by Splexma that they will copyright claim you, even though they probably stole it from you, right? It's AI. It's not theirs. It's not their IP, right? They just wrote the command prompt, I guess. But there's a Splexma one, and then people have done, you know, sort of as a joke, but also because they carry the flame. People have done other versions. Like, there's like any kind of music that you could imagine out there. There's probably a Charlie Kirk remix of that. And yeah, that's what Hasan does. Is if you hit level 10, he will hit the high note for you on the We Are Charlie Kirk. There's like a Bollywood version. There's a reggae version. Yeah, it's just like everything. But I don't know. We need to set something like that up. We carrying the lame. I mean, it's a little bit old by now. By the time Hasan got in trouble for singing that song, it was an old meme. That's my real problem with the Fear and podcast and that moment where they sing "We Are Charlie Kirk" is it's just such an old meme at this point. It's kind of like I thought we were done with it. I thought it had played out. It's been a year. There should be origami blunts. Okay, that could be interesting. Yeah, I mean, carry the flame so that when you find a nice sushi roll, you can light it up, right? You want to make sure, because how are you going to eat your sushi without lighting it up first? Honestly, chat. What are you vaping it? I don't know, chat. Anybody out there vape their sushi? There's definitely tunes, a show tunes version of We Are Charlie Kirk. Is there like what would be awesome is what is that channel called? Something Jukebox. What is that channel called, chat? Something Jukebox. It's like a big YouTube channel that does covers. They do different covers of different songs. Is it called why do I want to say Millennial Jukebox? Is that what it is? Anyway, so the hype train just means that you got limited time what is it at right now? It's at level 31. It's at 31%. You got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. If other people want to jump on that hype train, you can do it by resubbing. You can do it by getting yourself a sub. You can do it by gifting subs to others. You can even do it with bits if you want to. But if you get that thing, it's at 31%. If you get it up to 100% before it hits 2 minutes, then you can push it till it goes to level 2, and then you get more time. And you can keep pushing it, keep the ball in the air. Basically, you get some kind of a reward. I'm supposed to give you some kind of a reward. In the past, postmodern jukebox. That's it. It's postmodern jukebox. In the past, I had a trampoline, and I would jump on the trampoline and play certain songs, right? Certain songs that later got copyright claimed. That's kind of why I don't do that anymore. That and the fact that I do not have Yo Omega Star crushing it with 5 big ones. Animation. You just got jellyfish. Furs, the Boom King, sorry, what is this? Furs, the Boom Ken God. You just got jellyfished. Lost Zote. I'm not sure whether a Zote is or a Zoat, but I hope you find the rest of your Zotes and everything. You just got jellyfish. Hopefully this jellyfish will help you. We got Shinstra. You just got jellyfish, and also Feral Hog Online. Yeah, what's better than a Feral Hog Online? You just got jellyfish. So yeah, it's now at 4. You got 4 minutes left. It's at level 2, 77% complete on the second level. And yeah, you get emotes. You get special emotes, I guess, for jumping on board the hype train. I think you also get like a conductor badge or something. There's little badges you can earn. There's cool shit. There's cool exclusive shit that you can earn by jumping on the hype train while it's active. Of course, you can support the stream anytime you want to, but if you support it while there's a hype train active, you get some emotes for your trouble. So, where are the Zotes? Were the Zotes the villains in Animorphs? Were they? Any Animorphs fans in the chat? Anybody grow up reading that? I have forgotten, I believe, more of Animorphs than I can remember. I just remember the covers, right? The covers were great. All right, so I should get it started for real because we got a lot to go over today. Not only are we gonna do the conversation between Ethan Klein and Hutch. I bet that's amazing. I bet that's exciting. I bet you're gonna love that, right? We're also gonna catch up with Hutch. Hutch has been doing stuff. He's been out there living his life, crapping his diaper, getting his shirt messy so that his wife has to bring him a bib to keep him clean. He's a big boy, he's a good boy, but he's a bit of a messy boy, right? And what better debate partner, what better chat partner than his fellow messy bitch, Ethan Klein, right? The messiest of boys, the messiest of bitches. The only way we could make this nastier or grosser or messier is if we somehow brought in Asmongold, right? The roach farm, right? What is it? Like Hutch has got, you know, spilling stuff all over himself, picking his nose, shitting his pants. Ethan Klein also shitting his pants, shitting his whole family's pants, apparently. And then if we get Asmongold, I mean, what would you think? Like a messy environment like that, food everywhere, poop everywhere. You're gonna get roaches. They're living the La Vida Caca. That's what they're doing, Tabula Pasta. It's a Giardia mess, right? I hope that Hutch's wife is not too overburdened by having to clean up after two messy bitches, right? She's got her own messy bitch, but now she's got to clean up after Ethan Klein. So yeah, that's what we're gonna be watching today. I need to get us going on that. We got the poll as always. Make sure to vote in that. Make sure to like the stream if you have not already. It's a good time to do that. That's always the best time to like the stream is like right now, like literally right now, like anything that you need to do. The best time to get it done is immediately. The second best time to get it done is right after that. But yeah, I'm just getting us started here by putting... So yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of a Twitter rundown today. We actually have a Destiny thread. Destiny going back and forth with Dr. Mr. Cody. Do we all know Dr. Mr. Cody? Mr. Cody Shody of the Cody Shody Show, the Shody Cody, the Feral Hogs. We all know who I'm talking about with Cody. Cody the Shody. Anyway, you got 56 seconds left on that hype train if you want to try to drive it. You're what, 23% from level 3 there. The Cody Shody Show. Yeah. I mean, like, ants would also probably be interested in that mess. Give them all lettuce. I mean, there's plenty of lettuce to go around at the Hutch household. I just remember the one ant scene in Animorphs was horrifying. Okay, I don't remember that. Did they? Why is that not a show? Why is Animorphs not been made into like a probably live action movie? Although I could see, you know, animation being animation would probably be easier if you want to make the show like that. Let's see, what are we doing? So yeah, I want to get us started here. You know the drill. I put Narwhal by Nature with the 52 bits, getting us up to 80%. Oh my gosh, hype train petering it out at level 2 there, coming into the station. Thank you for the bits, Narwhal by Nature. So yeah, we got started early. We got started strong. We got 34 points on the board. That's going to become important in just a second. Let me see if I can make it happen. So yeah, I've been having, you know me, I have all kinds of tech trouble, especially with these timers. Let's see if are there any, there's no bet. There's no poll in chat this time. Last time there was a poll in chat of like, will my timer work or not? Because the last few times it had failed. Reset timer. 4 hours. Start timer. Ticking down, right? This one ticks down, this one ticks up, right? This one ticks down just constantly, drip, drip, drip with time. And then this one ticks up whenever there's a super chat, super sticker. Somebody gets themselves a membership. Somebody gifts membership. Somebody supports me on, right now we're gonna say Cash App, and I still haven't gotten time to switch out my card on that. Like it's my old, I think I put my old debit card on that, right? So it's technically, yeah, people have been sending me money on Cash App since I haven't had the throne thing open. So yeah, $ nocommentchick is the Cash App if you wanna directly donate. I gotta figure out what's going on with throne as well. But choo choo indeed. What do we get? Do we get some? Are there emotes here? Did the emotes arrive? We got to level 2. That should be some kind of emote. But anyway, yeah, we got 39 minutes on the ticker and 34 points on the bonus goal, right? So when the bonus goal ticks up all the way to 100, then this thing goes up an hour. I add an hour. I just add a whole hour of time. If we get to 100, that also means that we get to do bonus content, right? And today we've got 27 votes already. We've got, it's a little bit more competitive than it's been here in terms of the voting. But the voting, just in case you're wondering where that is, where's the poll? The poll is over on youtube.com/nocommentchick. You can click on the live stream, you can click on the chat, and then you can click way down at the bottom, you'll click on the poll. And once you do that, you'll be able to vote on our 4 subjects for today. What are they? What are the subjects of the day? Look, there they are. Medhi Hasan and versus Anna Kasparian. I actually don't know about this one. I think the Vanguard boys covered this, so we might start off there and then just find exactly where the video in question are, where they are, where the video in question is, and go there. Yeah, because it's apparently Medhi Hasan is lighting up Anna Kasparian over something that she said about InfoWars. Oh, I bet I know what it was. I think we watched this clip, right? She talked to, who did she talk to? Anna, did she talk to Alex Jones? Did Anna Kasparian talk to Alex Jones himself? I think she did go on there as on InfoWars. Wait, but it's not called InfoWars anymore. Unless it's the Tim Heidecker thing. I'm a little bit confused about this, but yeah. Apparently Anna said something about, like, there was some kind of moment where the meeting of the minds between TYT and InfoWars, and then InfoWars people were like, you know, isn't this amazing, TYT and InfoWars together at last? There had been a issue, there had been a convention that they went to, right? TYT went to a convention. Alex Jones was there. I think, did Jimmy Dore spit on him, or did Alex Jones spit on Jimmy Dore? Somebody got spit on. It was a big nasty scene. Alex Jones was trying to get into their shot, and there was just nothing they could do about it, because, you know, when you're there at a convention, you're like talking to the camera, and you can't really, you're set up in a certain place, you can't really get away. So it was a big scene many years ago, and they're kind of like laughing at that and like, hey, we're all friends now, isn't this great? No, it's not great. It's really not great. It's really it really shows how sadly and quickly TYT has fallen. But anyway, Medhi Hasan had something to say about that, so we'll take a look at that if that gets chosen. Then what have we got? Hakeem Jeffries, secret Kushner meeting. You know, we weren't supposed to know about this at all. This was supposed to be kept secret. It got leaked. But yeah, Hakeem Jeffries and Jared Kushner were talking. One can only imagine what they were talking about. I think that the Majority Report covered that. So, you know, we could, if you want to jump down that rabbit hole, vote for that. Then we got Stale 2000, Dogtober 7th rabbit hole. This is the man, the myth, the legend, Stale 2000, the viral Reddit mod himself. And I brought you this before, right? So, you know, you might think that this is a repetition or something like that, or that I forgot that we'd already done this. No. There's new stuff, because here's the deal, chat. The Hasanabi Industrial Complex, right? The series of YouTube channels that edit Hasan videos, put them up, monetize them, and, you know, kind of spread the legend of Hasan, kind of promote Hasan, right? That's how, that is his, network of clippers, right? They look, they'll edit different stuff, right? I mean, the easiest, laziest way to edit a clip is just to cut it like at the beginning when they start talking about time freezes. Now, did you just Dio Brando me? When did that happen? What is the word that he says for like to freeze time? No, yeah, the world, oh, something like that. Yeah, so we watched a version of this video that was from one of those channels, right? And I generally expect them to be fairly lazy, because lazy, you know, means productive and YouTube speak. If you don't spend too much time editing something, then you can put out more videos, right? You got more time to put out more content. The more lazy you are with editing, right? I expected them to be lazy, but these guys weren't. And sometimes when they're not lazy, what the Hasan Industrial Complex channels will do is they'll cut out something that they feel like it's kind of a sunlock. It's not super relevant, right? That's a bit of a diversion. That's a bit of a sidetrack. You can imagine how hard it would be to be an editor for me, given that, you know, people generally will cut out sidetracks and diversions, and like my whole stream is a series of sidetracks and diversions. We do the weave here, but no, yeah, with Hasan. So like I made the assumption wrongly that they hadn't cut anything out, and it turns out they'd cut a lot out, including Stale 2000 himself, the viral Reddit mod, fingering Dan Saltman, pointing the finger at Diddy Dan Saltman, right? Pointing the finger right at him and saying, I think that these Dogtober 7th accounts are actually, a third of them are Dan Saltman, right? So what did he say? A third are Dan Saltman. A third are Kick streamers. I'm trying to, what was the other third? There was another third. There was another third, I think. But I can't remember what it was. But if you choose that, then we'll see. We'll see what it is. And right now it is tied for last place, right? So not doing too great. If you want to see that one, that's what that is, right? That is further down the rabbit hole of October 7th in a way that literally implicates Dan Saltman, right? I don't know how much more, red flag, smoking gun you can get than that. And I missed it because the channel that I chose to watch it on had decided that stuff wasn't important. It's like, wow, that's amazing, right? Dan Saltman mentioned, nope, let's cut it out. We don't want to stun lock. We don't want 30 seconds of stun lock but anyway, so there's so much more about it. There's so much more going on in that content, in that Stale 2000 rabbit hole of Dogtober 7th. And we've already seen Dan implicate himself once in the clip that I still have not found. And I asked people to look for it yesterday. Nobody's come up with it. I get it. There's a lot of Dan Saltman clips on Twitter, but this was a Dan Saltman clip saying that he was inspired to create the Dogtober 7th psyop based on people talking about Ethan's dog Shredder and how he had infamously fed this dog cheese, supposedly checked with the veterinarian, and the veterinarian was not worried about the cheese. Turns out cheese is bad for a dog's kidneys, and Shredder unfortunately passed on from a kidney condition, right? Now, that doesn't mean that Ethan killed his dog, but people are saying that. And so Dan thought it would be really funny to make up a story about Hasan shocking his dog, right? We've basically, all the evidence is there, Chad, as far as what Dogtober 7th was and what it wasn't. Now, like, again, I always make this point. I can't tell you 100%. Like, I can't prove a negative, right? I cannot prove that Hasan has never shocked Kaya, just like I can't prove none of you have like got shock collars around your parents and your parents are locked up in the basement, and every time they say change the channel, you zap them, right? It's just an unknown. Like, I don't know if there's people in the chat right now with other people in their crawl spaces. I would assume not. I would hope not. But again, I can't prove a negative. So that's kind of the silly thing about it. The point is that there's no real solid proof. There's no real evidence pointing to systemic. And what they're saying is even worse than that, right? It's that Hasan keeps Kaya in her place by shocking her. If you've seen the stream recently, the places where Kaya sleeps. Kaya's a big dog. Big dogs like Kaya apparently are not supposed to be sleeping on the floor, because guess what? Hasan is a little bit more conscientious of a dog owner than Ethan Klein. Whereas Ethan Klein did not bother to find out that cheese is not something you should feed your dog. Hasan did bother to find out that a large dog like Kaya will experience like joint pain if they're forced to sleep on the ground. She's just literally too heavy. She's got to be in a bed, right? And that's where her bed is. It's not a situation where Kaya is always trying to go out and play and do stuff, and Hasan's like, gzz, gzz, gzz. Anyway, I'm getting caught up on Dogtober 7th already in just explaining to you the Stale 2000 Dogtober 7th rabbit hole, which is I think some underrated content that we've had on the board for a little while. So I just wanted to give it its full due. And we also got Spider-Man beats a Jan Sixer's ass, right? That is, I guess we know the name of Spider-Man now. But for a long time, it was just this dude in a suit beating Jake Lang's ass. And I'm losing my music. Can we? Come on. All right, so yeah, last but not least, we got Spider-Man beating Jake Lang's ass in Minnesota. Jake Lang went to Minnesota again to try to cause a scene, to try to start trouble. And, trouble kind of found him. And he got his ass beat. Once again, Minnesota rejects a Nazi invasion from Jake Lang and his dudes. And Spider-Man was there to let him know what's up. Let him know exactly what's up. So That is the last of the, let me tell you where these are right now as far as votes. We got 36 votes so far. So make sure to vote if you haven't already. Again, it's on youtube.com/nocommentchick. Click on the live stream, click on the chat, and you can click on the poll and you can vote. And make sure to like the stream as well. Like it early, like it often. Don't like it often, but do like it early. Just like it once though. Once is fine. Once is probably ideal, right? Because you like it multiple times, then you're liking it, unliking it. We don't want to get into that, any of that mess. Just like it once. Helps me out a lot. I appreciate it greatly, and something that you can do for me at no cost to you. Yeah, I always try to mention, you know, the stuff that you can do to support the stream that does not cost you anything. Voting does not cost you anything. Liking the stream does not cost you anything. Oh yeah, here's another thing we can go to is liking the. Oh my God, if I can find it. Oh yeah, I want to show you this in a second here, right? This is Hasan actually watching the Professor Dave video. So the Professor Dave video has gone pretty big. The only issue with it, I think, is that like the part that I think would really go viral, would really pop off, is actually the discussion of sex pestiny's charges, of the sins of sex pestiny, right? Although the whole video is great, the whole video is very informative, but the first part of it is just Dave clapping back at Destiny's clapback from his first video, right? But if you get into the last 30 minutes of it, it is a very succinct timeline of the events of Destiny, you know, sharing people's NSFW unconsensually, right? So that whole thing, a lot of people do not understand this. DGG preys on that fact and tries to change the subject and tries to redirect, tries to lie with that, and this video makes it pretty hard to do. So yeah, Hasan did end up watching this, as you can see. Hasan watched a good portion of Professor Dave's video, so yeah, it's getting out there to a lot of people. A lot of people are seeing this, and that's a good thing. I thought maybe if we have some time, I'll show you a little bit of Hasan's reaction to it. But again, we got a lot of stuff going on. What else is going on? Before I get to that, let me get to this. We got a YouTube live stream. Oh no, chat. I'm sorry. This is yesterday's blast off tweet. What's going on here? Well, I don't know, because that's 143 likes. Look, this is what happens when you like the Twitter thread, when you help me blast off, right? People wouldn't see this normally, but if we hit it with a little love brigade, then people do see it. And a lot of people saw it, including, look at this, Owlish. What? It's Owlish, chat. Friend of the VOD, Owlishness, stopped by to say, so how did it go? What did you think of the part where he posted CSAM and Doc's information? Chad, do you remember that yesterday? Do you remember the CSAM and Doc? I feel like I would remember that, right? I also feel like if there was CSAM in a YouTube video, probably even without reporting it, YouTube would take it down, ban the person who posted it, and they would never get back on the platform again, right? If there was CSAM, I think YouTube would take that pretty fucking seriously, right? As you can see, the video is still up. Or do we need to go see that the video is still up? Just to satisfy everybody's curiosity here, is the video still up? Professor Dave, Destiny. Oh, there's yeah, of course we are getting the what is this? Pangburn, stay down. Stay the fuck down, dude. You got bodied last time. Please, bro, stay down. But yeah, this is the video right here. It's not been taken down. It's not demonetized. Is there like a warning on it or anything? Is there like a under? And then look, there's not shit on this video, okay? There's not a warning. There's not there's nothing. It's not age restricted. It's not anything, okay? The video is still up. If there is somehow now we watched part of this. We didn't watch the whole thing, right? There's more to this video, but we watched the part that was relevant to Destiny and his scandal. So I would assume, the CSAM, right, would be from Destiny, right? If there was CSAM that Professor Dave somehow were to show, it would be because it was stuff that was relevant to the Destiny case, right? Obviously, I don't think Dave is careless enough to miss that and to show it. But that what Owlish just doesn't seem to realize is that whatever is in the Professor Dave video, if it's CSAM or docs information, that kind of reflects badly on your guy, Owlish. That kind of reflects badly on Destiny. So I tried to be nice here. Wait, aren't you the person that loses all those debates? I didn't see anything like that in the video, and if it was there, YouTube would have taken it down. The only people who got doxxed on my stream last night were these two. Yeah, Dr. Elon Chalakian. I feel like I'm getting his name wrong, chat. How do you pronounce the name of this fake guy? Elon Chalakian, and Brian Griffin. Yeah, those are the only two people that got doxxed on my stream last night, and it's because we got to know who they are. We need to know. We need to know who is behind these dark forces of the internet. So you'd think that maybe Owlishness would do the smart thing and just kind of disappear into the bushes after this, because, you know, up until here, Owlish, you're just a random Twitter channel. Now I'm associating with you with all those debates that you've lost. And yes, chat, Owlish only loses debates. Owlish is there to lose debates. Owlish is being exploited by DGG. Owlish, DGG is not your friends. These people are laughing at you. These people are gassing you up and pretending like you are not a source of merriment for them, which you very much are. Like, right? This is an abusive situation. This is like a kid in school, you know, that thinks they got friends, but these people are just making fun of them behind their back the whole time. And I actually don't like it. Like, now look, Owlish is full of shit. Owlish has said a lot of vile things. Owlish is on the wrong side of nearly every issue, but I still don't like to see somebody with zero social awareness, let's be real, you know, get used like that. So, you know, part of this is me being silly, but part of me is trying to wake this person up. I mean, owls are famous for being woke, right? That's what they do. This is literally a picture of an underage girl with on her Yo, I think we would have seen that. What is Owlish talking about? What is Owlish talking about? Did you see that, chat? Oh wait, somebody's telling me how to pronounce it. Chalakian. It's just Chalakian. Okay, so I just got to chillax. When I hear about Egon Chalakian, I think about Egon Chilaxian, but don't say Chilaxian, say Chalakian. Because it is like chillax, but without the chillax. Anyway, it's very close to the same thing. There was a picture. Wait. There was a picture of, like, what did Destiny do to this girl? I wonder, right? This is the thing that's freaking me out, right? Is that this isn't like really this isn't as an own on Professor Dave as much as Owlish thinks it is, right? Whatever was on that girl's face, I know sure as fuck Dave didn't put it there. I can't say the same for Destiny. I cannot say the same for Destiny, but no, I don't know. Was this something that Destiny got sent? Was this something that Destiny sent to other people? That's the only, you know, pictures I think that would be in the video. Yeah, so there's a literal picture. So yeah, must have been in the part that we didn't watch. You should report that. Yeah, and Alice should. That should not be on YouTube, okay? That should not be on YouTube. Either if it's doxing or if it's this. You should report it if you're not lying or grossly misinformed like you tend to be in all the debates that you lose, right? And this is where Alice starts to get really wound up. I guess that says a lot. If you know who I am and I have no idea who the fuck you are, of course you're going to say that I lose debates without prejudice because you're ass-pained about having someone point out your stupid hypocrisy. I feel like there's no hypocrisy to point out, right? You're pointing, Owlish, but you're not really pointing towards anything. So anyway, yeah, so I've said I'm actually pretty okay with you not knowing me, and that's true, chat. That's true. If Owlish got interested in me, then they would be in the chat. They would be asking to come on and debate, you know. It would be a whole messy thing. It would be a whole, like, you don't understand, like, how much the kind of awkwardness Owlish displays affects me, how much my empathy kind of feels that and is made uncomfortable by it, right? Somebody, like, and I have a problem, chat. In terms of debating, I can't shoot fish in a barrel. I just can't do it, right? I've had the opportunity and it just feels wrong. When somebody doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, it's very hard for me to be motivated to debate them. There's not a lot of thrill in exposing a ignorant person's ignorance. There's not a lot of, it kind of feels mean, honestly, right? So yeah, it's kind of nice that Owlish doesn't know who the fuck I am. I'd like to keep it that way if possible, right? I'm actually pretty okay with you not knowing me. You seem kind of stressed though. Have you ever tried breathing exercise? Owlish, I have no idea where I mean, like right here. You like talking about ass pain. Talking about ass pain, Owlish. God damn, I sit on a chair for 6 hours a day and I'm not that ass pained. But yeah, just giving a little advice, a little helpful breathing exercise. Somebody gave this to me once. I don't know what the premise is. I don't know if there's science behind it or anything like that, but it just seems to help me to calm down, to be able to focus on something else like my breath. And a lot of people say this, so yeah. Giving some good advice that Owlish definitely is not getting in DGG. The DGG people just want Owlish for a lolcow, and it's unfair, it's not nice, and it needs to stop. It needs to stop. If Owlish wants to be a debater, the very first thing they need to do is fill that head with some facts and logic and anything besides what you are showing, because what you are showing, Owlish, is embarrassing. And, you know, your lack of embarrassment about it is actually kind of intensifies the embarrassment. So there we go. That happened today, chat. I don't know if we're going to see Owlish in chat anytime soon, but just know that don't be mean to them, okay? If they do show up in chat, do not be mean to them. I don't know. Owlishness is probably beyond saving, but I just don't want to. I don't want to see them get picked on as the main thing. But I do need them to be aware that they are being picked on, and that is what I'm trying to point out. I do need them to be aware that going into a debate not knowing the topic at all is a bad look, right? So this is me being. What is it called? What's the name for this? When you're like, something, tough love. Yeah, we're doing tough love. Dr. Phil style. No, Dr. Phil's an asshole. There's no love in that man's heart. We're doing actual tough love, as if Dr. Phil was an actual person and not just a cutout character in the greater Trump universe. So anyway, chat, with that business out of the way, I think it's probably time to talk about my blast off tweet for today, which is God, this thing is still picking. This is what I didn't expect, chat. That this thing is still picking up likes. What, more than 24 hours after I posted it? That's kind of crazy. I guess people just like the thumbnail. I don't know. A little surprised by that. It's not my best tweets that get likes on them. It's sometimes the just random stuff. But anyway, speaking of random stuff, we got a random blast off tweet for you to help me out with here. Right, there's only 4 likes on this so far. Yesterday we got it. It went far. Owlish was here? I don't think so. Wait, was Owlish here? I was literally not looking at chat, so it's possible. No, Owlish was on my Owlish was on my Twitter. That's all. All right. Owlishness was on my Twitter. Losing another debate. Anyway, chat, we get to see a messy bitch off. I mean, this is not a debate. We're all losers for them having had this conversation. But then Hutch does manage to lose a debate to Sam Seder. Has anybody heard of this, right? Hutch watched Sam Seder and Medhi Hasan's conversation, tried to push back against the things that they were saying, and then rage quit. So we get to see how that unfolds. We got some cool stuff for you tonight. Some embarrassing stuff, some cool stuff, some messy stuff, some disgusting stuff, right? Nothing more disgusting than stealing a man's thumbnail, is there? I don't know, maybe constantly portraying Hasan as bald when you are bald and he is not. That might be embarrassing, but that's not my problem, chat. That's Hutch's problem. So there we go. Yeah, so if you want to, I'm gonna put the what do you call it? I'm gonna put the link in chat here, and you can go help me out, little love brigade, on this content. Oh my gosh, is that an actual Hutch? Is that an actual Hutch? Is that from Hutch? Oh, I can't say. Oh, it's a JStalk one. Okay. Live and Learn is going on H3 next week, so you'll. Oh my god. Yes, I will have some content. My favorite people are having a conversation. I thought that Jola was going to go on Live and Learn. Maybe that was a few weeks ago. I thought like they had a guest and it wasn't Jola. I was a little surprised. So I don't know what went on Live and Learn this week. It doesn't seem like it was very interesting. Pisco and Hutch and Lonerbox. Wait, what? Oh, they'll all be on Live and Learn. That sounds like fun. No, I'm sorry. I'm not dragging your idea, bastard. I think your idea is good. I'm just, there's a little bit of a cringe factor here. Not as bad as there is with Owlish, right? I don't feel as bad for Ethan Klein, even though he is also a lolcow, even though he's also being used by DGG. I don't feel as bad for him as I do for Owlishness, right? Owlishness is like literally, I can't watch that shit. I don't like how they treat Owlish. I really don't like how they treat Owlish. And it's like the thing, it's like almost like it's insulting, right? When somebody comes at you with ignorant shit and you just kind of like laugh, counting on the fact that they're not going to get what's going on, and let them continue and let them live in this delusional world where it's like, oh yeah, you really cooked, Owlish. Good job. Make sure to come on again next week. Like, please, oh my God, you cooked me, Owlish. Thank you. You know, that it's just like, I don't know. I would have hoped that Pisco would have, you can turn that kind of thing. If you do bring somebody like that on, the proper way to handle that is to turn it into like an educational opportunity, which apparently Owlish has not gotten enough of in their life. So, there we go. Hasan watched Professor Dave video today. You are correct. Hasan did watch Professor Dave's video. Oh yeah, what was I going to try to do? I'm going to maybe show you a little bit of that if we have time for it. But I also want to make sure to put the, this is the blast off tweet. I'm throwing it in chat. All right, I'm throwing it in YouTube chat. I'm throwing it in Twitch chat. You can click on that. You can go over there. You can give this thread some love. And once again, I think it's a pretty good thumbnail. I think that's what happens, chat. Live, not lib. Wait, what? Not learn, lib and live? Wait, is it called live and live? Am I missing something here, chat? Am I missing something always? I heard about Hutch potentially going on to what? I mean, if you're talking about tonight's content, it's Ethan Klein coming on to, it's live and learn, not live and learn. Is that what I said? Oh, it's autocorrect. Autocorrect gets me too, chat. That's why I've got it turned off on most of the things I have. Hutch is going on. Oh, H3. Yes. Yeah, that's what he said. Well, we'll get to that later, right? That's what he says in his conversation. A little bit of a spoiler, but not a spoiler I mind, Repunk Reversal. Wait, not me? Oh, you're, correcting a chatter. But anyway, we got it now. We know what's up now. And what's up is that, once again, I am asking for your likes. I am asking for your support on this blast off tweet. If you're on the hellish app known as twitter.com, known by another name that I will not repeat, please use your account for good and like the tweet and help this get out to more people, possibly Owlish. Owlish needs to see this, chat. I don't know what happened. Are you okay, Bad Lefty? Like, is everything chill in chat? Okay. Yeah. If you get some sleep, if that's what you need to do, I hope you don't feel. Hope there's no hurt feelings. I actually can't tell what's going on in chat, so let me not make assumptions. And let me just move along because like I said, we got a lot to go over. We're doing a little bit of Twitter rundown right now before we get started properly. And something else I wanted to run down for you was an interaction between Stephen, Kenneth, Destiny, Bonnell II. Like, does it get to him when I call him the third? Does it get to him? He's literally put his little boy thing, like, I mean, this is Stephen Bonnell Jr. is what it should say, but I guess he's Stephen Bonnell II, Jr. We just call him Junior. And look, I can't see his profile because he's blocked me. He still got me blocked. He's afraid of me. I don't know why, chat. I guess I embarrassed Hutch, and he thought maybe I could embarrass him like that someday. I generally try not to, you know, any day I have to deal with Destiny excessively is like a day I have to scrape dog shit off of my shoe, right? It's not pleasant. I'm not going out there looking for engagements with Stephen, Kenneth, Destiny, Bonnell III. But anyway, what is this? Reads book and realizes that every far leftists every time the far leftists get into power, they cause massive famines that lead to the deaths of millions of their. Because certainly a famine has never been caused by the weather. A famine has never been caused by mistakes, right? It's only caused by communists that like get excited when they take power and decide, hey, let's starve 40 million people. Let's just do it. Let's just kill them all with starvation. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. Let's see what happens. Like, let's do a little science experiment here. Yeah, no, it only happens in communist countries. Never have had a famine anywhere else other than a leftist government, right? Millions of their own citizens. And now also part of this too, when capitalists, you know, try to wave the failure of communist governments in their face, it's a little bit of the like, why are you hitting yourself? Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Yeah, I'm sorry. We were under massive sanctions. We couldn't get any food into the country because the United States cut us off, right? That's what's happening in Cuba right now. Is this because Cuba sucks at farming and they're creating a big famine? Or are they doing it on purpose? Do they like to see people suffer? Do they like to see people die? Or is it possible that that is capitalism, not communism? That is the opposite political philosophy that famously loves subjecting to people to all kinds of privation, yes, including privation of food. Okay, so own citizens, how they kill other leftists that they suspect will try to take over. Also something that never has happened in a non-communist government. Anyone saying far left is the same as MAGA is a fascist sympathizer. Saying far left is this, okay, far left equals MAGA. You're a fascist sympathizer. Yeah, and you're fighting the wrong enemy. We got a fascist government in place right now. It doesn't matter how much you hate the far left, right? They are not your top concern. But this motherfucker, this dumb bastard, somehow thinks that MAGA is irrelevant at this point. There's no point in fighting MAGA. All right, so where did this come from? He just randomly tweeted, oh, look, who is this piece of shit? Rational Disconnect. This is a YouTuber, right? Like, I've seen their videos on YouTube and stuff. Oh my God, chat, do I have people, are some of my followers following Rational Disconnect? I mean, that's embarrassing. That's kind of embarrassing. Okay, it's a lot of embarrassment. Maybe even some embarrassment for me. Yeah, let's fix that. Is that an actual? Is nothing actually? I guess I'll never see why they were on lockdown. Wow. But yeah, this is a DGGer. I mean, in addition to being a YouTuber, this is a DGGer. Crazy. Oh my God. I thought maybe they used to be I thought maybe they used to be like I thought they were like a normal person at one point, right? Anyway, there's many reasons to follow people. I just don't know why so many people are following you know, this particular guy with the ass trumpet here, and he really does have an ass trumpet. Sometimes I make YouTube videos, but mostly I just snark in DGG, I guess. That's what we got. Let's face it, I will never lean to proofread my okay, that's relatable. Wait, are we angry about being anti-flock camera? Oh, Kyle's too wealthy to be against flock cameras. Great. That sounds like YouTuber jealousy. That sounds like a little YouTuber who doesn't make enough to actually support themselves or anything, complaining about a big YouTuber who is, has more money than he knows what to do with. But anyway, we're gonna pocket watch Kyle Kalinske. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted here, chat. They're just the first person to respond to this. So I'm just like trying to figure out, it's not literally directed at Destiny, is it? Yeah, unless it's a subtweet. You all know what a subtweet is, right? Like, so if Destiny had a big tweet that just came out and it said, far left is the same as MAGA. Is Kyle really against what? The flock cameras? I would assume so. Like, I would, look, the only people we saw kind of laugh off the 80% of the country that's against data centers, that's against AI, and that's against flock cameras. The only person we saw kind of just like be like, oh, that's so silly, why would you be against that stuff, was the cast of Live and Learn, right? Which is really disappointing. I always try to be charitable to people, and in doing so, I feel it necessary to point out that like Hutch and IRI are on a different level, like a lower level than Pisco and Soypill. Although unfortunately, sometimes it's not that much lower. It's not as much lower as I think it is, right? They're closer to each other than I get. And that was one of those moments where everybody there, Hutch, sorry, not Hutch, but yeah, Hutch, IRI, Pisco, and Soypill were all like, data centers. This might be what the Democrats lose on if they don't get to this quick enough. Now, luckily, most people perceive Democrats as being anti-big tech, as being anti, flock camera, anti-data center, right? But there's a lot of Democrats getting paid by these people that are pretty silent about it and pretty slow to say something. And there's a lot of Republicans, Abbott in Texas, and also Abdul El Sayed's opponent in Michigan, Mike Rogers, who are at least making some sort of statement, some sort of signal in the direction of being against this stuff. So yeah, I would hope that that Rational Disconnect guy was this guy who was kind of like, yeah, I remember this, Vadim, and I think I might have even followed him on YouTube. I think I might have, like, at least I saw his videos on YouTube, but like his videos would come up. I don't know if I actually followed him. He became a Destiny stan, and now he's, in my opinion, basically diet MAGA. Damn. Well, if he's being against flock cameras, which is one of the ways that the Democrats could win big, if they just take this W, please, Democrats. I'm handing you the W. Look, you don't have to hand the W to Kyle Zera, but I'm handing the Democrats a big W with their name on it. It's all ready to go, and all they have to do is just basically signal that they're against this bullshit that their constituencies are pissed off about. That's all they have to do. It's so easy. So fucking easy. All you have to do is turn away some donations. So you probably got enough money from AIPAC already. Let's be real, right? Actually, there was something on Twitter. Do I have this in my I kind of want to look at the back and forth here, though, because I was promised a little. Wait, who sent me this? Oh no, is that an owlishness tweet that Direful just sent me? Oh no, this is you, Zara. Yeah, you sent me this thread. Omni-liberal. Okay, so yeah, this is kind of where we start. I just wanted to get to the start of it. Yeah, this is the thing. Destiny he thinks he reads books, but he doesn't. He absorbs propaganda. He just breathes in the air, right? He just talks to people, like, right? This is the thing. Yeah, if you go back into like just kind of boomer mentality, then it's obvious that communism is wrong and communism has failed and communism causes crop failures and famines and all this. It's just read a book, but he hasn't read the books. He hasn't read past the literal psyops that were, put upon our parents and grandparents to make sure that they stayed anti-communist as fuck, right? This was literal propaganda pumped in, and Destiny's dumb enough to like not only read it but try to flex it. Like Destiny, you're flexing your lack of knowledge You're flexing that you don't know the difference between reality and propaganda. You're flexing that you don't realize that when one country is an enemy of another country and they have intelligence services, they do everything they can to make this country look bad as fuck, because they sure as fuck don't want us to adopt any of the policies, right? And assuming there are bad policies that cause crop failures and stuff like that, to learn from said mistakes, to learn from said failures, and to implement something that, yes, does, is more egalitarian than our current capitalist hellscape, but does not, it's not going to subject millions to death. And in the countries that they're talking about like, peasant economies that were rapidly transformed into industrial economies. And so you got to ask yourself, is not industrialization somewhat to blame as well? Is not, this a facet of, going from instead of going from an industrialized economy to a socialist system like Marx wrote about, it's going from a peasant economy to an industrial economy in a very fast way. That's what we're talking. This is what Destiny, if you read books. This is what if you read books instead of just repeating shit that you've heard without subjecting it to any kind of scrutiny whatsoever. Anyway, Cody comes back. MAGA is worse than the far left. If you are, you're Destiny, go and eat a salad. Go and eat a salad, and you can text me back from the toilet about how many fucking gallons of diarrhea you just emptied into your toilet, all right? Go eat any fresh vegetable, go eat some blueberries, go eat anything. Destiny, you live in a fucking country that's poisoning you, all right? And it's not an accident, and it's not a fluke, and it's not just MAGA. It's that capitalism doesn't give a fuck about people. Communism, at the very least, pretends to, right? And it does have to do with the quality of leadership and a lot of other things, and the material conditions at the time. But yeah, I would rather have a mode of production that pretended to give a fuck than one that clearly does not. What do we have here? Does this go on? It does. It does. It goes on. Me, when I reduce all of politics to simple good guy, bad guy paradigm. Oh my God, you sound like Anna Kasparian, bro. Doesn't this sound like, I guess MAGA and the left, it's not a good guy, bad guy type of thing, is it? I don't think there's anything in here, like when you're acknowledging that there's a far left, there is a neoliberal left, and there is a, there used to be a neoconservative position, now there's a MAGA position, right? I don't think you're reducing it to the binary of good guy, bad guy. This is a binary, right? Cody is implying at least a trinary, good guy, bad guy paradigm, where stuff on the right is always so much badder than stuff on the left, which is always so much gooder. Well, Destiny, if you don't believe that, then maybe there's a place for you on the free press. Maybe there's a place for you on TYT. There's plenty of politically homeless people out there looking for another one to join their lot and express their woke centrism. Wait, so yeah, Cody pops back with glad you finally came around on this. Wait, what is this? Oh, okay, so right here he kind of admits it, right? Destiny admits that he would rather defend Hasan over MAGA. As spite-driven as I can be, nobody will ever invoke more spite in me than MAGA has. It's literally impossible. I would defend Hasan debating Jesse. Okay, so this is Jesse Waters' debate between Jesse Waters with Abdul El Sayed. That he's so that's the time period that this got made. I hate these demons with all my fucking heart. It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like you talk a lot more about Hasan than you are talking about MAGA. All right, let's click on this, see if there's any more. See if we got any more going on here. Yes, we do, of course. Zara, you did not lead me wrong. This is a fruitful discourse, I guess. No, I mean, it's entertaining, right? Are you entertained? Chat one in chat if you're actually value-tained with this. I have never had a different position. Sure about that? You just have no clue because you are an unprincipled midwit. I'm sorry. He's not dumb, he's a midwit, chat. We're using the midwit meme. Destiny recently found out about the midwit meme. Do you know what I'm talking about? Here, let's do this really quick. Midwit meme. There's probably even an account called this. Wait, no, come on. Give me the actual meme. There we go. That's the midwit meme, okay? So this is simply what this is, right? You got a standard deviation curve, and you've got a person on the low end, SD minus 1, SD minus 2 maybe, right? So somebody on the low end of the distribution, right? Somebody that's not very intelligent. You've got somebody on the high end, and then you've got the midwit. And the idea is supposed to be that the right opinion is held by accident by the really dumb person, and it's held on purpose by the really smart person, right? The dark enlightened figure here with the hooded figure, right? This is the intelligent person, right? And it's only the damn midwit, which is like, it's like 68% of the population here. Only the dumbass midwit, only the 68% of us in the middle that think something else. So that's what he's talking about. He's kind of gotten obsessed with this. I'm not sure he fully understands the meme. Like, just like, you're a midwit. I can't call you stupid anymore, because according to this meme, stupid people are actually based as fuck. Stupid people are accidentally smart, but midwits, they have none of the luck of the stupid person and none of the intelligence of the smart person, so they're just fucked. This 68% of you're all fucked. All right. So yeah, got him. I guess, right? Do we have a continuation of this, possibly? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Okay. Dr. Mr. Cody says, if this is true, then you probably shouldn't have kept quote tweeting me to argue with and mock my position that MAGA is worse. You are self-aware enough to admit. Okay, so chat, that's actually what Gotham looks like. This is true. This is unarguable. You're arguing with Cody, and then you're saying that you agree with Cody. Which one is it, Destiny? Which one is it, Mr. Contrarioli? Don Contrarioli. Oh, can't make a Godfather joke there. Anyway, what is the? Was Norm implying that Destiny is Italian? I don't get it. I don't get all the Italian words he threw in there. You shouldn't have kept quote tweeting me to argue with me to mock my position that MAGA is worse. You are self-aware enough to admit that you're often spite-based. So calling someone else unprincipled does not hold a lot of weight. And also, speaking of self-aware, we got another a challenger has appeared for the self-aware Olympics here. The question now I ask you is Owlish becoming self-aware? What do we got here? No. That is not what we're trying to get to. Let's try again. Oh my God, come on, please put the thing in the thing. Do I not have the, oh my God, I did the thing where you don't put the H, you copy something and you don't, oh my God. All right, put this here. And this time actually add the H back. Not the H back, but the H back. Speaking of H back, it's a little hot today, but hopefully my brain will not cook to the degree that it did yesterday, where I become literally me while debating. I mean, that's pretty recent. Okay, so this is not something that I made Owlish do, right? This is something that Owlish just kind of did. There's some self-awareness. There's some self-awareness. Is this AI chat or is Owlishness a artist? I actually don't know. I'm just trying to ascertain the levels of self-awareness here. What? Anyway, back to the discourse of Dr. Mr. Cody and Mr. Borelli. We got another one here. MAGA is not relevant now, and the fight against them was in 2024, and we lost. People who sweep for socialists are either disgusting anti-democracy haters or idiots. It's stupid. Look, you're a moron. You are completely ignorant of how politics works. This dumb fuck wants to stop fighting MAGA with 2 years left in office, with the possibility of a Democratic Congress coming in there to investigate their ass. But no, it's over. There's nothing we can do. Just let MAGA, like, don't pay no attention to the fucking fascist in the White House. Really, Destiny? Really? What? He's worthless. He's worse than worthless. These people should get up, walk right over him, and get the fuck out of DGG. Your guy just gave up, okay? Your guy stopped fighting. And your guy's going to pivot to find his way to be on the JD Vance side or the Tucker Carlson side or whatever dumb fuck takes over in Trump's absence, right? You can 100% bet that Destiny will be right there next to Anna Kasparian sucking their balls. All right, people who sweep for socialists are either disgusting anti-democratic democracy haters or idiots. It's stupid to fearmonger over MAGA right now and to sweep for socialists. No, Destiny, what you just said, that's what's stupid. All right, is that the end of it? Oh, wait, no, sorry, I'm not reading. I should be checking for these, right? All right, so here we go. Here it continues. MAGA is obviously extremely relevant right now, as they are currently in power and Democrats are trying to win back Congress from them. MAGA, the modern American fascist movement, is worse than the left, and I'm glad to see you agree. MAGA, says Destiny in his response, won their presidential election in 2024, which is probably going to be more consequential election than the one we have in 2028. Our options for doing much to hamper Trump are limited. This is a James Carville take, okay? This is a James Carville take. This is what James Carville initially said. Roll over, play dead, let Trump get whatever he fucking wants. James Carville is no longer saying this, chat. James Carville has changed his tune. He's pivoted. He's trying to pretend he never said this. Even if we win both halves of Congress? It's houses of Congress, I believe is what you're trying to say. But yeah, I guess I get it nonetheless, right? I see you dodging the revolutionary socialist question because, no, you don't understand. Dr. Mr. Cody is a quite revolutionary socialist type of dude. He's not dodging. You are missing, Steven. Do you get what I'm saying, chat? Cody is not dodging. Destiny is just missing because he sucks at debate and he only cares about himself and he only cares about drama and he only cares about gooning possibly to underage people, which makes him more turned on if he thinks of them as underage, as we saw from Professor Dave yesterday, right? Like I said before, people like you will constantly fearmonger over MAGA. Fearmonger over MAGA? Fearmonger? What the fuck? You're fearmongering. That's like telling somebody they're fearmongering over Hitler while he's in power, right? Something that many other of the prominent DSA types refuse to support Kamala over in order to give cover to socialists who want to destroy the Democratic Party. Cody says 2024 being more consequential in no way negates the obvious importance of taking back Congress in 2026. So not only is Dr. Mr. Cody a revolutionary and socialist type Dr. Mr. kind of dude, he is also a pragmatic kind of dude that sees a value in harm reduction. Right? Even if the candidates we got are less than great. You know this, but are by your own admission too spite-fueled to acknowledge it. I'd rather fearmonger about MAGA than the MAGA go-to fearmongering about socialism. Yeah, which is what Destiny is repeating. Oh, how much longer does this go on? Okay. Destiny says, I think the time to build a strong party is now, and I'd prefer to do it without including people who openly support. So this is great. This is great. You want to build a strong party, right? You want to win. You want to beat MAGA. But we're going to take a good portion, a decent sized portion of the American people, a portion that's able to win primaries, right? That's able to kick out incumbents. We're just going to alienate them We're just gonna throw them under the bus. We don't need their help, right? In a time where we're trying to get to 51% or 49% or whatever the fucking plurality is, right? In an election, you are willing to just go ahead and write off people on your side from the start because they piss you off, because they're smarter than you, because they actually care about stuff, because they show you to be the fuckwit that you are, Destiny. You want to talk about midwits? You are a fuckwit. You are a dumb person, right? And I say that because not just because you're ignorant and you're undereducated, but I say that also because you refuse to acknowledge the truth. You refuse to acknowledge your own ignorance. You refuse to acknowledge where you're wrong and pick up the pieces and try to build something real. Because you don't care about that, Destiny. You only care about gooning out to people that you have power over. You sick fuck. I think the time to build a strong party is now. Okay. Dr. Mr. Cody says, lucky for you, I've never said anything remotely like that, nor has any Democratic candidate, DSA backed or not, that's trying to take back the Congress. I've literally said you're pro-genocide, probably shouldn't say stuff like that. Wait, what is it? Literally heard you say, yeah, literally heard you say, Destiny said, that he's like, I don't know what you're gonna do. I think the Palestinians need to just get up and Native American the fuck out of there. Anyway, so what do we have? Is there more? Somehow? Okay, well, we don't care what Brett has to say. Okay, so some people calling Destiny out. I thought I saw the blue guard. Sorry, the Vanguard, not the blue guard. I thought I saw the Vanguard on one of these. Was it like here? Maybe it was here. I just want to make sure. Yeah, the Vanguard. There we go. MAG is not relevant now, buddy. Who do you think is destroying the nation as we speak? He would say the DSA. He would say Hassan Piker. He would say Abdul El Sayed. Right? That's how ignorant this guy is. That's how up his own ass this guy is. Did anybody respond to the Vanguard? I wonder. Let's see. Not really. Not really. Okay, I think that's the end of the thread there. I think we got through it, chat. I think we got through it. I think we did it. We survived. We survived. How do you feel, chat? Do you feel like survivors? I got some more weasels to read out now. I've also apparently got to, yeah, is he quitting healthy? Is quitting League healthy? Wait, what? Oh, quitting League, the game, sorry. Destiny would sacrifice the next 10 elections if it would mean his targets of obsession losing online clout. Absolutely. Destiny would live in a fascist, a fully fascist nation, right? If it meant that his opponents were in camps. Absolutely. This guy's a traitor. And you deserve it. No, you owe him no respect, right? This man is spit in his face status, right? Destiny wants a smaller coalition to defeat MAGA. What a brilliant tactic. He is a brilliant tactician. He's really got it going on. Zera, they are literally kidnapping people and perpetuating. He's not paying attention to any of that, Zera. None of that affects Destiny. He's not trans. He's not visibly Hispanic, or he's not visibly Latino. And so he doesn't care. He just doesn't care, unfortunately. Reading through chat here. Okay, I'm trying to figure out 64 is the number that I should be representing here. And this is an important number, chat, because if the 64 turns into 104, or turns into 100, then we will be adding another hour. And we're already down to 3 hours because I like to yap, I guess. Anyway, Mover Dose, you just got weaseled. From the south side, you just got weaseled. Just Devon, 1967, that rhymes. You just got weaseled. Da Bisom Fana, you just got weaseled. Outlaw A65, you just got weaseled. Rad Left Trans Girl, you just got weaseled. Ben Smith UK Music, you just got weaseled. Jason Anderson 894, you just got weaseled. Prajwal Jaya Raj, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. So yeah, let me actually... feel like I need to put this up here. Stop the stupidity with the 10 big ones here, responsible for all those weasels. Thank you. We're up to, yeah, 516 weasels now. And Stephen P. Wait, somebody else got weaseled, did they not? I think they did. I believe it to be the case. Renegade Kitch, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. So there we are, chat, at 67. We are a mere... Wait, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon, possibly. Stephen P with 5 more big ones. Look at that, 5 more memberships. I got some more people to read out here. Fritz Goldini, you just got weaseled. EZZB, you just got weaseled. Drift Smoke 802, you just got weaseled. Lumen, like the lumen of a organ? I don't know, maybe it's just lumen. Maybe that's just a name and I'm making too big of a deal about it. But either way, yeah, sorry, I just always think about biology, chat. I always think about biology. I always think about anatomy and physiology. It's just a problem I have here. So I've learned way too much about that stuff. Lumen, you just got weaseled. Majin Moon, you just got weaseled. And if you thought that that was all the ammo that Stephen P had in the holster, wait, no, the ammo doesn't go in the holster, right? What goes in the magazine? Yes, a magazine, right? It goes in the ammo goes in the. If you thought that was all the ammo in Stephen P's magazine, you would be wrong, because Shoshan, you just got weaseled. Borge W Jush, you just got weaseled. Rose Miraz, you just got weaseled. Gianna Blue 7779, you just got weaseled. And P Gavin 9396, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Oh my god, more weasels. More weasels. So wait, we were up to like what, were we up to like 109 a second ago, and now I'm gonna have to count some more. I have to do 106, says Narwhal, so it should be 106 and then 10 added to that. 106 and then 136. Okay, we're at 136 out of 100, no, out of 200, because we still have the chance to get another hour. In fact, we're only 64 points away from a second hour being added to the time today. I've got some more. I do believe I've got some more weasels to read, don't I? Let me find where they're hiding out at. Where are the weasels hiding out? Buttered Sausage Bites, you just got weaseled. They're a Limigia? Limelia? They're a Limelia, you just got weaseled. Devil's Raspberry, you just got weaseled. Lefty Queer, you just got weaseled. Paula Everett, you just got weaseled. Victor Burns TV, you just got weaseled. Rayon Mesta, you just got weaseled. Teddy David Johnson, you just got weaseled. Susan Ann Jones, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Did I read all of the weasels? I think I did. Sorry, I'm a little choppy right now. What can we do about that? Is it Discord that's doing this to me? I kind of need Discord open right now, though. I kind of want to leave it open. I guess I could try killing... No, I don't really want to kill... I could temporarily kill Firefox, maybe? Or at least kill some tabs here. Just get the tabs to the bare minimum. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to add an hour here. So let me do that. Bio Nerd Gang, hell yeah. Sub add time. We're adding an hour. Look at that. 3 hours and 54 minutes left. And I believe we are only 64 points. Oh, there's one I missed. Okay, 139 is what Narwhal is saying now. So yeah, we're at 139. So we got 61 points from adding another hour to the stream. If people are interested in an extra hour, what would I use an extra hour for? Good question, right? The main thing I'd use it for is bonus content, right? Because we've got 4 bonus items. What I usually do is 57 votes so far. Wait, is that right? Do we really only have 57 votes so far? Oh, Narwhal by Nature with the gifted membership. Wait, who got weaseled? Who got weaseled? Someone. Little worm guy, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Okay, so let me check again, and yeah, 57 votes confirmed. We have Medhi Hasan, Anna Kasparian in first place. We got Spider-Man beats the Gen 6ers ass in second place. And we got a tie for third place between Stale 2000. I'm still a little bit framey. Stale 2000, October 7th, Deeper Down the Rabbit Hole. Stale 2000 Fingers, Dan Saltman. And I probably shouldn't have curled my finger like that anyway, I mean the points amount, you know. Oh my God, this is driving me nuts, chat. Sorry, we had like freeze frames. But like, no, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why this is so hard for my computer. I've even got the AC turned on, so it's not an issue of anything overheating. But yeah, you can go over to youtube.com if you want to vote, if you haven't voted already. 57 of you have. You can go over there, place your vote, vote for the topic that sparks joy in you. And basically at the end of the regular content, I'll go through these in order of their position, right? So it's a combination of the vote and your donos. So if you donate to the stream, if you have donated to the stream, or if you do donate to the stream, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to support with your, you can put your money where your mouth is, right? And if you let me know which of these topics appeals to you and which one you want to back, I will add right up there. See, I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So at the end of the stream, when I'm done with all the normal content, right, and I pivot to bonus content, I choose the highest scoring thing first, the second scoring thing second, etc., etc., etc. So, but that's also affected by the donation. So just know that when you do super chat, super sticker, you get yourself a membership. If you gift a membership, if you support me on $ nocommentchick on Cash App, or if you support me on Patreon, which I'm going to read those off in a second, or if you support me on Twitch, right? You can put your money where your mouth is. You can let me know which of these topics you want to support, which one of these topics you want to add points to, and it'll just add a little bonus to that. Now, if that doesn't sound good, if you're like, I don't like the idea of people adding bonuses, that's not a good thing. That's a bad thing, actually. There we go. Call me Cupcake. You just got weaseled. If you're that kind of person, right, you can always say Vox Populi. And what you're saying there is, I don't care what people are donating for. I care what people are voting for. And you're making the votes count for more. You're making the donos count for less by doing that, right? You can also say video games if you want to see me play more video games. I play video games every week on Saturday. After the stream, we're doing a playthrough of Persona 2 right now. And we're actually in the end game content. So yeah, the next time we play, we're going to be directly fighting Nazis, because yes, our crazy teacher, who's a conspiracy theory. Look, in this game, chat, rumors become real life, right? Somebody makes a rumor, the rumor becomes real. It's a really bad thing when you've got a conspiracy theorist as a teacher, because she's obsessed with the Nazis and Hollow Earth, and she thinks that Hitler hid out in Hollow Earth, survived the World War II, and is coming back for vengeance, right? And so that means that Hitler and the Nazis are coming back in the game, in a video game, right? So yeah, we're gonna be not just punching Nazis, also shooting them with a guitar case. What else? Shooting them with actual guns like Maya does, bang bang. And what else? Lisa's got, I think, nunchucks to hit them with. Tatsuya's got a big sword. Yeah, chopping them in all kinds of ways. So, anyway, but that's how all of that works. Now, I mentioned earlier that if you support me on Patreon, I read your name out at the beginning and end of every stream. Let me do that now. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I read your name out. I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. Since we're near the beginning now, let's do that. Let's do those, right? Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily Fritz. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Remix, of the Cake Mix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to L. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zera Xerix. With that being said, chat, I believe we're ready to start. It does feel like it. It does feel like I've explained everything. So yeah, we're wait, there's one more I need to add. Are we at 142? Is that right? 142 is where we're starting from. So you know the deal on this, chat. We're at 142 right now, which means if we can get 50, 58 points further, I'll add another hour and you'll get double bonus content. And I'll also be able to go into more depth on the main topic. So what's the main topic tonight? A little conversation between a guy named Hutch and a guy named Ethan. Just two bros, being messy bros, and having their wives clean up after them, right? Whether it's dog shit on the floor, whether it's a messy mess on Hutch's shirt, whether it's Hutch shitting his pants again, and his wife having to clean that. Yo, it's Curse. Thank you for the subscription over on Twitch. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And that indeed brings us up to 148. So yeah, we're kind of in striking distance here of attaining a second hour, chat. Now, I wish I could say if we get to 300, we get 3 hours, but that might break me, and we're trying not to break me. Ideally, I would be adding an extra, day of some kind of bonus stream for the members. Now that we've got so many members, the Twitch subs, we got so many Twitch subs, and the Patreons, we got so many Patreons, right? Ideally, I'd be adding an extra sort of bonus content thing. I've been thinking about what that might be, chat. Like my predilection is to maybe do a Twitch stream and watch the McLaughlin. Anybody know about John McLaughlin? The McLaughlin group? There was an old show when I was growing up, and it was apparently old even back then, right? This is where I cut my teeth on politics, right? They got Sunday morning shows on most networks, right? PBS had one too, and it was called The McLaughlin Report. And it was John McLaughlin, who is a questionable man to begin with, bringing in some of his favorite media figures, editors at Newsweek, editors at the Financial Times, people like this. He'd bring them in, and he'd start asking them questions. He'd be like, Topic 1, will the Bush administration successfully pass the North American Free Trade Agreement? Mort. Well, John, I think that wrong. This is his thing. If you've ever seen, there's a Saturday Night Live sketch of this, and he just he asks people questions, and then every time they try to answer, he interrupts and says wrong, and then he gives his answer, right? So it's kind of what he's like. He's kind of a trip. I thought it might be fun. I don't think I assume that we would get copyright claimed by PBS if we did this on YouTube, but I think we could do it on Twitch pretty easily. The show, yeah, it started in the 70s or something, maybe even the 60s. I don't even know. Yeah, him saying wrong is super classic. So, I mean, and it's a great way. The other thing I thought about this is that, like, look, if you support me, you're a real one. You actually care. You appreciate my sort of long view on politics, and part of that, where that comes from, is, having grown up watching Sunday shows brought to you by Northrop Grumman. That's the other great part, right? They're always the Sunday shows are always brought to you by the capitalist corporations doing the most damage to our democracy, right? It's almost like it's like an indulgence, right? It's like how in how like the Catholic Church used to, like, there used to be a way that if you committed a sin, you could kind of donate your way out of the sin. Like, right, you could be okay with, they would tell you God forgives you if you give us this much money. I'm oversimplifying it, right? Because this is the metaphor, right? So the Sunday morning shows are kind of like that. All the worst corporations, all the corporations that are killing us the most, they buy ad space on the Sunday shows. We're at 208. That's crazy. It was Archer Daniels Midland. Yeah, that's a great ag company. That's the ag company that kind of an ag, almost an ag monopoly. Although I better not say that. Allegedly, don't get sued by ADM there. That would be a bad thing. So yeah, we're at 208 with the rest of these weasels. Let me read these off really quick. Jana Mitchum, you just got weaseled. Lanier, 333, you just got weaseled. 69 Yosiel, 69, you just got weaseled. Danny Ballard, you just got weaseled. Dib Ibzy, you just got weaseled. Olivia Kalo, you just got weaseled. Shadow VTuber, you just got weaseled. Chelsea Arabellis, you just got weaseled. Common Pikachu. I like the image. Common Pikachu. You just got weaseled. Fellow viewer, welcome fellow viewer. You just got weaseled. Did I read the Melon 3733? You just got weaseled. Dark Lord Ken, you just got weaseled. Let me put these up here, because they must exist on. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, 10 more from Stop the Stupidity, and 10 more big ones from Stephen P. Peepo Kiss, you just got weaseled. May Money in the building. May Money in the building. You just got weaseled. Punished arms dealer, must have gotten punished from selling arms out of a ramen shop. Am I right, chat? You just got weaseled. Greg Wilson, you just got weaseled. Red Lava, you just got weaseled. GC PS9, you just got PS9. That's a fancy gaming console. Damn. I bet the graphics, I bet the Cyberpunk 2077 plays super clean on that one. You just got weaseled. Angel the One, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. And yeah, 208 is where we're at. That means that we have crossed the rubric here. Sorry, not the rubric. Crossed the Rubicon, I think is what I was trying to say. And to 208 out of 300. So chat, if we get up to 300, that extra hour is going to go on Saturday. That's how we do it, chat. If we get to 300, instead of me literally expiring, literally dying during the stream, we move that extra hour to Saturday, because the Saturday stream can be as long as it wants to. So if we get to 300, we'll start off with 5 hours on Saturday, which is pretty amazing. But let's take a look here what the blast off tweet is doing. What is it doing? Make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. You've got a lot of weasels in there blasting us off here. I'm gonna pump this one more time at you in Twitch chat and in YouTube chat. That if you are on YouTube, if you're on the hell site, if you're on Twitter, once again, I am asking for your support. Once again, I am asking for a love brigade on this tweet to bring it to more people, so that more people can see that yes, we are live, we are streaming, and we're going over something that they are very much interested in. This is Hutch talking to Ethan. We got a messy bitch off. Who is the messiest bitch of all messy bitches here? Giardia Man or Bib Diaper Boy? That's what we call Hutch now. He's Bib Diaper Boy. And what will Hutch do when Sam Seder, looking like Joseph Stalin back there, when Sam Seder pops out at him, right? Anyway, chat, we got to get going, don't we? Let's make this happen. So I got 2 different ways suggested to me to watch this, and one of them is the Internet Archive. Now, so what is this? Hutch put this stream out yesterday, and we could have possibly watched it yesterday, but I didn't record it in time, and he made it members only really quick. Well, today he's released it. All right, so is there any way to get this into like a YouTube? I think I might just watch Hutch's stream though. Let me show you what I'm looking at right here, chat. This is not ideal. See what I mean? I don't know how to make this change the. You can make it full screen. You can change the playback speed. You can change the volume. That's about it. So I might just go the only okay, so like there's also Hutch's stream. There's Hutch's stream itself that we could watch. The only reservation I have about this is that what Direful sent me in terms of the Internet Archive is about 4 minutes longer than this one. Now that could just be like wasted time and random stuff, or it could be something that was said that Hutch does not want people to see. There could be a reason that he took that down so quickly. What do you think? What do we think about that, chat? So you can see I was inspired by Hutch's thumbnail here. Again, it's pretty bold of him. He's a bold guy. He's a very bold guy to put a AI'd image of Hasan slightly less bald than he is. I don't know what the meta is. I guess that's just the meta now for a DGG, right? They're all clicking on the bald. They all want to believe that Hasan is bald. So yeah, we got this one as a possibility, right? But again, I don't know. There's every chance that this has got... Is there no way to resize this shit? There's a link on here, but I'm guessing this link would just take me to a video that had been taken down. Like it would take me to it would say this video is only available for members or something like that, right? I'm guessing. Let me try anyway. Member only content. Join the channel. No thanks, Hutch. I'm keeping all of my money for weasels, okay? We're a weasels only operation over here. Resize it? I mean, you know what I mean, right, Zara? Generally, if I'm showing something that's a video, the size of the video... Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I think, so look at this. Full screen view, right? Would be full screen and it would fuck everything up. It would make it impossible for me to read chat. Obviously, I don't want to do that, right? There's full screen view, so I don't want to do that. But look, when I play this, maybe let me make it clear. Look at that tiny little window, right? Tiny little window here. Now,
I mean, if push comes to shove,
now I could, I don't know. I guess I could make a window just for... Should I try this? Let's try it. I just have a weird feeling today, okay? Do you get what I mean though, Zara? Do you understand what I mean by resize it? Like make it fit the window is what I'm... Now there's another option that I have to maybe make the window fit it. But that's probably going to result in a lower... It's going to result in a lower resolution, so the video is going to look worse. If they show anything, you know, legible, readable, any text on screen, it's going to be less readable. Let's see, copy that, and then paste it, and then look for it up here, and... I mean, there is a way to maybe kind of do this, but I mean, this is me assuming that there is something in the archived version, like there's something in the live stream that's interesting that did not make it to the main, that got cut out of the video. Right now, this could just be dead air or something. This could just be technical difficulties. This could even be Hutch trying to bring Lonerbox into the call and failing, like having a tech failure, right? So it's not necessarily that it's not for sure that there's something good in here. Let me just show you what this looks like. And you can tell me if the resolution is not where it should be. Here, let me change rename this to Internet Archive. Don't get why you don't watch the upload on Hutch's channel. I was just talking about that, Vadim, if you'll pull the cotton out of your ears. No, yeah, I was just talking about the reason. Right now, it's a speculative reason, I will admit, right? 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10. The only thing that's cut from Hutch's video because that's what I was talking about, right? What is possibly cut from Hutch's video. 8 out of 10, the only thing that's cut from Hutch's video is going to be dead air. It's going to be, yeah, I feel like I'm repeating myself because I'm repeating myself, but Vadim didn't hear it. So if you didn't hear it, Vadim, there's a chance that other people didn't hear it as well. So let me just, is everybody listening? Does everybody hear what I'm saying here, right? So when you do a live stream and you have a conversation, right? Sometimes you cut stuff out of there for the video. Now that might just be stuff that we don't want to see, like Hutch picking his nose or Ethan picking his butt, or like I said, they do try to bring Loner Box in the call and they fail to do it. It might be something uninteresting, in which case, yeah, you're right. It would be perfect to watch on Hutch's channel, right? But sometimes I've learned this from doing live stream for very many years. I've learned that sometimes what you've got is that people will have something go kind of wrong during a live stream. They'll say something that they didn't mean to, or the other person, the person they're talking to, will let the mask slip a little bit. Sometimes sometimes the 4 minutes cut out of the video is 4 minutes that you do want to see, right? So that's what I'm saying. Now, again, like I said, 7 out of 10, that is not what's happening. It's just the editor being nice to us, cutting boring stuff out, cutting technical difficulties out, cutting something irrelevant out. But after having, after having not watched the whole Hasan segment on Stale 2000, I am once bitten, twice shy as far as possibly missing something, right? So what's the worst that happens if we watch it on Internet Archive? And I mean like this, right? Look at this here. Wait, no, do. There we go. So, is the resolution good there? Is everything okay there? Right? Oh no, it's not. It's not. It's not. But yeah, so that's what I'm saying, is that like this is a slightly longer cut of it, and the question is there something in here that we want? What else can we do? Oh, that's all. That's it. Wait, no, with this right here. Settings. Wait, what does this do? Wait, what does this do? It looks like, yeah, I can change the volume here. Why can't I change the settings? I'm clicking on settings. Right click. Copy video link. Picture in picture. Yeah, I think we might just watch it like this.
We just do a call with like speakerphone. Not ideal, but it'll work.
Is there a higher resolution of the version of the archive? Where would I see that? I mean, unless we see something that we desperately need to read, I'm fine with the audience not here. I do have to change this though. I'm fine with the
Mike from PA. Yes.
I'm fine not with it.
Listen, I think you guys want me to take this call, so it's all on. Then I don't know why. Oh, there we go.
Hello.
Hey, man.
Oh, here, let me mute my TV because I'm watching. Can you call somebody else? Because it's all grayed out and the setting is on in my settings.
For some reason, after I checked on the settings and I clicked on it, then it gave me the option to call you, so.
Wait, you're calling me right now? Because it came to my...
Can I toggle the resolution? That's what I was just looking at, and it looks like the answer is no. The only toggle thing is this little wheel in the corner. And when I click it, it does nothing, right? So, I mean, hopefully, who is Timu Bill Burr? Yeah. What if I download it and play it? How much time do you want to wait? I'd rather watch it now. I think, unless it's real, is it really bugging people? Because at this point, it's very easy for me to switch back. Look, there's that, right? There's that.
Hey, how are you doing?
Why is he so dark?
Good.
Oh, editing. Do we want to see big beautiful Hutch? Is that what we want? Yes, you can download those, Vadim. This is something that takes time, and in general, when I'm on a limited clock, that's time that I don't have. Just watch it right now. But yeah, which version, right? If people are really bothered by the resolution, we can watch it this way. If people are not very bothered, let's just watch it this way. This is the Hutch's forehead view, right? If people care about the resolution, we can watch it this way. If people don't.
So we're talking on Twitter right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the whole question is, would you rather miss something that Ethan does that's embarrassing, something that Hutch does that's embarrassing, something they say that they didn't mean to say? Would you rather make sure you catch all of that, or would you rather see Hutch in his full beauty, in his full luster, in his prime, as the sexy guy that we all know he is, right?
Yeah.
We did it.
I think it's okay like this.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How are you? We're enjoying, the great Hutch's coverage, one of the great sane minds. And I was watching you this morning, and I've been thinking about the Hasan thing, and it's, I don't know if people are even. I want to explain what I think he's doing, and I think it's actually quite insidious. And I don't know if this is obvious or if people already know this, and you kind of did touch on it today. But what he does is he spends so much of his time convincing his audience that he doesn't hate Jewish people, and that there's a big difference between Jewish people and Zionists. Right? And so Zionists are the enemy. Zionist is the worst thing you can be. The problem is
he drinking from a carafe? Yeah, the only other thing that we might suffer with this is, let me see what the navigation looks like. If I go like this. Oh, nice. 5 seconds. Ooh, I like this. Okay. Oh, no, this is okay. This is all right. And if I press K, does it play? No, K doesn't make it play. Spacebar.
Right? And so Zionists are the enemy. Zionist is the worst thing you can be. Zionists are the enemy people and Zionists, and that there's a big difference. He doesn't hate Jewish people. His audience, that he doesn't hate Jewish people, and that there's a big difference between Jewish people and Zionists. Right? And so Zionists are the enemy. Zionist is the worst thing you can be. The problem is that he defines Zionism as anybody that, as he said once, has any kind of fondness for this, has ever at any point had any kind of fondness for the state of Israel, or anybody that doesn't think.
Look, I'll make you a deal, everybody in chat, and Vadim included, right? If we come up to anything where we need to read text, where Hutch's editor puts something up there and like, ooh, can't quite make out the text, I'll just go to the other video. I think that's fine. I don't think we need to download it. I think the main thing we need is the audio for this. You've also got a little visual in here. And thankfully, you don't have look, I don't mind the fact that nobody can read the Hutch's chat, right? That's probably a good thing, because we generally don't want chats going to war with each other.
I think that Israel should be, wiped off the map.
No, you're not wrong about that, Vadim. It would be better with the strawberry dotted pores on Hutch's beautiful nose, or if we could glimpse the marble-like sheen on his forehead. What does he use on there? Is this some kind of maybe a special polish, a special head polish? Maybe he just gets bowling ball polish. Is that a thing, chat? Polish for bowling balls? I think that's probably what it's probably cheaper than whatever, skin head product. I just put it together. Skin head product that he would buy.
So
I can't believe I'm in chat with Vadim. You can't believe I'm being sassy to Vadim, but me and Vadim know each other, so it's okay.
So when you read a stat like 80% or whatever, it's like, I don't know, 80, 90% of American Jews have some type of like positive association with Israel, it doesn't mean they support the government.
Right.
But what it does mean is that by Hasan's absolutely insane, rabid definition of Zionism, then what he is doing is fomenting hate for 90% of American Jews. But because he's convinced his audience that not all Jews are Zionists, and that there's so many good Jews out there, guys. You know, look at all my Jewish friends and look at all the Jewish people online. They hate Israel, and like so many Jews hate Israel. So we're not anti-Semitic. We just hate 90% of Jewish people in America. But he has difficulty reckoning with that fact because his definition of Zionism is so it's so broad, or it involves so many Jewish people because it's so.
This argument does not become more convincing the more times you repeat it, chat. Do people remember this? Do people remember? Yeah, 80% of Jewish people are Zionists. This is what he said. This is what he said to Sam Seder. This is what he said to Sam Seder. And it's not true. I guess what he's saying is like 80% of Jewish people like might have family in Israel or have gone to Israel. And yeah, you know, there are, you know, there are historic places for Judaism, for Christianity, and for Islam, and more than just those. This is why they sometimes call this area the Holy Lands, right? This is what the reason it was target of the Crusades, right? So yeah, you know, 80% of Jewish people got some connection to Israel, but Ethan turns this into they are supportive of the Zionist project. That part is not true, and you know, if there is a majority of Jewish people that still, you know, believe in the Zionist project, that is a swiftly decreasing number, right? It's comprised of mostly older people, like the people that the Jewish chatter and Hasan's audience when the clip got taken, right? Like those people. But it's like he feels like, okay, well, now that Hasan's down, if I repeat the losing argument, I lost to Hasan, I lost to Sam Seder with this, right? It's not true. I'm full of shit. I'm literally doing the thing that Hasan warned about. I'm literally conflating Jewish people with the actions of Israel. Okay, that is there is a reason I can see people are a little bit annoyed with this. It's got an overlay. Wait, it goes away. At least the overlay goes away. Yeah, exactly, Vadim. Exactly. You're on it. Yes, Sam did. I remember that too. I'm glad somebody else has got. I do sometimes forget things, but yeah, this is absolutely true. Sam made the same point to Ethan, and that's why I was saying it does not get more true the more often you repeat it. But I think what he's thinking is that people are just gonna, like, you know, there's more people that have assumed, okay, well, I guess Hasan is anti-Semitic, so now when he makes his statement, it's supposed to not get pushback. It was wrong then, Ethan. It's wrong now, and it's actually even more wrong. And the more times you utter it, right, the next time you utter this lie, it's going to be more incorrect than it is now, because more Jewish people will have dropped off of the support of the overall Zionist project, right? More Jewish people will associate that, with the Nakba and with the apartheid and with the genocide that's going on. We'll see that maybe the plan, was something that they bought into, but when they actually see the actualization of that plan and how the country only gets more and more far right, more and more brutal, I would suspect that this is antithetical to the values of a lot of Jewish people. What's happening to the Palestinians is in direct contradiction to Jewish values.
It's so hard to qualify as an anti-Zionist in Hasan's community, right? You have to basically...
It's almost like you got to be against settler colonialism. Isn't that crazy? You got to be against a settler colonial project. You got to be against apartheid. You got to not see, in fact, you got to not be anti-Semitic. You got to not see the Jews as like special magic people that retain a constant victim status, no matter, you know, which Jewish people you're talking about. In this case, you know, Israeli Jews, and you've got to see them as like a permanent victim class. You've got to kind of you gotta look at Jewish people in a really weird way to be or you got to not look at Jewish people in a really weird way to qualify as a non-Zionist in Hasan's chat. True.
Pro Hamas at this point to be considered anti-Zionist, right? You have to be like Norm Finkelstein, who said on October 8th he was euphoric at the sights of Hamas breaking into Israel.
Well, I don't even think Norm Finkelstein, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Norm Finkelstein is Norm Finkelstein even a one-state person? Like, I don't know if he opposes the existence of Israel. But could be wrong about that. But
so these people they trip over their shoelaces and their dicks when they try to like conceive of this, right? The idea that that you can be against Israel and be for and still respect and be for and you know, wish for the well-being of Jewish people in Israel, just not under a apartheid state, right? Norm Finkelstein famously, and they're wrong about this, chat, they're wrong about Norm's take here. He's famously said, oh my God, he's got this whole ass thing that he's a stickler on it too, right? What is it, like one person, one vote, from the river to the sea, something, right? He a prophet. No, he's not an underwear gnome, chat. He's not Gnome Finkelstein. He's Norm Finkelstein. No, he's got like a statement. Let me see if I can find it. He's got a slogan that he sticks to, right? Norm Finkelstein from the river. But basically, what he wants to see is what a lot of people in the pro-Palestinian movement are coming to the conclusion of. Yeah, so Norm famously doesn't like the slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And he's got another one. I'm trying to remember his version of it, but it basically calls for a singular secular state. One person, one vote, Palestinian, Israeli, right? And again, you know, anytime you actually can get a Zionist to listen to you enough to understand that this is what you're calling for, a single secular state that does not, you know, is not codified as an ethno-state and does not practice apartheid, does not limit where any of the individuals within it can go, right? They will say that it's akin to wishing a genocide on the Jews. They will basically imply that Jewish Israelis cannot live side by side with Palestinians, with Muslims, without the Palestinians would kill them all, right? They've essentialized Palestinians to the point where they're looking at them as terrorists, and this is how they justify the genocide. This is how they justify the apartheid. This is how they justify mowing the lawn, crushing the Palestinian people year after year, because they look at them all as terrorists, right? And this is what's getting in the way of them, accepting what seems to be the obvious moral answer to this. And it is a hard question, right? Because you know, some people would say that, you know, Jewish Israelis have got to go, but the reality of you know, forcing people to move is pretty arduous. It would be a very, like, you know, a hard, heavy lift, you know, for that to happen. And generally disrupting people, you know, pushing them out of their homes is kind of like how we got ourselves here in the first place. So most people are coming to the position of, you know, right of return for Palestinians, single secular state, one person, one vote. And you got a lot of Zionists saying, that's you just wished genocide on me. Like, I can't possibly live, you know, I will only live in a in an Israeli state where where a good portion of the Palestinians are held in an apartheid situation, where their movement is limited, they don't have the right to return, and there's a limited number of Palestinians allowed in Israel. That number being calculated basically to ensure a constant, that ultimately the vote that counts is the Jewish Israeli vote.
Actually, ironically, I think you might actually be right about that. But I don't think he makes a big fuss about it either way. He just really fucking
Right.
really hates Israel and all of its forms.
But in terms of defining Zionism, Hasan very repeatedly.
Got it. Okay. This is from The Guardian. So he's modified it to say, from the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. Right. That's his version of it. He feels like he didn't like the original slogan because of the reaction to it from Israeli supporters, and he thinks that the one person, one vote, kind of adding that to it makes it clear that what we want is a democracy. Nobody gets pushed out. Nobody gets relocated. Nobody gets forced to move. But you do have he does support right of return too, right?
Defines it as an inherently, what his language is, ethno-supremacist, settler colonial project.
Right.
And I guess a question that popped into my head when you were talking is, when you were being raised in Judaism, how often did the word Zionism come up, like in your
Jewish chatters? Is this not like a off-putting way of saying whatever he's trying to say? When you were raised in Judaism, like how comfortable are you in a conversation that somebody's having with you when they say, so when you were raised in Judaism, when you were in Judaism being raised in that Judaic incubator, going to summer camp and such. I don't know what that involves, obviously, but whatever that was, when you were raised in Judaism,
studies and in your in where you worshipped and your family, was that a term that was used a lot?
Never. I mean, for me, never. The only
I gotta add another.
Thinking about that word was like, I mean, I had heard it. If anything, the only people I heard using it was like white nationalists and like David Duke type of people. Those were the only people using that word.
Well, it's crazy considering that that the project of the Israeli state. It traces its roots back to an idea called Zionism, an idea of that was considered heretical at the time, right? I think if you asked most rabbis, they would say that the Jewish people will return in some later time, and that all the messianic aspects of the the prophecy of the future, would come about at that time. But there was never a thought of like, and we got to make it happen, right? We got to make it happen. There's the thought. I mean, the whole idea is like, a people, chosen by God, and that, the sort of ebb and flow of them being able to make a home, in Judea, Israel, Samaria, like was predicated on like God's how God felt about like how they were keeping the commandments, how they were doing. So by that understanding, right, the return would happen, but it wouldn't be something that you got to plan out and bring into being, right? It would be something that would that God would do, that God would choose, right? God would say, okay, you've been punished enough, or like, right. I'm sure there's different ways of conceiving of this too. Cause again, many opinions about this, but the idea of bringing about essentially the conditions of the Messianic age was, I believe, to a lot of Jewish people considered anathema, considered heretical, considered anti-Jewish. But yeah, that, you know, Herzl and the whole Zionist project went on, and then it was actually you know, actualized under the Balfour declarations, and then obviously, you know, the rest is history, as they say.
At least in my view.
And academics, it was definitely a word that came up in when I went to college.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not like I'm not in that.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. He's like, well, the only people that said Zionism back in my day were like David Duke and stuff. They were like Nazis, right? Only you know. And then Hutch is like, well, you know, actually, I mean, you know, I did hear a lot of talk of this in college. Yep.
Academia area of you know, Israeli studies and stuff, but I've always just heard, you know, David Duke and people like that, Zionism, Zios, the Zionists, stuff like that.
Yeah,
I never ever, no, at you know, when I was at temple or Torah study or in the synagogue, whatever, it was never about Zionism or anything like that. If anything, it's just yeah, there's a lot of conversation too about how Jews are raised to on propaganda and this type of stuff. Honestly, I think that
just so I'm clear, Chad, I'm not myself Jewish. I'm not trying to tell Jewish people how to be Jewish or what the correct interpretation of scripture is. I am just recounting that the you know, the Zionist project is something that a lot of Jewish people you know, viewed as being, you know, anti-biblical when it was unveiled.
I think a lot of American Jews have family or associations or you know, entanglements and crossovers with people or things in Israel. So it's like anybody else that has an association with, like, somebody who's German but is born in America, but they have German family and they have places they like in Germany, or maybe they visited Germany. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my mom is Italian, and so they didn't start traveling until the last like 20 years, and they've taken like 6 trips to this little city in Italy where my mom's family come from, and it's like this city of like 300 people or whatever. And now she has a deep fondness for that city and her family that live in that city, and so now there's this like direct familial connection there. And she was trying to like get me dual citizenship in Italy, and so yeah, I mean, I take your point in terms of not that exclusive or unique to Jewish people to have like a similar situation, right?
Yeah,
But that's different than wanting the government to be a certain way. Can we recognize that at least? That's different, right? Nobody's asking for Israel to be wiped off the map. Nobody's asking for, you know, Israelis who live there now to have to move, right? You know, no one's asking for the Wailing Wall to be torn down, for fuck's sake. Although there are people trying to get the you know, trying to go after the mosque, trying to destroy the mosque there.
and it's nothing more than that. But then to turn to your audience and say, well, if you're one of these,
But yeah, he's trying to say that's Zionism, right? If you got relatives in Israel, if you've been to Israel, if you went to the Wailing Wall, you're a Zionist. They consider you Zionists, right? You'll never be good enough for them unless you forswear all of that and say, you know, that Israel is evil. Now, while there are issues in terms of, you know, divestment and, you know, if you're really, you know, if you really are plugged in and you care about the issue, you'd probably divest in a way that would make travel in Israel right now not a thing. But no, this is not about. He's trying to pull more people in and say, look, they're coming after you too. Right? You think that you're good just because you don't believe in you know, in a settler colonial apartheid state. Nope, they won't be happy until the Wailing Wall has come down. Any remnant of anyway, the irony being, right, that the place where public life is being destroyed right now is Gaza. right? In the decimation of Gaza, which is a very thorough decimation. We're talking about like World War II levels of damage. They've made very sure to destroy things like graveyards, right? You might have a connection to Gaza. You have family buried there. Not anymore. They've destroyed the graveyards. They've destroyed the hospitals, the university. They've destroyed public life, and I'm sure religious sites as well. So yeah.
People like that just has like a completely normal association with a country that you might know, people that live there or what have you. Then you're a baby killer. You're a Nazi. He really doesn't even mince words these days, right? You're a fucking evil Nazi. And one of his favorite quotes that I like is that
the dog walking one with.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That if you've ever at any point had a fondness for Israel, you should not even qualify to be the local dog walker, right? And that's the quote that Sam Seder famously defended.
Yeah, don't get me started on his.
So what they're talking about is like Joe Biden's feelings, and this is not limited to Jews by any means. In fact, the majority of Zionists in the United States, I would assume, are Christian Zionists, are evangelical Zionists, are Zionists who they believe in the Zionist project. They believe in Israel holding dominion over those lands to fulfill a prophecy in which Jews are supposed to be faced with a choice of converting to Christianity or or perishing, right? So not a very nice, not a lot of warm feelings in truth from the far right in the United States. But yeah, it's not here. Let me rewind to just what he said there.
Famously defended the quote that Sam to be the local dog walker, right? And that's
the local dog. He still does this, doesn't he? It's dog catcher is what Hasan said. And yeah, the implication being that you shouldn't be a public official if you have warm feelings to the country, to the government of Israel, like to the ethno-religious apartheid state. You should not be a dog watcher. You should not be a dog catcher. Hasan never said if you ever enjoyed a nice, a warm bowl of hummus in a lovely restaurant in Tel Aviv that you cannot work in the government, right? It's not. It's Ethan's trying to make it like any sort of connection, any sort of feeling, even just like I have family there, right? You can't be the dog watcher. We're talking about people like Joe Biden. We're talking about Joe Biden. We're talking about people that see Israel as a means to an end. In Joe Biden's case, it was for American security concerns that Israel should be there, and that if it wasn't there, we would need to invent it because the United States needs some sort of forward base in the Middle East to protect its interests. In other words, other people's resources.
The quote that Sam Seder famously defended.
Yeah, don't get me started on his sane washing. That was a crazy thing to say. But tell me what you think, because like I think that for Hasan, I think like number one, I think his ego is very, very big, obviously, and I think he's not thinking about American politics in terms of like specific policies, like Medicare for all. In his mind, I think he sees himself as a thought leader and as someone who's going to lead the world into like his version of anti-colonialism and like ending capitalism.
One in chat if you think Hasan is an egotistical guy. I'm not, all answers are acceptable. I'm just curious, like, right, this is not, I'm not asking you to condemn Hasan or anything like here, or to praise him, right? I'm just saying, do you think this is right? Do you think, because here's the problem that I have, right? Maybe Hasan does have a big ego. I've dealt with a lot of big egos before. I would say that streaming or that the content creation and streaming in particular has a bit of a bias towards personalities that are a little bit narcissistic, right? I've, talk about Demon Mama ad nauseum. She's obviously not the only one. And the reason that I never made that a big point of criticism for her is because, Destiny, Vosh, all these assholes, massively egotistical, right? So yeah, it's kind of hard to ascertain what Hutch is asking here, because you mean compared to what? Compared to what, Hutch? Does Hassan have an ego, right? Zara, I think Hassan has a big ego, but I think Hutch and Ethan are, I don't think they're right at all. Well, the thing that strikes me, Zara, is that somebody in the Destiny orbit, and yes, he's always coming in to check in with Destiny, have a little conversation with Destiny, got to talk to Daddy, see if we're, doing good, right? You're in Destiny's orbit, really? Like this is like living next to the sun and saying, the moon is kind of bright. The moon is a little bright. I wish could the moon just tone it down a little bit over there? That's a very bright moon. Here, as I get a sunburn on the Close Encounters of the Third Kind, style sunburn on me from the sun's rays. I'm complaining about the moonlight. That's kind of it's weird that you would say that. It's weird that you would be living in such proximity to the brightest, most egotistical thing out there, and you're worried about Hassan.
And I think he sees Israel as like the ultimate example of settler colonialism. And I
don't know about that. I've never heard him say that, compare it, because the comparison would be the United States, right? A very easy, very close comparison would be settler colonialism in the United States. And I don't think I've ever heard Hassan say Israel's 9 times worse, or it's on a whole nother level, right? He calls it settler colonialism, same as Manifest Destiny, same as the history of this country. I've never heard him try to, they call it the final boss. Although it is a currently ongoing, God, I got to put this in the right way, because I don't want to imply that settler colonialism is not a process which is still at work in the United States. But, you're kind of seeing parallels to historical formations of settler colonialism go on in real time in Israel, and the fact that it's allowed to proceed despite the fact that most of the West has sworn off of that sort of thing, has looked back in the history and said, this was a bad thing, this was a mistake, we shouldn't have done this, right? And then we had, South Africa, which was an example of that, continuing into the 20th century. And now we have Israel, that's an example of this continuing into the 21st century, or proceeding, increasing, continuing its greater Israel project into the 21st century.
He's considering the experience like what you describe, where you're not raised, I assume probably most American Jewish people are not raised with this belief that they're like literally a superior race, or like an ethno identity or something. Yeah.
I mean, that's on a whole nother level. Yeah, like we talked about this before. Yeah, there is a strain of ethno supremacism, of Jewish supremacism that's sort of on the rise in Israel as it becomes more far right. This is sort of localized in just groups like ideologies like Kahanism and such. But no, it's certainly not the average Jewish person. I gotta ask though, chat, I don't think I added that hour. Anybody check that? I added 1 hour, but there was another hour. Let me just look through Twitch really quickly. I wish there was like a log for this where I could just literally check and see, did I add the second hour? I don't see, wait. When was this? Maybe I did? I see a sub ad time 1 hour, like an hour ago. I think I still owe you an hour, don't I? One in chat if you feel like I owe you an extra hour. Like, should this thing say 4? I see 1 sub ad time. If there's another in there, then I guess I don't owe you an hour, but it's a lot of chat today. I'm glad to have you all. Welcome in, Grayly Rain. First time chatter. I think I only gave you 1 extra hour. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Chalakian. Okay, I'm like back to the part where people are telling me how to pronounce I'm pretty sure I owe you another hour. All right, I just want to make sure I'm not fucking this up already. We're gonna sub add time. 1 hour, and that 3 hours. It's about to go to 2 hours, goes to 4 hours instead. We got 4 hours left here. So yeah, okay, everybody's agreeing. Take an extra hour if you did. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's just the Nazi propaganda, right? That's all it is. No, there's no, Jewish people don't think listen, I'm not friends with a lot of religious Jewish people, but I knew a lot of them when I lived in Israel. Nobody's walking around thinking they're like superior. I think there's like the radical settlers, right?
Wait, Shakespeare says, wait, Hutch debated a video? How does someone even do that? Look, it's like, it's almost like losing a Muay Thai sparring round to a bag, right? You kick the bag, and I don't know, somehow you're so out, you're not paying attention. The bag swings and it comes back and hits you and knocks you over, right? That's what we're seeing here, right? This is like losing a football. Losing at football to a tackling dubby.
Right. These types of people do believe that stuff. And I'm pretty sure that me and even most Israelis are united in thinking these people are fucking horrific, disgusting, racist people. But like the vast majority of Jewish people definitely doesn't have this superiority complex. It's not like we're some group that's looking to like screw over other Jews. I mean, or that we're colluding together to that whole greater Israel conspiracy craziness, which is something that I've heard even Hasan saying now, which is just like a straight up David Duke, like Protocols of Zion.
It's not. It's on the IDF uniform. Right? The look, you'd think that the IDF uniform, if it showed geography, it would be the current borders of Israel, right? Maybe they even like include the West Bank and Gaza in it, right? You'd think that's what you'd see, but you don't. What you see is a geographical formation that, yes, is the greater Israel project. It's a swath of Saudi Arabia, a swath of I think most of Jordan, even of Syria, and southern Lebanon. Right? That's on the uniform, and this is something that to act like this doesn't exist, to act like this is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory instead of something that people in Israel, certainly the right wing, which is very popular right now, supports is it's ignorant at best. It's incredibly dishonest at worst.
Level of conspiracy.
Yeah.
It's just not a thing. And I mean, the thing is, Zionism is I feel like the whole Zionism thing is moot at this point because the state of Israel has already existed for like 100 years almost. And there's like 9 million people living there. It's a fully developed country. This whole conversation about how, the only solution is one state with equal rights. It's like, well, I think the only solution for the world is world peace and that everybody, gets $1 million. The truth is that it's never going to happen. And it's not because I don't think it's great or I don't think that would be like a nicer vision of the world. It's just the same thing. It's just not going to happen. It's just a country. It's been there.
Yeah, that's a good place. Yeah, when I said it was localized with, kind of Kahanist oriented people, massively localized with settlers, and especially with the activities in the West Bank right now.
100 years, it's full.
Although they are talking about settling, they've sort of they've crunched all of Gaza into a smaller area, and they are talking about doing settlements there as well. Although I don't think that's happened yet.
Of people, it has, you know what I mean? It's not something that you just flip a switch. And one thing I told Hasan when we were kind of disagreeing on leftovers was that like the only way I see that happening is through some like horrific war. Like that's the only way I see something like that happening. And
Israel would have to be forced through violence or extreme coercion that would require like very broad international consensus in a way that's just
Wait, I'm sorry. Is he talking about an end to the apartheid, or is he talking about a greater Israel project here?
Is that like the only way I see that flip the switch? And one thing I told Hassan when we were kind of disagreeing on leftovers was that like the only way I thing that you just flip a switch, and what it has, you know what I mean? It's not something that you just flip a switch. People, it's just not going to happen. It's just a country nicer vision of the world. It's just the same. Great. Or I don't. That's not. It's never dollars. Well, I think the only solution for the world is world peace, and that everybody equal. 9 million people living there. It's a fully developed for like 100 years almost. And there's like 9 million people living there. It's a fully developed country. This whole conversation about how the only solution is one state with equal rights. It's like, well, I think the only solution for the world is world peace, and that everybody, you know, gets $1 million. The truth is that that's not. It's not.
Would you say this about South Africa? Would you say this about South Africa? That look. I know that the apartheid system, the Bantustans, this is unfair, this is not great, but we end apartheid. These white South Africans, these Afrikaners, they're going to be in real danger. They're going to be in real danger, and we cannot subject them to that. So as unfair as this whole system seems, it's unrealistic to think that it can ever change. What was there was set in stone years ago, and there is no, you know, and yes, this was true. That South Africa was strong in its apartheid up until the point they got cut off by the rest of the world. That is what Israel is in the process of experiencing now, and it's not going to get better for Israel. It's not going to get easier. It's not going to get, you know, more integrated and less divested. It's going to be the opposite, because people have seen, you know, the true face of settler colonialism, and whenever people get a good look at that, they don't like it. That's the force that's moving history onward, is our own disgust at injustice. And chat, you should not try to suppress that disgust. You should honor that. That's a real human feeling that you're having. Don't ever let anyone tell you that you're wrong for feeling that, right? That is the appropriate reaction to injustice. And we would be living in a better world, maybe not a perfect fucking rainbows and butterflies, everything is great sort of world, but we would, the more people the more people that you know that allow themselves to feel that appropriate anger, that appropriate disgust, that appropriate intolerance towards injustice, the better of a world that we can all live in.
It's never going to happen. And it's not because I don't think it's great, or I don't think that that would be like a nicer vision of the world. It's just the same thing. It's just not going to happen. It's just a country. It's been there 100 years. It's full of people. It has, you know what I mean? It's not something that you just flip a switch. And one thing I told Hassan when we were kind of disagreeing on leftovers was that like the only way I see that happening is through some like horrific war. Like that's the only way I see something like that happening. And
Israel would have to be forced through.
I don't think it could happen through a war. Like as much as like, you know, the government, you know, in the same way that Hassan said about America and 9/11, in the same ways that the government might have sort of, you know, brought those forces into being, might have sort of, you know, earned that karma. I don't think that I think that a great big war, you know, just ends with more death and misery. I think that I still feel like boycott, divest, and sanction is the way to achieve at least a better state of being for the Palestinians that are suffering under this now, and for the whole region, honestly. Because that is the biggest issue in the Middle East right now. You know, people act like that there is some sort of historical force at work causing the Middle East to be destabilized. No, the forces at work here, chat, are the United States feeling entitled to the resources there, and the United States utilizing the Zionist project as a bulwark against any sort of resistance that might oppose it in that. And you're looking at a place right now, chat, where they can't get their oil because of a war they started, both the U.S. and Israel, with Iran.
Violence or extreme coercion that would require like very broad international consensus in a way that's just difficult to imagine. You know, what I was getting at when I was setting up like how Hasan sees himself, and like one of the reasons why I think his movement that he's trying to build is just so useless is I think they see themselves as like fighting a war against capitalism that ended in the 90s and a war against the establishment of the state of Israel that ended decades ago. And like, to your point, like the matter is settled. Israel does exist, even if you have problems with like the way that it was initially formed.
Are we trying to yada the Nakba? Is that what we're doing?
To begin with?
Yeah.
You know, like,
yeah.
But that's literally every country is a product of some kind of colonialism. Like literally.
They're looking at colonialism as normal, natural, and necessary. And chat, I'm not trying to see a fascist behind every rock, or under every rock, behind every bush, but that's a pretty fascist thought form right there, right? Just if that's how you grok history as like, well, you know, colonialism is pretty brutal, not very nice, and very unfair, but I mean that's just you know, that's the way the sausage is made.
Literally every country. And if your problem is ethno-states, it's like, well, I got some bad news about the vast majority of countries in the Middle East, because I looked into it like a month ago and I was surprised to find that basically like the vast majority of Middle Eastern countries have it in their constitution that they're
treat you as a second-class citizen if you're not Muslim? Is that what I don't think that's true.
Either an Arab state or a Muslim state or both. Like it's like the first article of their constitution of like Egypt and Jordan and all these countries is like they establish an ethno identity for the country. And so I just don't buy that the opposition to Israel or the insistence on a one state solution that's never going to happen unless you can tell me how you're going to force a nuclear power to do this. But like, how do it just doesn't seem like genuine opposition to the concept of like an ethno state. If
it's not, it's just like weird.
A nuclear power. What do these assholes envision? Like whatever the fuck they're envisioning as the way that possibly, you know, you could get to like they're envisioning what a nuclear standoff. That's kind of fucked up. Even if we put history aside, they don't really have an answer as what should happen to the Palestinians today. Unfortunately, they do. They just won't vocalize it, right? Their answer is the same thing that's happened always. The same thing that's been happening should continue to go on. Israel should continue to maintain a stranglehold around, you know, power, around food, around water, around any of the necessary resources for life that go into Gaza. You know, the West Bank should continue to be sliced. It should just sliced into Swiss cheese. You know, become utterly unworkable as any future, you know, two-state solution. Right? That's what these guys want to happen to Palestine. That's what their silence actually means. Yeah, just like iDubbbz, their silence means something, and in this case, it's more the same, which they're not vocalizing. But I mean, they want brutality towards the Palestinian people.
Virtue signaling, like feel good bullshit, and this is the whole reason that me and Hasan started beefing, is because I was like, dude, this whole idea that there's going to be a one state is like so silly. Like, why are we even having this conversation? Like, it's just not gonna happen. Like, it's like not, and it's not because I don't think it's a good I think it would be great if we could go back in time and make like a pluralistic one state for all types of situation, but it's just not happening. I don't, it's gone. That ship has sailed. It, you know, I mean, and by the way, there are, again, people forget there are like 2 million plus Palestinians that do already live in Israel and are integrated. But
I had someone in my chat just now said, Hutch, can you name one single of those countries that made any of their minorities stateless or stole land from one of those minorities? Just one. I wonder if you have thoughts on that, Ethan.
Well, I mean, the Arab countries were settled. Listen, I'm not a historian, but they were all settled like a long time ago. Whereas by the way, guys, I'm not defending the settlement of Israel. If you want me to do that, I'm not.
I thought you were going to jump in and point out the fact that hundreds of thousands of Jewish people were expelled from countries like Iraq, you know, Egypt, Jordan. Yeah.
I mean, about 800,000 to 900,000 were, right, following the war for the Israelis' war of independence, or I guess the Nakba, depending on your perspective, right? And so when I asked Hassan, where should the Jews of Israel go if they don't feel safe there in like one state, he literally told me, and people forget this, he literally told me they should.
Yeah, he means theocracy, but even that's only applicable in a few cases, right? I mean, you could define Iran that way. You'd be flattening out, it's a pretty flat way to look at it, but yeah, technically
should go back to Iraq.
Yeah. Which was an especially insane country to point to, given the circumstance.
And it's also erasing the fact that before intervention by the UK and the United States, Iran, what was a secular nation that had just, elected their first president, and his first move was to take control of the resources of the area instead of running things in the way that benefits the United States and the UK the most. They Mossadegh had the strange idea of like, what if we did it for the benefit of the Iranian people, and that was just a bridge too far. And the revolution and the subsequent rise of the Ayatollahs is that was the resistance that emerged. That was the resistance that succeeded in overthrowing the imposed government of the Shah.
Stances that surrounded like the expulsion of Jews in that country. It's just that was such a crazy thing to say. Yeah,
like and nobody bats an eye. Nobody has any thought for that. He says. Because guys, listen, we gotta reckon. If you actually want to make some progress on this, we gotta reckon with the real situation, right? And the real situation is, okay, there you got 9 million people here who own homes and businesses and sky rises and government buildings and subways and buses and tunnels, and you want them.
Is there a reason? Why did he feel the need to mention tunnels there?
To either leave or risk, basically becoming minorities in Israel, which historically has not worked out well for Jewish people.
Look, if we build a hyperloop, okay, and then you can't come after us as for settler colonialism anymore, right? We get a hyperloop.
And I know Hassan likes to point out to like the Ottoman Empire, which the Jews did do well for a time. That was also like over like 100+ years ago, right? So
Hassan, I don't think he is like praising the Ottoman Empire, but he is just noting that the rule by a Muslim, imperial, like an empire was not. Was not oppressing the minorities and other in the.
You want to revive the Ottoman Empire, and give the somehow. I mean, I don't think Jews would be very. I don't know how many Jewish people are in modern day Turkey.
Shakespeare says, did not the Palestinians own homes and such before the Zionist state? Why isn't he defending their right as well? Before Jews were even the majority. I mean, what they would hang their hat on, Shakespeare, was that, you know, that Palestine was a province of the Ottoman Empire, rather than being a state, a sovereign state, right? But yeah, that doesn't. This is the question that he never asks, and honestly, I feel like he would never think of it. Omega Star, I forgot to mention, put my gift subs on Spider-Man. Yes, indeed.
Suggesting that maybe Turkey taken a bunch of Jews. I'm not sure even what he means when he says Ottoman Empire, because it doesn't exist. It hasn't for a long time.
Real quick.
Yeah. I guess Hassan just forgot about that, right? No, come on. This is it. Look. I'm not trying to like history scold anybody or sort anybody by their level of historical understanding, but you cannot imply that somebody that knows and cares about so much more of history than you do is like just unaware. Oh, did the Ottoman Empire end? Oh, geez, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's right. That's right. After World War I. Oh, geez. I thought the Ottoman Empire was still in place. Geez, I'm sorry. No, come on. That's you see, I try not to get elitist about knowledge, because people's access to education, their access to knowledge is not even across the board. But if you're scolding somebody on being ignorant about something, and you yourself as the ignorant one, I will call that out, right? Does he even realize that the Ottoman Empire saved thousands of Jews from the Spanish Inquisition? In fact, Ladino has protected status in Turkey, but not in Israel.
How would you feel about? I think Lonerbox wants to say what's up to you. How would you feel about adding him to the call?
So chat.
So I think I would have.
This might be all the extra content that I'm bringing you by showing you the archive of Hutch's stream rather than the edited video. But you never know with these guys, right? And I've been bitten once before, pretty recently, in terms of Hassan content that had something edited out of it that I really wanted to see. In fact, we might even get to that today. Wait, no, I put this in the wrong place. Oh my God. Omega Star, you're like, can I put that on Spider-Man? I'm like, sure, let me put it on Stale. Look at NCC trying to cheat the poll into being the Stale October 7th content. But yeah, like I didn't even know that Dan Saltman was brought up, because I just sort of I got used to the industrial complex, the Hasanabi industrial complex, being a little bit lazy. Not wanting to edit when they don't have to. And this time they edited something that I guess they thought was a bit of a diversion. They thought it was a bit of a stun lock. And actually it's very, it's Stale pointing the finger at Dan Saltman.
I have to start a new DM thread and then call you again.
But yeah, I'm just going to, I mean, this isn't interesting. I'm just going to fast forward through it.
Yeah.
Because spoiler, they are not successful. They are not successful in bringing in... Wait, what's going on here?
On our box. Wait, how do I...
Why can't I...
Group thread. Create a group.
I can't... I'm not...
We're doing this on Twitter.
Press pause. Maybe press play and then...
So he doesn't have...
There we go. Yeah, because he doesn't get Lonerbox on. They just have technical difficulties. And maybe we're all better for it.
Audio calling, so I don't know. Bug Ethan to
so I can tell you. Whoa. Okay, I mean, we got this. This is new. Something is happening. Yeah, look at that. What's going on? What happened to Hutch? Chat. I'm glad that we watched this version of it. You wouldn't get.
Hey, I couldn't figure out how to add Loner. You gotta get a.
I'm sorry.
Discord account on your phone.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
2026.
I don't do this very often.
Yeah.
But so going back to kind of his recent statement that's getting him into all this trouble.
Is he just going to be colorful for the rest of the thing? Do they end up fixing this? I'm curious now. Oh, wow. He's actually kind of sweaty too. Do they end up fixing this? Where are we? Yeah, I think they do fix it. Somehow they fix this, and either that or this might be an artifact from the archive. I don't know. Are there problems with the server? Maybe they're having trouble affording their their internet servers for the Internet Archive.
It's so easy for him to defend himself.
I kind of like it.
And say, I'm trying to protect Jews.
What just happened?
Because people are always conflating.
Oh, there we go.
The thing is, it's not a conflation. Like,
so yeah, they seem to have cut out the color shift, whatever that was.
by the way he defines it.
Does Hutch really have a wife? Yeah, we saw someone come out and we saw someone come out and give him his dinner and then tuck a bib into his shirt. Right? I don't know if they were joking around or fighting or what was going on at that point, right? But yeah, he does live with a partner.
90% of American Jews are.
It is a glitch in the Matrix. Yeah, Omega Star.
Be Zionists, but the way he defines it. And again, that's not to say like that the Jewish people that I know, all of them, including myself, despise the current government and what the settlers are doing and how the government protects the settlers and all the wanton death that's happening in Gaza and around Israel. But that doesn't. But that's just you're protesting a government. That's not undoing a state, which is just. It is just not happening. And this was my point from the beginning. It's like, I don't know how you're advocating for Palestinians when the solution is just.
Would we say this about the South and segregation? Would you say this about the South before the Civil War?
Just erase the state of Israel, because that's not happening. You're not actually.
You got to understand, these plantation owners, they like their verandas, they like their mint juleps, and they like somebody else out there picking the cotton for them, and they want to earn all the money from that, and treat these people like possessions, right? This is just their way of life. We're not going to change that. Like, this is just,
doing advocacy, because that's just not going to ever happen. I don't understand.
I think it makes the public discourse about this issue just so much dumber, because it's not a serious proposal, but he's convinced millions of people at this point that it is. And so there's, again, just I reiterate the point that they think they're fighting a war that's been over for decades. And so how can we get to a conversation about real solutions if they're insisting that you have to adopt their view as far as like what should be done, when it's just not possible? And so it's just, and if you don't adopt their view, you're an ultra Zionist, and you want every
look. If we're gonna view it as a war that's been over for decades, we're gonna have to admit that this was a war that Israel would not have survived without outside input in the form of a patron nation like the United States, or at times the Soviet Union. It is very clear how the majority of the people in the area feel about what's going on, and it's only the sort of governments that are imposed on them. If you want to talk about the unfairness and the problems in Middle Eastern governments, a lot of them come from having to be overly deferential towards the United States, overly deferential towards Israel, for the leadership of those countries to be conducting a different foreign policy than the one that is supported by the people in those areas. And for that reason, this apartheid state is maybe even more unstable than something like South Africa, although there's a parallel there in terms of being dependent on other countries, being dependent on the outside world. And honestly, we all are, including the United States, which they might, like with the way that Trump is playing with Canada. Right, I do feel like that is going to come back to bite the U.S.
Palestinian to be killed. Like they draw these lines in the sand, and then like tar and feather you in the public square.
If you try to handle this conversation with any nuances in the
Hutch, who's being tarred and feathered in the public square right now? Is it you? Is it Ethan? Nope. You get rewarded for this kind of shit, right? if you're a politician right now in the Democratic Party, you may have just got an appointment based on your support for Israel, right? The people that are getting tarred and feathered, the people that are being lied about and attacked, are the people that are standing up for Palestine, whether it be somebody like Mark Ruffalo or whether it be somebody like Hassan Piker.
Even the right word, which is like
whether they be explicitly political or be a cultural figure who has a political perspective, right? That is not earning you accolades. That is what is getting you tarred and feathered.
Much of realism, right?
I don't want to die in the maple syrup wars. God damn, but that sweet maple syrup, it's so good.
Then you become an enemy of the movement, and that's again just kind of what happened to me. And then, but the thing, so again, Hassan, what he's saying to his audience is, I don't hate Jewish people. Actually, I love Jewish people, and that's why I think we should never conflate Jewish people with Zionism. And his audience believes him. And then because
I don't see how Ethan disagrees with this. I felt like I've heard Ethan express disagreement with the government of Israel, at least the current government of Israel, and I would assume there's a desire not to be conflated with that, like for people not to make the assumption that because he's Jewish, he believes in every excess of the Likudnik. Well, actually, it's not. You can't even call the government Likudnik anymore. It's further right than Likudnik. Likud's in there, via Netanyahu, but the partners that they had to take on in order to maintain control of the government are further right than even the Likud party.
Spends the whole time convincing them that there's so many good anti-Zionist Jews out there, and he brings them on his broadcasts all the time, and he talks about them all the time. Jews that reach his...
But actually, they don't exist because all Jews love Israel. That's not what he's trying to say. Like he's mad about... And here's really what... the older generation, by and large, of Jewish people that still support Israel, their problem with what Hassan is doing is that because he's not Nick Fuentes, because he's obviously not an anti-Semite, he is able to reach out to young Jewish people and has a lot of young Jewish people in his audience, right? The conflict right now is being played out at kitchen tables in Jewish households, right? Between a generation that looked at Israel as a beacon of never again, as being the formation that was going to give the Jewish people the power not to be not to be pushed out, not to be displaced, not to be crushed over and over again. And you got the younger generation that are looking at Israel as the thing that is in a time when anti-Semitism is being spread in the United States for political reasons, mainly that the Trump administration has a slight alliance with the alt-right forces that you saw in Charlottesville, and that the and that Elon Musk has seen fit to bring straight up Nazis back to the platform, right? That Nazism, anti-Semitism, all this shit is being mainstreamed. To have on top of that a government saying that it speaks for the Jewish people, right? And people believing that is, as Hassan said in the clip that he got in so much trouble for, that is a danger. That is a danger to all Jewish people in any country.
Super high baseline of being anti-Zionist, which is just like, you have to be like the most kind of, you basically have to be pro-Hamas. I mean, it's really like that, right? You have to
join Hamas. Actually, you have to LARP Hamas. You have to wear the costume of Hamas, right? That's
like carry water for Hamas.
Literally carry water for them. Be like, here, Mr. Hamas, I brought this water for you. And they take one sip of it and they spit it out. They're like, not cold enough. Here, go back and get colder water.
And so he convinced his audience that this is like 50% or more of Jews, But the truth is 90% of Jews have some kind of fondness for Israel. And so what he's doing is fomenting, I believe, violence and hate towards.
Yeah, I will say the one sort of Achilles heel that Hasan does seem to have is his hyperbolic way of speaking. Obviously, he did not mean, if you got any sort of fondness whatsoever, you got an aunt that lives in Israel, you got like, right. That's not, I mean, he did kind of say it like in a hyperbolic manner. And then here's Ethan, just taking it obviously further than what he meant.
Jewish people, because he's basically giving people the green light. He's creating a system of consent for
He's trying to say a permission structure, a system of consent.
Anti-Semitism, like systemic anti-Semitism, where it's just
no. He's trying to let people realize that standing up for the right thing in this situation does not make them a fucking Nazi. In fact, low key, not standing up for the right thing is the historical parallel where the people that did not stand up during World War II did not recognize the final solution as what it was, and acted surprised when the camps were liberated. Right? That's the parallel, right? I gotta emphasize this, chat. Do not let them make you feel like you have a moral failing for being right, but too early, because that is what this is about. That is what's going on right now. People trying to tell you you're a bad person because you are acting like a human being. You have a human response to oppression. You have a human response to inequality. You have a human response to suffering. That is correct. You are correct. You are based as fuck. Do not let them take that away from you. Do not let them make you question like whether you're doing the right thing, because you are. Not only are you doing the right thing, but you're doing the right thing, which is hard, which is what most people, fail to do in a situation as a genocide unfolds.
If you
historically speaking,
like Israel, you are a fucking baby killer. You're enemy of your enemy. And I mean, he said of my own wife that she was a valid military target because I forget the exact words. He said, even if your favorite podcaster's wife, who's just a secretary, or I don't remember, but he really is creating a whole consent structure to do violence on Zionist people. And then
he's listening to Pod Save America and then getting it wrong. I don't know. I guess Pod Save is not the only, like, permission structure is kind of a buzzword that PodSave and a lot of other people picked up on. It's not intrinsically linked to the Pod Bros. It's just when somebody says permission structure, that's what I think of, because the Pod Bros, the Pod Johns love to sort of phrase things in that way.
Tricky way of convincing his audience that not all Jewish people are Zionists, even though by his definition 90% are. So I don't know that his audience will ever understand really what's going on.
Yeah, Boku. Hasan said that because in her capacity as an IDF member, going along in a raid into Ramallah, right? She does put herself in that position where, according to international law, she is a valid target at that time. Ethan's trying to turn it into, like Hasan is saying, she's a valid target now. What she was a part of was fucked up. What she was a part of is immoral. The fact that she still supports it is even more immoral. But Hasan at no point ever said that it's legal to right. That's not resistance, right? Killing doing something to a woman in older woman in Los Angeles, right? Is not resistance, right? But it would have been resistance if she put herself in a position where if something had happened to her, the person doing it is not in the wrong in terms of international law. That is a place that you should never want to be in yourself, and that is certainly a place also that you should never want any of your family to be put in, right? And again, all that is necessary, for the separation of Jewish people from the actions of the settler colonialist entity over there is a disavowal of that, and you know, standing with the people that are currently being targeted for genocide.
On, and it's
exactly, Ash Bradford. Don't do illegal raids in the West Bank. That's it. You don't want to be a valid target. Like, don't be part of a fucking, you know, don't be part of an apartheid. Don't be the enforcement mechanism of an apartheid state.
I mean, I've tried to have these conversations with him, and I mean, the result of it is apparent. And I know exactly how this is going to play out. People are going to clip it on Twitter. I don't care at this point because it's already happened to me 1,000 times, but they're going to clip me on Twitter saying like Ethan supports, Ethan even now supports the state of Israel or whatever, you know. And then, you know, the whole cycle of Ethan being a Zionist.
It's kind of crazy. Like, how else are people supposed to take it? How are they supposed to interpret what you're saying, right? All I got from you ever, Ethan, is that maybe you don't support the most extreme excesses of the current government in Israel. That's all. That's the most disavowal I ever got from anything Ethan's ever said.
Renews, right?
Well, it's all free when he says, "Oh, I'm saying this to help protect Jewish people." I think if you're familiar with like what his ultimate goal is, and you can read between the lines of the stuff that he says, I think it's obvious it's not about that at all. Like when he says you got to separate.
I'm sorry, read between the lines. In other words, read your own intent into what he's saying. Strawman him, you might say. If you know, all you have to do is strawman his statements, and then you can reinterpret them as being anti-Semitic. You can reinterpret him explicitly saying he's talking about the Israeli government as being, but he's really talking about the Jewish people.
From Judaism, I don't think the goal is...
And that's what Ethan's whole fucking thing is here. Like, his whole bizarre statement of like, no, actually it's 90% of the Jews, you know, are pro-Israel. So therefore he's talking about 90% of the Jews, and I guess the other 10%, Sam Seder, you don't count. Right? We've had more of a chat. This Discord's a little bit old. I don't know if I can still find this, right? But Ben Shapiro, oh my God, and I've got myself set up so it's not easy to just, it's not as easy to go over to Twitter right now, the way that I've got this currently configured. But no, Ben Shapiro, I believe, just denied the, you know, Jewishness of two other Jewish people. The Pope of the Jews is out there excommunicating people.
Anti-Semitism. I think the goal is poisoning the concept of Zionism. Like, that's the ultimate goal. Like, you want to separate yourselves because like Zionism is this ethno-supremacist Nazi ideology, and if you don't do that, then, you know, hate crimes are going to happen or whatever.
Yeah.
And so
basically he needs to provide some kind of logical structure for people to be like openly hateful and racist, but to also make it something that feels virtuous. So he's created like hating Jewish people into a virtue, and they really believe that.
No, you're trying to reinterpret standing on the right side of history, fighting against injustice as being something bad because it implicates your you know, your favorite comfort apartheid state.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, and again, not at the risk of sounding hyperbolic, that's how you end up with a country like Nazi Germany when they think that being anti-Semitic is virtuous.
Dom, you just got off work. I'm happy for you. And the first thing you do is come in here and scold me.
And they're proud of it. And because, you know, they call them Zionists there too. And they blame them for everything that happened in Europe leading to World War II. It was all the Jews' fault. And now the same people are saying the same thing about Israel and American Jews. Now he's making it even broader.
Almost like somebody picking out a certain portion of a stream and criticizing it without the proper context, which you yourself just admitted that you would not have, being that you just came in here. Maybe cool it down a little bit.
He's really making an effort now to broaden it to America.
I had to you know, teach Owlish on Twitter how to do some breathing exercises, right? Maybe try like breathe in for 5 seconds and then breathe out for 7, and then breathe in for 5, out for 7.
Jews.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been apparent since day one that it's not enough to oppose like,
I don't know, you said I was being too nice to Ethan.
The Netanyahu regime or the wanton violence in Gaza. if you stop short of denouncing Zionism altogether, then there is no daylight between you and someone like Itamar Ben-Gvir. You know,
Like, what do you want me to do? Throw poop at the camera? Throw poop at Hutch's forehead? Like, do I need to go, full ape shit here?
there's just
No, there's not.
yeah, right.
There's
Yeah.
not. That's basically how they see it through that lens. It is, right? And of course, Ben Gvir is despised, right? By
what?
he's just the worst.
Is he despised in Israel? I'm not sure that's true. I mean, the current government is I believe unpopular. I would say Netanyahu, right, is maybe the most unpopular figure in the government.
He's the worst among us, right?
Did he say Itam Ben Gvir?
Right.
Yeah.
I thought he knew I thought he knew it was Itamar.
And so, yeah, that's just
Don't throw poop at a camera for less than $100. Yeah, because I'd have to replace the camera then.
kind of what I want to say.
Obviously.
When I see all the condemnations of him, I agree with them. They don't really explain the minutia of it. But when I see Hasan responding to it, he's able to spin it so easily to his audience of like, dude, this
Yeah, that would give me Giardia, correct.
is about not conflating, like, oh my God, it's such a hit job. And guys, we're the virtuous ones and we're misunderstood. And we are the ones that actually care about Jewish people. And he gets them all hyped up on this notion. But it's just the whole framing of it is just,
I'm sorry, the genocide's going on to Palestinian people, right? We care about all people, right? The all lives matter of it is something that probably does not need to be verbalized, probably does not need to be spoken, and again, sort of matches up with a tendency to, center the group of like center a group other than the one being subjected to apartheid and genocide, when what we're trying to do is center the Palestinian people. But go ahead, Ethan.
it's just fucked up, dude.
It's like a caricature. Like, it's easier to imagine your perceived enemies as cartoonishly evil to help explain
Like you do to Hasan every day?
the world. I think that's like a human tendency. People need things to be simplified, especially when we're talking about like geopolitics and
Well,
hundreds of years of relevant history.
people without a lot of curiosity or patience tend to need things to be simplified. People with a overly simplified worldview that don't want to have to work too hard tend to need things to be simplified. Again, Hutch, this is you. This is you that we're talking about.
But so when a lot of people think about like the initial the establishment of the state of Israel and all the conditions that happen around it, they think about the violence, they think about like the dispossessed, the Palestinians that lost their land, and all of that is of course relevant. And if you're doing historical analysis or whatever, but
only historically.
But
It's relevant for history. It's not relevant for what we're going to do now. It's not relevant for the present or for the future. We just cut that, wow.
I feel like a lot of those people just fail to stop and ask themselves, like, okay, imagine you're a Jewish person in Europe in 1947 or 1948, and you're told that if you get on a boat, you can go over to a different place in the world and have your own country. Like, those people in that moment are not thinking about like this ethnic.
Again, I don't think anybody's criticizing like refugees from the Holocaust, right? Because, that area is occupied by Jewish people, by Muslim people, by Christian people, by a lot of people already. And so leaving a place where, you're in danger and or your family's been, decimated, for another place is understandable. What's not understandable is forming 3 militias to go and steal people's villages, to push them out of their land, to take it over, to provoke fights, and then use that as a predicate to take more and more land, right? That's what's unfair. The 3 militias that became eventually the IDF. Do I know them, chat? Irgun. Oh my God. Haganah. And one more. the something group. Fuck, I'm so close to having this memorized. But yeah, there was three militias, three bloody murderous militias that were formed during, you know, prior or in the midst of the Nakba. And eventually those were all folded into the IDF. That's what the IDF is, just like the US police force, right? Everybody's like, oh, the police, why would you want to, the police protect and serve? No, the police are, you know, this is an organization that traces its history back to slave patrols, traces its history back to anti-union thugs, right? That's what we're dealing with. It is now a jobs program for high school bullies that fell off after high school, right? That's you know, the history of the institution. What am I missing, chat? Somebody in here knows. Stern Gang, yeah. I almost said Stein Gang. Stern Gang is the, yeah, last of the, yeah, the Leahy group, I think they're also called. I'm so late. But Ethan is such a chud. Majority of Jews that fled the Holocaust did not go to Israel. Only like 20% did. Yeah, they do sort of play with the numbers, and that what they want to give you a feeling is that all Jews, you know, are all Jews believe in Zionism, you know, believe in the ethno-state, believe in apartheid, right? And so when you're against those things, you're actually against the Jews. You're actually being anti-Semitic, which is crazy, right? You might as well say that you're anti-white for being against slavery when abolition was not a popular cause prior to the Civil War, right? No, that's not you being anti-white. That's you being moral. That's you having the right take. That's you being right too soon. And don't let anybody gaslight you into thinking otherwise. Irgun, Leahy, and Stern Gang were different groups that did similar terrorism. Yeah, and these groups were folded into the
supremacist
IDF.
Settler colonial
survival.
Right. They're thinking about the fact that, was it 60% of European Jews were killed during the Holocaust? And so like everybody that's listening to my words right now would have gotten on that fucking boat. And it doesn't make everything that happened, obviously, in 1948 and the subsequent decades or whatever. And
so yeah, just to clarify, chat, the Irgun and Leahy are broadly under the umbrella of what was called the Stern Gang.
To this day, like the efforts to block a Palestinian state, it doesn't make all of those things okay or acceptable or whatever, but you know, you should be able to.
Oh, sorry. I said that wrong. No, they're not. Leahy is called the Stern Gang, not Irgun.
Completely rational, justified reason. The Jewish people fleeing Europe.
But even if they didn't, honestly, even if they didn't, it just doesn't really affect the conversation today because it's ancient history. Like the American settlers had no justification. They were just fucking insane, murderous, psycho. Like Christian, they were Christian or religious supremacists, right? But what was that? 250 years ago, we're not gonna be able to undo that. It's just, it is what it is, and we got to deal with that, right? I mean, and I'm in favor of reckoning with it, right? And doing right to the people that were ousted and trying to create some kind of
trying to create nothing. What are you fucking doing? What are you advocating? You are advocating for shit to stay the same. You are advocating for the status quo. And what you don't understand is even before October 7th, the status quo was not acceptable. The status quo was fucked up. Even before Netanyahu, the status quo was fucked up, Ethan. You are advocating, let's be real, for people to just go back to sleep, to stop paying attention to this.
So I don't know how that looks, but obviously that's so far away from where we are now because where the conversation is. But at the end, but also kind of what you're saying. I mean, and then the other half of the first inhabitants of Israel were coming from the Middle East because they were being prosecuted and kicked out of their country, like Iraq, for example, and basically every other neighboring Arab country at the time were chased out and sent to Israel because they had nowhere else to go. And that's basically who settled Israel. And again, I don't even think it matters because it's all settled history. It's like it happened already, you know?
Yeah, we have this like post-war kind of like the borders landed where they landed, and they've held for the most part. It's not that there hasn't been any kind of like land disputes since World War II, but compared to every other period in history, remarkably stable in terms of like where the borders landed. And so like we should operate it in that reality and not push things that just have no, it's just, I don't know. The one state solution, full right of return, when imposed on a nuclear power like Israel, it kind of bothers me that it needs to be explained why this is not going to happen. And then the other thing to remember, and this is a point that Loner Box brings up a lot, is that's the least popular proposal.
So yeah, you can see what Hutch does, right? He's uncomfortable talking about this stuff. I don't think he really cares about a lot that exists outside of his own, circle of his own, sort of perceived national interests as an Americans. I don't think he cares about that, right? But to be able to talk about this stuff, it's like he kind of brings in, Ethan as like, well, let's hear from a Jewish Israeli, and Loner Box, let's hear from a academic, right? That Loner Box is their resident academic, and he's not really functioning super well in that regard. But I mean, it's like the Ben Shapiro thing, right? If your audience is more ignorant than you, they don't really they don't recognize when you don't know things.
Both Palestinians and Israelis, like this.
So funny, and they don't. That's such a great point, and you see it. The Palestinians don't want to share a state with the Israelis. So,
and vice versa. I mean, like there's like these different proposals.
The Palestinians don't want to be oppressed by the Israelis. The Palestinians do not want to be second-class citizens. They do not want to be shuffled off into a series of increasingly worsening, enclaves and have their water and power cut off. They certainly don't want to have their civic life destroyed like it's been in Gaza. They don't want to be, divided up by ever increasing number of settlements like what's going on in the West Bank. What a fucking crazy thing to say.
It's like one single state with unequal rights with either Israel or, Palestine controlling the government. And then you have like a two-state solution, and then you have one state with equal rights. And one state with equal rights is the least popular. I mean, like, so this idea that as some Western leftist, like you, like you're going to center your activism. Number one,
shut up.
What some other countries.
Shut up. Quit trying to outwoke us, Hutch. You fucking chud. I don't want to hear this garbage. Like this is the worst thing. This is the most annoying thing about the DGG. I don't know, like the larger DGG sphere, is that they not only do they chide you, not only do they castigate you for taking a moral position, but they're also trying to be like, well, this is Western leftists trying to center themselves in the issues of Jewish Israelis. And no, shut the fuck up. Right? Shut the fuck up. If there's any sort of improvement or evolution of woke, I talked about this with, AOC in her statement, and it's not something that I can really get behind, and it's actually embarrassing to see her act like that on a Sunday show. But right, if there has been an improvement, if there is like a woke MK2 or whatever, right, part of that is not fucking humoring assholes like this that try to use your own your own models, your own ways of seeing things against you cynically. And with it being impossibly obvious to see that they don't care about intersectionality, right?
thousands of miles away from you are going to do, like with their peace process or whatever, however that plays out. But then also you're pushing a solution that neither side wants, and it's just so.
You're being an entitled rich white college student by saying that it shouldn't be an apartheid and that genocide is wrong, right? It's not your place to say. Shut the fuck up. Get that shit the fuck out of here.
Superior, and to feel like you're the real justice fighter online. And it's just like, yeah, exactly. Nobody even wants.
I mean, nobody's trying to say that they're morally superior, Ethan, but thanks for pointing it out. Yeah, morally superior over your dog shit is not a very high bar to clear.
I don't even know what the conversation is happening. And I'm like all for like a one state solution. I mean, obviously,
are you
animist now? And it's just not. Now is not the time. But
now is not the time.
60 years, or I don't know how long it would take, maybe less, where there's like a relative peace. And
so this is this idea that you had with the fucking roadmap to peace. The Palestinians, if they can be good little children, right? In other words, nobody resists. Nobody especially resists like physically, actively, violently, right? Which is an impossible order to put on a group of people. Guess what? I don't control what you do. You don't control what I do. We're different people. We might be in one group. We might be, you know, all Americans or all something, right? But we're not in control of what everybody else does. And so they're saying, well, you know, if hypothetically and you know it's not true. You know it's not true. There's no level of like to which like violence and resistance could be reduced to that Israel will be like, okay, you know, let's give these people their states. Look at that. They've been good for 20 years, right? They've been good for a whole generation. We let a generation. We let lifetimes expire as they're waiting for any just drop of justice here. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And you know, a comfort with each other where there's no more conflict and everybody's chill. If you want to make it a one state solution, then I think that'd be great.
Yeah, they decide that
reunification or something.
If they decide that, you know, jointly as a part of some peace negotiation, it's not like people like you or me have a principled opposition to single statehood. We live in literally the melting pot of the world where America's superpower has been.
I'm sorry, these guys are worse than useless here.
Immigration and attracting innovative, hardworking people, and like, why would we be like opposed to that? That makes no sense. But it's just about like, it's a nice thought right now.
Does Hutch realize that he's working a job that like, you know, every Gen Alpha person, every Gen Z, like a big majority, this is the most sought after job, right? People think being a live streamer is cool as fuck, right? And, you know, he's kind of living the dream here. And the sad thing is, you know, you should be like, if you're a game live streamer, right? You know, if you're a Call of Duty live streamer, you should probably be good at Call of Duty. If you're a Persona 2 live streamer, you should probably be able to strategize and defeat Shadow Maya without resorting to game facts as I was, right? You know, as the great gaming streamer that I am. If you're a political streamer, you need to know something about politics, and motherfucker, you don't. You don't know anything. You're a black fucking hole. And the only reason that you're there is because you're useful to a goddamn sex pest, to a goddamn creep, right? You are his surrogate to relay his views to an audience that it does not want the baggage that he brings. That is quite simply, Hutch, why you have this job right now. You failed out of being a gaming streamer. And you sort of Peterson principled your way into whatever the fuck this is. Whatever I'm sorry, Chad. I usually don't get mad at them, but you know,
a lot of times the pushback you get is, well, when you look at the West Bank settlements, like, how do you even imagine the two-state? And it's obviously true that Netanyahu, like, very explicitly, publicly, has taken steps to make a Palestinian statehood harder. That's like been his pitch to voters in Israel.
If you listen to what he said he made it impossible. He prevented it from happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Elect me and I'll block a Palestinian state.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like there's no truth to that, but
Sam Seder calls it an idiot contest. Did Sam watch this?
As like, if you're okay, I understand that's really difficult to imagine. There have to
look. Maybe Dom was right. Maybe I am going too easy on these two.
Involve land swaps. That would I don't even know what the maps would look like. There would be like dots all over the place. But you know, as impossible as that seems, I promise you the prospect of forcing a nuclear power to hand control of their military, including the nuclear weapons, the people that they've been fighting with for 8 decades, that is 1,000 times more impossible.
What are we doing with Iran right now? What are we doing with the nuclear dust, chat? What does Trump want? Trump wants the nuclear dust given to the United States. The United States can take it, right? It's not that hard. You know who else was a nuclear power, funny enough? Am I right? Somebody check me on this. I could be wrong. I think that South Africa was a Nathan Drake, we are synced up today. Yeah, that's just what I was thinking. You're probably typing it right as I was saying it too, because we do have a little bit of a lag, or not a lag, but what do you call it? Like we have a delay, a slight delay in chat.
Then
yeah, Rocco's got it too. Yeah, a lot of people, Ukraine too. Oh, that's right. Ukraine gave up their nukes, right? This is how you negotiate, right? It can be done. Now, obviously, you know, there's nothing the United States is going to do to, you know, like, I don't know, get North Korea and especially after how the United States has handled, you know, Iran, right? If you look at how the U.S. handles North Korea versus how it handles Iran, we are incentivizing countries to develop nukes, right? That is the one way that you can make sure you're not going to get attacked by the United States, is to have nukes.
Actually impossible.
Right, yeah.
And also, I think a lot of what, when you're talking about the attitude of Israelis, they have a very much like us against the world mentality. And I think a contributing factor is when they see these types of dialogues happening on Twitter and online.
When you're talking about Israelis, you are talking about a pariah of the world. You are talking about a state and, let's be real, a society, a culture that most people in the world regard as being highly immoral and you know, a rogue pariah state. That's how the world sees Israel. So it kind of doesn't matter how a country of 9 million people or whatever, you know, sees the outside world, because the outside world kind of recognizes them for what they are at this point. The question for them, and the question that will be posed when as they become more and more cut off from the rest of the world, is, can they become something else? Can they see a path forward similar to South Africa? You know, white Afrikaners still exist in South Africa, still control most of the wealth there as well, right? In terms of the sort of hierarchy, you know, that exists in there. That didn't even, I mean, some people blame Mandela and the ANC for having trust. I think they brought in the Chicago Boys for some of the economic ideas there. You can read more about this if you want to in Naomi Klein's book, Shock Doctrine. There is, I believe, a section of the book about, you know, the unraveling, the unrolling of South African apartheid and some of the mistakes that were made that have left, you know, South Africa in the uneven state they are today. But yeah, no, I mean, there is a there is a path forward. There is a path of reintegrating Israel into the world community, but it's gonna necessitate an end to the apartheid system.
And people
at the very least,
saying like, oh yeah, they need to they're all murderers and they all need to leave. They need to go back to fucking Iraq. I mean, going back to Poland is like the like classic anti-Semitic trope. Go back to Poland. But Hasan actually just put a little tiny twist on it, and nobody had a problem with it, which is go back to Iraq. Equally problematic though, and dumb.
Well, no. Now this is can we find anybody got the clip of this? Anybody know where the clip is? Look, what Hasan said, I think, was in relation to settlers that do not want to integrate the states, that do not want to be in a single secular government that is one person, one vote, as Norm Finkelstein said, right? If you don't want that, then yeah, I think that's where. But I don't know exactly what he said, and I am not trusting Ethan to faithfully recount whatever his words were. This is an idiot contest. You're correct, Boku SF. You are correct.
But they see this discourse, and I think it jades them and closes them off even more, and makes them think like that, you know, reasoning or solutions with these people is impossible, right?
Yeah, I think they're writing a story about the world and themselves, and it's a story that very conveniently positions them as 100% virtuous and fighting against the forces of evil. And I assume a lot of that comes from younger people in his audience because you good?
Oh my God, no.
Yeah.
There we
I
go.
think we all want to believe that kind of story about ourselves.
Did Ethan just shit his pants, chat? Does he still have Giardia? What just happened? Did he shit all over his computer? Did he spill water? What just happened?
You're younger, and then you get a little bit older and you realize, wait a second, like the world's just not that simple. And you know, those old notions of like yourself in the world change as you grow.
Hutch, you're stupider than the people that you're talking to. You can't make this like rendition of well, you grow older and you're not that old. You're just bald, bro. You're not wise. You're just bald. And I have gone out of my way to try to, not make it about your head, but I mean that is the only thing that you're resting this on, right? That you're not smart. You're not knowledgeable. You got to bring in Ethan Klein. You're walking on eggshells talking about Israel unless you bring in Ethan Klein. You're walking on eggshells talking about history unless you bring in Lonerbox. Bro, you don't know shit. You're an ignorant dipshit who is not even that old. You were fairly, you've got a lot of good years ahead of you, Hutch.
I think.
Yeah, and I mean, again, just to make clear, because I know what people are going to say, it's like, I don't think that Israel should be.
Also, let me just point this out. Some of the older people are the ones with the wrong take on this, right? So like, as in many, groups, you can see that the younger generation is open to a more moral stand than what the older generation has accepted. And this is true in the Jewish community. This is true in a lot of communities. I'm getting angry at your favorite ASMR. Me getting angry is your favorite ASMR for cleaning the kitchen. It's motivating, huh?
That's basically my defense of Israel. That's basically where it starts and ends in current day. Is that I don't think erasing Israel is a plausible solution, I oppose the government and I oppose the radicals there. And I oppose a government as much as you can, right? Like I've said, I've gone there. I voted in elections there.
What about the radicals? What about the radical sharing a bed with you, Ethan? Do you oppose that too?
Against Netanyahu every time. And I've done everything that a person can do to oppose.
This is the whole thing, Chad. If Hila was on, if Ethan was on camera with Hila, and as Ethan says this, Hila would be shaking her head, right? You can tell pretty clearly that whatever Ethan says is not
government. So that's where my stance is. Basically, I just don't think that it's a reasonable. But anyway, the reason I wanted to call was just to explain how what I think Hasan is doing is super dangerous. But he's convinced his audience that being racist and hateful and anti-Semitic is virtuous because he's defined it as just being against Zionism, which is 90%.
It's like you've convinced your audience that being dishonest and weaponizing words like racism and anti-Semitism is it's the only strategy you have for defending the indefensible.
90% of Jews, by the way he defines it. So, yeah.
Well, I think he's in a tight spot right now. I don't know if you agree, but I think he's in a really tight spot right now because he's now like really directly involved himself in political races that have tremendous national significance. And, he has declared war on the Democratic Party and you know, I would argue to a lesser extent the Republican Party, but you know, he's finding out that the story that he was telling, that
he's working with the Democratic Party. What are you talking about, Hutch?
his version.
And you're talking to people that have given credence to, I mean, maybe more so with Destiny than with Ethan, but you've given credence to the idea of like, well, if the Democratic Party gets too rational, I guess we'll just have to vote for JD Vance, won't we?
Version of politics, you can just do that everywhere in the country, and it's going to like energize and electrify the electorate.
Here's the deal. All right. Hasan is being massively criticized by members of the Democratic Party, by members of the mainstream media. What do all these people have in common, right? At least the Democratic politicians, like down to the one, every single politician criticizing Hasan right now is taking money from AIPAC, right? They're using Hasan as a proxy battle for a war that they have already lost, the war for the hearts and minds of the American people who are now rejecting Israel. So while you can say that he's on the outs with all the people with institutional power, there is a revolution rumbling just outside those walls. And these institutions are less stable, less powerful, less in control than they ever have been. And we are about ripe for an absolute revolt against Hakeem Jeffries in the House. Chat, watch this space.
That's obviously not panning out in the way that he thought, because the people.
Because here's the deal: there was a little bit of a détente between Zoran and Jeffries. I believe that détente is now broken. I believe that Jeffries has shown his hand, and again, you know, part of this is convincing the people on the margins that you are a steady hand on the steering wheel. Which Hakeem Jeffries, I think, by attacking the Democratic base, let's be real, they're using Hasan Piker to go after this, but they are attacking the heartfelt beliefs of the vast majority of the Democratic voting base. And that is not going to redound ultimately in their favor. The more attention they bring to Hasan, the more people will be like, hey, wait a minute, I kind of agree with this guy. Why is everybody criticizing this guy? Wait a minute, I don't like the institutions. I don't like all these assholes that are criticizing him. I kind of like him. Right, they are going to turn it. He's not a major political figure. He's just a Twitch streamer, but they are in the process of transforming him, but by virtue of trying to turn him into like a symbol, straw man for them to bash. They are in the process of actually mainstreaming the guy, and they just don't realize it.
Going to war with are fighting back and using his own clips against him, and using his own clips to damage candidates that he's trying to help. And yeah,
I mean, he's the most clippable person. I mean, there's so much that this guy has said.
Ethan, you know who else is a clippable person? The guy who's getting clipped right now.
And I just find it incredible that all these people are willing to campaign with him. I don't know how to explain it, because it seems like such obvious folly to campaign with him. Just even if you think he's a great guy, and
it's crazy that people would see a candidate in third place that campaigns with Hasan and then raises his profile to first place, wins his primary, knocks out the opponent, Mallory. Oh my God, what am I saying? Why am I forgetting her name? McMorrow. Yeah, Mallory McMorrow has been forced to retire. She got out of that race after thinking that Hasan Piker and attacking Abdul El Sayed for doing election work with him. She lost her fairly. I don't know if she was in second place behind Stevens or in first place, but chat, after Hasan got involved, it was AES in first place. And Stevens in second place, and then eventually McMurrow down in third place. And the only thing they could do is try to blanket the airwaves with, what was it, $70 million. $70 million spent against this guy. He still wins. Right? I don't know. It sounds like you're full of shit here, Ethan, but.
And, he's misunderstood and all this. it still doesn't make any sense to tie your campaign to him. And honestly, if Hasan cared about them, he would understand that too.
Yes.
If it wasn't just about his ego, he would also understand that.
100%.
But the truth is, for for him, it's just about his significance and his importance and his relevancy
and loyalty tests. Like he puts these. It's like very abusive and manipulative when you listen to the way he talks to chat and the tweets that he puts out.
You're a DGGer. Don't tell me about abuse and manipulation, you dumb fuck. You have to constantly massage Destiny's balls. I don't want to hear about this.
Because he puts out these like not so.
If Destiny decides that you're fucking hot and he wants to come and cup your boob in his hand, you got to just sit there and be like, no, this is normal. I accept this. I am consenting. This is okay. I'm not. Like, right, you gotta, I mean, there's a reason that Destiny, grabbed Hasan like that, right? Because anybody in his orbit, anybody he had power over, anybody who was relying on him for his platform, he felt like he could do anything to them, and he did do anything to them, right? That Mr. Girl, I could find this for you, Mr. Girl's partner drew a picture of all of the orbiters as sled dogs with ball gags in their mouth, Destiny sitting on the sled like some kind of evil Santa, and with a whip, and I think it was Melina was also one of the sled dogs, if I remember correctly. But I mean that is the configuration of DGG. That is how it works.
Subtle calls for defense, like he'll like prod his audience to get like, I'm not seeing enough motion in these tweets, and he'll send these like really obvious.
Whereas for us, we have Dan Stalkman who can bot our tweets
to other smaller creators.
How do you think Owlish got 40 likes on that tweet under my go live notice for yesterday? Chat. Do you think those were people that were like, yeah, I love Owlish. Owlish is so based on everything. That's good shit. Good shit.
That are trying to get like clout from him that they need to do.
That's my soldier right there, Owlish, the one that gets beat in every single debate they participate in.
Better job defending him, but it's like, bro, you got this. That is not the way to like approach political races. Like what he should be doing is telling any candidate who might benefit from distancing themselves from him to do that so they can win. That like if he actually cared about the outcomes, he would do that. But he sees it as a reflection of him.
But it's not. It doesn't do that. You distance yourself. Look, you get harassment and you do something about that. You let the people harassing you know that they got through, and they're going to come back for more. All right. There's no distance that any of these candidates could have with Hasan that would be acceptable to Zionists, right? Even if they straight up flipped at this point, right? They're still going to get the shiv at the end of the day.
Sees all these races as like his project. And if they abandon him and betray him or whatever, then that's a concession that his politics are not like as palatable and appealing as he.
No, it's a sign of weakness, and it invites more attacks, right? That's why and ultimately you don't need to disavow him, right? You don't need to strongly avow him either. You don't need to go on a stream and say that Hasan is the best thing since sliced bread. What you need to do is go on his stream, talk about your your beliefs, talk about your policies, talk about the platform that you're pursuing, and benefit from the heightened level of volunteering that you get, whether it be phone banking or whether it be canvassing for your campaign, right? And yeah, is there less of a need for that, or is there more potential downside for that in a general election? Sure, you're going after a different group of voters, but Hasan is an effective tool for the candidates that he supports in the primary, and I think he can also do things for people in the general election. That the whole thing is, you just don't need to. There's not a need to avow or disavow Mr. Piker, right? Just as much as anybody else that you find, that you do something in your campaign and, they say something that you don't want to get on board with. You don't have to be on board for that. You didn't say that. You didn't do that, right? Only showing weakness, only acting like, oh, I did something wrong by going on Hasan's platform and benefiting from his viewers and their volunteer spirit. It's the only It's only a small part of anybody's campaign.
He's been telling his audience they are.
Hasan is the second greatest just after me. Thank you.
But somehow he's convinced them all too that like, because I don't really see a lot of splintering in his audience, that it is about him, like his involvement and like Abdul's campaign is more important. It's the most important thing. Like it's so obvious that Abdul should disavow, step away from Hasan if he wants to win. It's so obvious.
It's not. It's not. Do you want me to show you what happened when Abdul took a little step away from Hasan? Oh my God, I gotta switch a few things to make this work. Okay, I can do it. I'm a big girl. I can. Let me just. I just made extra work for myself by insisting on watching it this way. Yeah. So what is the result of Abdul taking? Sorry, not Abdul from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Abdul El Sayed from taking a little step away from Hasan. Right, so there it is, and it's a little step, right? While politicians and pundits try to make this race about a Twitch streamer, was there a stronger state? I'm still looking for like a stronger statement, right? I mean, the more concerning stuff was kind of his walk back of like that he has to do damage control around caring about Jewish safety, and compares it to like, you know, you don't need to say like, look, I'm more concerned or as concerned for this group than I am for my own daughters, right? I think it's a mistake, but a small one. And this is what you get, right? People that were 10 toes on the ground for you are now questioning you. Now, does that mean that these people are going to vote for your opponent, your Republican opponent? No. Does that mean that they're, you know, if they're Michigan voters, they're not going to turn up for you in the polls? Probably not. But if you wanted to count on any of these people for door knocking, for phone banking, or for anything else, right? You're not going to get as many of them as you would have. All this does is diminishes his campaign. And chat, they are after his ass still. That part has not changed. He did not make them chill out with this. They have not chilled out at all, and they will not. They'll keep on coming for another pound of blood, another pint of blood, another pound of flesh. You know, and until because these people don't want him to win, right? The people opposing him right now. Do we have this? It's God, I don't know if I can look. I don't know if I can find this, right? But there was a tweet about AIPAC criticize Hasan. I don't know if like searching on Twitter is famously fruitless, right? But there is I don't know if I can find it or not. There is a tweet somewhere that shows every single person that's come out to criticize Hasan is taking money from AIPAC. So yeah, no, these are not your friends, right? My understanding of from the little bit that Hasan said is that there was some kind of an endorsement being dangled in front of Syed, right? And it was probably contingent upon him saying something about Hasan. So that's what he gave them. And again, I don't think this is I think this is a mistake. Yeah, it makes me question him, says Ash Bradford. And I loved Abdul. Yep, that's the only thing it does, right? You're bleeding from your left now. You were trying to stop the bleeding from your right, which, let's be real, those people weren't supporting you. Those people were not supporting you. It would be nice if they do, if they're Democrats, right? It would be nice if you could earn the endorsement of your fellow Democratic candidates. But when it's somebody as toxic as Moss, what was it that Moss said that started? Anybody remember what Moss said? Something that started this whole thing off. There's a reason that Hasan was talking about Moss.
Yeah. So why doesn't Hasan want him to do that? The problem is I can't believe that any of these people are openly associating with him to begin with. The only way I can describe it is if they have like close advisors or
Yeah,
interns
their advisors are tankies. That's right. That's it. That's the ticket.
I don't know who are like Hassan fans, and they're like telling him how great and awesome this guy is.
Yeah, it was some statement to the effect, I'm running for office to protect Israel, or that was his primary, that was his first priority, right? That's not what the voters in Michigan want to hear. They want to hear that you care about life being affordable for them. Moss don't think that is going to be any significant impact. Yeah, like I said, he only threw Hasan under the bus a little bit, right? He took a step in the wrong direction and he got burned. He got buzzed. He got zapped. I am hoping he is smart enough to not take another step in the wrong direction, but we'll see. And it is a test for, his ability to conduct a political campaign. I mean, ultimately, that's what decides if you get elected or not. So, this is one mistake. Hopefully he doesn't make another.
Is. And they all go, okay, cool, great. He's got a young audience. Let's do it. And I think they're not doing their campaign.
Do we have any mods on Twitch that can send me the Foreign Sticks has got a link?
Any favors either. They're all kind of poison pilling themselves by involving him. It's really incredible. And it's also just from a self-preservation point, like you were saying, it's just drawing so much scrutiny on Hasan himself.
Yes.
And I think it's going to be a losing.
But you got to understand, right? The scrutiny is coming from a minority of the viewpoints, right? The scrutiny is coming from the 20%, right? And they are boosting Hasan's profile in front of the 80%. The 80% that do not want to. Yeah, whisper a mod would be the best way. If there's, do we have mods in Twitch right now? It's a constant struggle to make sure. I feel like sometimes on YouTube I've got you'll see you'll see like mod, and then on Twitch it's like it depends. It really depends on the time.
It's gonna be a loser for Hasan, and
I know Omega was there earlier. I don't know how late are we?
Be a loser for
Ethan sounds way too tired to be streaming. Honestly, like this is the thing. When I was a small streamer. Very small streamer, and my friends would be on stream after I had streamed. Sometimes I would call in on Discord and stuff like that, and you learn pretty quickly that when your profile starts to raise, you don't want to be on somebody else's stream half asleep. It's probably not a good idea.
Is
it's 15 minutes before midnight Pacific time, so it is fairly late.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for some candidates to leverage Hasan's clout in a primary if they're trying to boost their name recognition in like a really safe blue seat. But
he did it in a not safe blue seat. He did it in fucking Michigan, Hutch, in a statewide race in a purple state, and it worked. You're full of shit. You'd be the worst political consultant anyone could hire, right? And after you lost the election for them, they would probably towel whip your head, your bald head, right? They'd probably be so pissed off at you for losing the election for them. They go, whoosh. You know what I'm talking about, chat? That whoosh, the towel whip. They would, they'd be in the locker rooms after the election. That's not how elections. I'm thinking sports, I guess, right? And they just give him a little whoosh. Like, hey Hutch, good call on having us not talk to Hasan. Whoosh. We could have totally won that race, Hutch. Whoosh. Everybody'd just be like smacking him with he'd be like, no, my head is all bruised from all the towel whips. I've got to get away from this. Whoosh.
As far as El Sayed went, it's like, okay, maybe Hasan gets a good deal of the credit for like how he got that boost to begin with, just because of the surrounding coverage that happened when Third Way went after him. But that's quite a devil's bargain, because a general contest in a state that voted for Trump 2 years ago, that's
the only devil's bargain devil's bargain aspect of this is, do you want to make an enemy of the Democratic establishment, right? Do you want to make an enemy of Cory Booker, Hakeem Jeffries, like basically all the people that came out to criticize Hasan, right? They don't have people, right? There's not voters that are turned off by this. What there are is a bunch of political movers and shakers right? That might see your candidacy as a race that they find undesirable to support.
Very risky. And now like Abdul is like even more dug in. So if he pulls the plug now and does a full-throated disavowal, then there's a threat of like losing that online grassroots base of support that he's gotten from like the Hasan sphere. And if he doesn't disavow, he doesn't even talk about it, then well, you're running in Michigan. So like, you know, that's risky.
My suggestion for Dr. Syed, just like my suggestion for Francesca Hong, was to change the subject to something that the voters care about more. In the case of Wisconsin, it's data centers. I think Michigan also, data centers are a pretty important issue to them as well. But yeah, affordability, I think, is another issue, right? You gotta whip the people attacking you for trying to change the fucking subject, right? They don't want a Michigan or a Wisconsin that's more affordable. They do not want a separation of the United States from the IDF, right? These people are your political enemies.
And so the statement that he put out yesterday, I just thought was just really bad. It would have been better if he said nothing at all, because
I agree. Yeah, it would have been better if he said
I agree, actually, but for different reasons.
nothing. It was a very like wishy-washy kind of, yeah, it probably would have been better if he said nothing. I agree.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on that.
Well, thank you for sending me that link.
It's been real interesting. It's been really interesting to watch. And like, I'm not talking about Hassan on the show anymore. I'm trying to focus on making like a fun, entertaining show. I watch Hassan these days.
Chat, who do you think convinced him? Do you think this was part of the Olivia? You know that Olivia, so I haven't talked about this, but Olivia from the H3 show, she quit the show a long time, like months, maybe a year ago. And she's recently come back. I wonder if part of the stipulation was that, he was going to do less drama or less like, Hassan content, Hassan related drama, and, kind of give her a bigger space for her hobby horse. Her area of expertise is all about pop culture. Okay, so I got this link now. Oh, this is the Jeremy Moss one. Okay, got it. All right, let's see here exactly what Jeremy Moss said.
Honestly, I would say that the entire purpose of my campaign is to make sure America continues to support Israel. I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to want with Israel first. America is not our homeland. We have been victims of anti-Semitism here. Honestly, I would say that.
Did he just say, I think it's okay for Jews to use America as a pawn?
The entire purpose of my campaign is to make sure.
That right there is a pretty damaging statement, right? That right there is playing right into the hands of somebody like Nick Fuentes.
America continues to support Israel. I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to want with Israel first.
Did you say Israeli Americans, or I can't tell? I don't think it's wrong for. I don't think it's wrong for Israel to use America as a pawn.
America is not our homeland. We have been victims of anti-Semitism here.
Oh my God! So there's where he's literally doing Fuentes' work for him. That's pretty disconcerting. Anyway, chat, we got another topic after this one. We're gonna watch Hutch lose a debate to a Sam Seder video. Sam Seder went on Medhi Hasan. I meant to cover this. We didn't ever get a chance to, but I guess we're gonna see it through Hutch now. We're almost done with this Ethan Klein Kleinversation, if you will. So,
Are clips of him, and he's just miserable. He's yelling at his audience. He's yelling at people on Twitter.
He looks stressed. He looks very stressed.
I was watching a clip of him yesterday, and he's constantly doing like.
Have you seen a Destiny stream though? Have you seen a Destiny stream at any time? Right? We got a little bit. I haven't shown you, Destiny's reaction to Professor Dave, but I did show you a clip of him crashing out at one of his chatters for saying, hey, he's kind of right on this. Maybe you should change, right? Destiny was not trying to hear that.
This. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Yeah. The labored size, you mean?
Yeah. It's just not fun to watch, and it makes me realize when I was constantly talking about this shit, how miserable it can be to watch. And that's why I'm just focusing on making my show fun and enjoyable and not talking about Hasan at all. Because, I mean, listen, I have nothing to say on the situation, and Hasan is doing a perfect job on his own of forcing himself into terrible positions.
He's making his bed, that's for sure. Well, yeah, I appreciate you calling in and getting your perspective. I think maybe I'm scheduled to have another conversation with you on your show.
Yes. I don't know when is that on the calendar? I don't.
I think it's a week from today or a week from tomorrow.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Ash Bradford. Oh, is Hasan stressed? Is he? I wonder why. Maybe it's a 7-year-long hate campaign that Ethan has also massively participated in. Yeah, that started with Destiny, and the fact that it's now escalated to a 5 to 10 Fox News hits per day. Yeah, and it's the same clips. It's literally the same. I mean, Dan Saltman's got to be pretty pleased with himself right now.
Yeah.
So we'll talk then, and I'll keep watching.
Cool, man. Thanks.
Okay, so
you guys are doing well.
Thanks for letting us know there will be future content, and it almost goes back on what he just said. Well, I don't talk about Hasan anymore, right? We're trying to do goofs and gaffs over here. I do think that his crew, or maybe even his audience, has probably sort of pushed him in that direction, let him know in certain terms that the war room gets stale as fuck really quick. But yeah, he is going to have Hutch on. And what do you think they're going to talk about, chat? What do you think are they going to talk about? Like, oh my God, what are those flowers called that have bulbs, and they look there's a lot of different, what am I trying to say? Flower rose from a bulb, many different flowers. What is this thing called? Like a lot of flowers are like this, but no, I'm talking about, list of flower bulbs. There we go. God damn, there's a lot of flowers that grow from bulbs. Dahlias, yeah. Planting. They going to talk about what dahlias they're planning? They're going to plant in their gardens this spring. Yeah, I was thinking of dahlias for some reason.
Yep, same. All right, talk to you soon. Bye.
Take it easy. Hey, I told you guys you wanted me to take that call. Told you guys. I had a feeling.
All right. Well, anything else to say, Hutch? Want to wrap it up?
Primer. Sonarism with the primer.
Oh, that's what he calls primes? He's like, oh, it's a primer. Oh, I got a primer. So yeah, he's just going to read off the donos at this point, I guess. But yeah, thank you, Omega Star, for getting me that Jeremy Moss quote. I actually can't believe what he said. And yeah, it's not just like harmful for his campaign. Like, it is irresponsible for him to say that, right? It is irresponsible for anybody to play into the hands of anti-Semites like that. I'm not trying to, victim blame here, but it is, you are reinforcing tropes. And I think that's what Hasan said. This is why Hasan got in trouble. He's able to look at this quote and see the most damaging aspect of it, which is, I would say, more than anything, it's damaging to Jewish people just trying to live their lives in America. All right, so like I said, we got more content. I want to check in on the bonus content, though, because we are going to be doing 2 bonus items today. How long do I have left? What does the timer say? 2 hours, 19 minutes. I'm going to try to save like an hour and a half maybe for the 2 top topics. What are the top topics right now? I want to know. All right, so we got Medhi Hasan and Anna Kasparian talking about Medhi Hasan criticizing Anna Kasparian for her InfoWars thing. That's, I believe, we'll consult the Vanguard for that one, at least find out what that's all about. They've got a video out on that today. That's in first place. We got second place is Spider-Man beating the Jan 6ers ass. Third place, we got Hakeem Jeffries and the secret Kushner meeting, and goddamn, we're never going to get to go further down the rabbit hole on Stale 2000. Although, if you want to do that, chat, make sure to vote. 90 of you have voted so far. Make sure to like the stream while you're doing that, or even if you're not doing that, even if you've already done that, make sure to like the stream, because that is important into bringing in new friends, introducing the stream to new people. So yeah, R.I.P. Tim Curry, R.I.P. Dolly Parton. Some great ones have been taken from us recently, but yeah, 90 votes have been counted so far. Now I gotta also notate that there is an effect of donos, okay, and that is if you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, right? So just say, like, I want to see Medhi Hasan, I want to see Hakeem Jeffries, I want to see Stale 2000, I want to see Spider-Man, just whatever it is, like, you know, refer to it in chat, mention that you've donated. I will put your money where your mouth is, and will be added to. So all things considered, chat, it does look like Spider-Man is going to be the first thing that we watch tonight. Let me just... Spider-Man at 22%. Let me add it to... So 30% plus 22% brings that up to 52%. So that would be the first thing that we watch tonight. And then Medhi Hasan, nobody else has donated for anything else, right? But is at 44%. Remember, you can also say Vox Populi, even if you you don't want to skew the poll. In fact, if you don't want to skew the poll, probably Vox Populi is the best thing you can say, because what that'll do is just make the votes count for more, make the donos count for less, and give Medhi Hasan versus Anna Kasparian, which is winning the poll, a fighting chance to be the first thing that I watch. But as it is now, it looks like I'm going to be watching Spider-Man beats Gen 6's ass first, and then Medhi Hasan second. So yeah, continue to vote and continue to let me know if you have donated, or if you do donate, what you want to, if you want to, you know, if you want to utilize your donation to help your favorite topic win. So, but right now we got to go to another Hutch topic, because yeah, that's right, I don't like to talk about this guy too much. I don't want to talk about him too much, right? I mean, he is an interesting mutant, but he's certainly not the only mutant out there. We got a lot of mutants to keep track of here. So yeah, let me take a look and see what else we got. This is Ethan calls in, and again, chat, maybe we didn't catch anything extra, right? But the reason that I was doing it the way that I did, watching the archive of the stream rather than Hutch's edited stream, is that sometimes these guys try to get, you know, they try to pull a fast one on us, right? There's a moment in the stream they don't think looks good, they try to cut it out. If that happened, chat, we saw it. But I suspect that the 5 minutes that we're missing was probably to do with the technical difficulties around bringing Lonerbox on stream, which was, yeah, too heavy of a lift for Hutch's tech. Okay, so there's the Ethan Klein calls in. Again, you know, Bald Hassan, so much cope. Oh, here we go. This is the one. Wait, actually, I want to check on this really quick, right? What is this about?
With $5, please talk about COD SBMM controversy and how the community is anti-science and anti-data. Hang on, I do have to say one thing real quick, okay? God bless everybody who followed this channel purely for politics and have no knowledge of my gaming past. I'm going to do some translating for you normal people, okay? There's a video game, right? It's called Call of Duty, and it's like the Madden of first-person shooters. There's a new annual title.
Is it still, chat? Is it still the Madden?
Every year. And in every multiplayer video game, the devs use algorithms to matchmake you against other players. And for the last, and I'm not making this up, 15.
God, this is a badly cut video. Why are they doing
going on?
What? Why are we doing the super close up? What? Like, did the editor just be like, you know, Hutch has got some pimples on his forehead today. I want to make sure to show you those.
15 years. Okay, that's a preface there. And now every year, right around the time that the new Call of Duty launches, a debate renews and explodes onto the timeline. Every year, we should track it like we track the migration of penguins and whales. Like it should be considered like a natural phenomenon that we use to, you know, like if we were still
Okay, so I think this is a goofy, like, I don't know. I don't think we need to watch this. I was wondering what this was. Because people, Westside Tyler in particular, made an issue of Hutch's, kind of failed gaming career. And I was wondering if he was going to clap back on that or something. But no, it's just, it's literally something happening in terms of the matchmaking for games, for fights, for bouts, whatever you want to call them, in Call of Duty. So I think we can skip that one. But what we're not going to skip is this one. This is,
I mean, like you point to that 2010 video.
Sam Seder, Medhi Hasan. We missed this content, but thanks to Hutch, we're bringing it back, right? Because Hutch could not help himself. Now, I understand Hutch has been a fan of Uncle Sam, right? He likes this guy even past when Destiny wrote him off. So seeing this conversation with Medhi, who I don't think he's is he pro Medhi? Was he pro Medhi? Has he ever had good feelings about Medhi? Is he allowed to be dog catcher, in other words? But anyway, yeah, the Medhi thing, I don't know how he feels about Medhi, but yeah, here he is watching Sam, and I got it. Like, even though he says, like, I like Sam, he expected to agree with Sam, supposedly, I gotta wonder, he's gotta know, even if he likes Sam, has fond memories of Sam, he's got to know at this point that Sam does not agree with him on a lot of important matters. So I can't really imagine that this would be, this is going to be, well, I mean, we'll see how it goes off. My understanding of it is that, he has played his cards in such a way to make it look like he was disappointed with Sam's takes, with what Medhi said, that he was shocked and chagrined, and was gutted by his hero falling down and embracing tankydom, I guess. But yeah, here he is. His chat is warning him, this is torture, don't watch. So I am gonna have to do the thing where I start. If you're a Hasan viewer, you're already used to this, possibly. I'm gonna have to do the thing where I start off the next bit of content after having read the poll and updated you on that. Yeah, we got Spider-Man. It's going to be the first thing that we watch right now, or is looking like the first thing that we watch right now. Medhi Hasan versus Anna Kasparian is the second thing that we will watch. But yeah, keep voting, and understand that you can mobilize your donations if you've made them already, or if you do make them, even if it's a donation like a Twitch Prime sub, which, did you know that you can get a free one of those just by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account? That's right. And you can use that on any streamer of your choice. If you use it on me, though, it means a lot to me, because I know you only have one to give, and I do truly appreciate that. I think we've had some people sign up as a Twitch Prime sub already. Orange Andre did, just to ask me what the fuck I was talking about. Good question. Always a good question. But yeah, you can, even if your donation is not like you haven't spent any money, right? Like with a Twitch Prime sub, that's still $3 for you to speak up for. And feel free to let me know, let the mods know. The mods will relay it to me, and I will put your money where your mouth is. And we could have a totally different, leaderboard by the time I get to bonus content. So just know that's out there as well. Anyway, I'm going to hand you over to Irene, who hopefully will be very nice to you, just like a substitute teacher, right? No bad vibes from Irene, even though she's a little histrionic, maybe. I don't know. So some people say. But yeah, I'm going to take a bathroom break right now. I'm going to try to listen along on my phone. And if there's anything I need to address when I come back, I will do that. But yeah, this is the potty break. So be right back.
Video where we were still talking about budget deficit, but I also did another one where they were protesting the Ground Zero, mosque,
which wasn't a mosque at
all.
Ground Zero, yeah.
And it wasn't at Ground Zero. I actually sort of went down from my apartment to show it, but this was there then. And in fact, in like 06, my producer from the Majority Report on Air America, and I wrote a book called FUBAR, which you could probably get on eBay for 83 cents. You might be overpaying a little bit at this point, but the whole thing was.
He claims that he predicted that Trump would win the primary. I'm just doing a little investigative journalism myself, scrolling back on his Twitter feed. Thankfully, Sam is not hyper online when it comes to Twitter, and so I don't have to even scroll that far.
It's about, this is not your father's Republican Party. Like, there is a change afoot that I think we were.
June 16th, 2015. Why should we take Trump any more or less seriously than the other GOP nominees? All right, fact check. Correct. Seems like he did appreciate that Trump could possibly win the primary.
We were more sensitive to because, we listened to AM talk radio.
Yes.
And it was out there and it was clear where the base of the party was going. And Trump was the sort of like consummation
Yes.
of where they were taking this party.
Also, it wasn't organic on Trump's part. I mean, people forget this. I can't remember where I read it at the time, but back in 2016, when people were analyzing how Trump destroyed these mainstream rivals, 16, 17 of them, because he had his finger on the pulse of the base in a way they didn't.
100%.
And he had it, not directly, because Trump doesn't do any homework or any kind of prep and doesn't like to talk to the plebs, but he sent Dan Scavino and all these guys on his team to go listen to AM radio, to go hear what Joe Arpaio was saying in Arizona. And they realized the border, immigration, the wall, that is what gets you out in front of all these people. And Trump until then had never been anti-immigrant in that sense. He was always a racist, but he employs migrants to this day at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
He was a pro-choice Democratic donor, et cetera, et cetera. But he understood, as you say, that is where the base was in a way that Jeb Bush and Carly
What's going on?
Fiorina, whatever it was, who were the people running, didn't understand.
Yeah, I mean, there were two things. I mean, one, people forget that Mitt Romney in the 2012 election came to New York and made a big show of kissing Donald Trump's ring at that time. And the other thing was, like, people also forget that George Bush was sold as the CEO president. And you had Paul Ryan at the time talking, these made up stories about kids don't want kids don't want a free lunch. They want a brown bag lunch. And there was this whole idea in the Republican Party that if you were poor, you were morally unrighteous. Yes. And the opposite is if you're rich, you're morally righteous. And so, I remember when Donald Trump came down the escalator, that night I was on Chris Hayes' program, and I think we did a Mystery Science 3000 type of thing with him coming down the escalator, and we stood in front of it. And I remember being in the green room, and I can't remember who was there, or maybe it was in makeup, and maybe it was with Eamon and maybe Katie Tur. I can't remember. And they're watching and they're laughing at this, and I'm like, this guy's going to win the primary. Like, I didn't think he would win the general, but I was like, he's going to win the primary because the whole Republican Party has been, if you have money, you are morally righteous, and he's going to sit on that stage.
Wow.
And whenever he says anything, because he's a billionaire, or supposedly, he certainly is now, whatever he says
So you
is
called
going
it
to
early.
Trump. Oh, yeah. I mean, I remember sitting across from Chris going like, this is serious.
Chris,
I had been kind of checked out of politics for a little bit. Went through a bit of a weird phase in my life. Okay. Things got a little weird. But I had been kind of checked out of politics for a really long time. I paid attention loosely to big political stories when they dropped, but I was not engaged. And when Trump started running in the Republican primaries, I purchased cable for the first time in my adult life just so I could watch the news coverage and the debates. I just was so fascinated with the Republican primaries. I wasn't even really paying attention a lot to the Democratic primaries. It was a little unclimactic, is that the word? Hillary had a huge advantage the whole time, and so there wasn't really a lot of like mystery or drama there. I mean, eventually that changed by the time we got to like the WikiLeaks stuff. But during the early stages of the primary, like September, October 2015, I was just fascinated with the rise of Donald Trump. And from that point on, I just got way more engaged in politics again.
star of Amazon's The Boys.
Exactly. Exactly.
You and Keith Ellison, if I remember correctly. Keith Ellison went on ABC, George Stephanopoulos, and said Trump would win, and they all laughed at him.
They all laughed at him, yeah.
Meanwhile, the Hillary Clinton campaign was saying, this is the best guy we could face off against. We hope it's him.
Hillary Clinton was uniquely ill-suited to run against Donald Trump.
Should have done great against Romney. Should have gone great against Romney.
Or Jeb Bush or any of the...
I think this is a bit smug and kind of bullshit, because like if it was their preferred candidate, like let's say Bernie was for some reason just like crushing Hillary and he was looking like he was poised to become the Democratic nominee, they would have had the same thought. You are out of your mind if you think that Bernie Sanders, if he was going to be the nominee, he wouldn't have wanted to go up against Ben Carson and Donald Trump. You know, there were obvious reasons for thinking that. And this feels like a bit of like hindsight being 2020 and how could Hillary be so stupid? It's like, come on, everybody, most people thought that Donald Trump did not have a chance in the general. That was such conventional wisdom at the time. And for reasons that should be kind of obvious, but
she was running on her CV, which, you know, on paper, I mean, I had some political disagreements with her, but in terms of qualifications, there may have not been
the more qualified, that was a line at the time. She was the most qualified.
But the problem is like Donald Trump was uniquely situated to attack someone's CV.
CV, what does that mean? I'm a little bit stupid.
And, you know, I think the Democratic Party in many respects still has not learned the lesson from that, which is that like these elections are change elections. And if you go around and project that like we're the establishment, so much so that I'm traveling around with a Republican, even
as Kamala Harris did in 2024.
Exactly.
And of course, Hillary ran on
I just find it so lazy. It's just like low hanging fruit, just lazy. Oh, it's so triggering. There were 2 days of campaigning, you guys, 2 total days of campaigning that Liz Cheney did with Kamala's campaign. I think it was like 3 or 4 total stops, but it was literally 2 days. And the way they describe it is like she was palling all over the country with Liz Cheney. And it's like, I just think that their fundamental assumptions of where the electorate is at, I think they're right on some stuff. Like they're correctly diagnosing the anger that's out there and the anti-establishment wave that's out there. And they might be correct about some of the reasons that is contributing to that hostility towards the establishment or whatever you want to call it. But then they just have this, like some of the rest of their fundamental assumptions are just way completely untethered from reality. I just don't understand what possesses people like Medhi Hasan and Sam Seder to lecture the Democratic Party about essentially like electability, the kind of campaigns that you should run if you want to have national appeal. You know, running for president is obviously a way different, calls for a way different strategy than running in a state like New York or California or Georgia or Arizona. And I just don't understand what possesses them to think that they're in a position to be offering this sage wisdom. Where do you get off? Because when we look at the state of things right now, it's a pretty consistent trend that we're seeing that the progressive candidates, even though they're targeting like largely safe blue seats, they're underperforming relative to their Democratic Party colleagues. Why the fuck is Mary Peltola up 5 points in Alaska? Why the fuck is James Tallarico up 3 or 4 points in Texas? Why is Iowa considered a competitive race and Abdul El-Sayed is like basically neck and neck in Michigan? Like, how does that make sense? And it of course makes sense if you do the populist thing where it's like, well, that's the Democratic Party's fault. Obviously, they just like Spanberger and Cheryl, just Shapiro and Whitmer. These people just don't exist to them. And those are Democrats that are showing you how to have bipartisan appeal in competitive states. We should probably be looking to them to think like, how can we replicate their success? You can't copy paste the politics of Pennsylvania in, like Nevada. It's like there's different industries there, different cultures, different everything. But, like you can glean some stuff, right? Like, of course, look to Mamdani and see what really propelled him from obscurity to national prominence. Of course, there's value there. And he's got, I think, something to show other Democrats. But I just, their whole perspective, it's just, there are just some profound profoundly incorrect assumptions that they work off of, and it just the rest of their commentary springs from that, and that's why it just triggers me so much.
What was it? Trump ran on Make America Great. America's already great.
Yes, and I would even argue like the whole MAGA thing. You know, at one point Biden, it wasn't just MAGA; it was extreme MAGA.
Oh, yeah.
All you're basically saying to people is this guy's not the establishment.
Yeah.
And we are.
Yes.
And when people want change,
Yes.
they're going to go with the outsider that you're saying he's the outsider.
The beauty of doing a show with someone like yourself is you've just hosted us, anchored us into what I wanted to talk about next, which is a perfect segue. You mentioned the Democratic Party and lessons to be learned. We're speaking not long after multiple primary wins by leftists, Abdul al-Sayed being the biggest primary win of 2026 by a country.
There's a bit of a premature victory lap here because that is not a done deal. You know, obviously, if you support a candidate and they win a primary, you're going to want to celebrate that and tout that accomplishment. But you got to win the general, and there is wide consensus, you know, even outside of the Democratic Party, that Michigan is a bit. You know, most Democrats right now that are paying attention to what the numbers are showing us are nervous about Michigan. It's, you know, obviously, if they're going to be shit talking, you know, like Hillary Clinton or whatever, it's not enough to win a primary. You got to win that general. And Rogers seems like a strong candidate. Obviously, I don't like his politics. You know, obligatory caveat there that should go without saying. But when I listen to him speak, he sounds like a more serious person than you know, like Lindsey Graham's sister or whatever.
Country mile, winning a Senate primary.
Elaborate. What are these assumptions you speak of? The main assumption that they work off of is that their politics, which is to say very left-wing politics, are broadly popular and palatable, and you can use their strategy in safe blue districts and safe blue states, and you can run on that strategy everywhere, and you can awaken the spirit of FDR in the year 2026 if you just run on really left-wing policy and anti-establishment.
Oh my God, what happened to chat while I was gone? Only flat facts. I'm glad you're here. What is going on, chat? I kind of know what's going on, right? This is frustrating content to watch alone. This is somebody that, despite his age, which, you know, he is somewhere in the middle of his ages here, is shockingly naive about politics. Somebody that just told you that he dipped out of politics for a long time. He stopped paying attention, and then he came back in. You know, like he got interested. What did he say around the election of Trump? You okay? Actually, Boku, are you okay? Why are you asking me that? Anyway, so oh, because I was gone, maybe. No, I just got myself a drink and took a pee. Oh, fuck, I needed to pour some tea as well. But no, this is very frustrating content to watch alone, right? Given that, you know, this is a insufferably confident political babe in the woods trying to say something meaningful to criticize. And I'm going to call it here, chat. Whatever act Hutch has been playing, because all I've seen so far are the tweets, right? And in the tweets, when he talks about this, he will talk about just being so disappointed and being like, oh my gosh, Sam Seder, you know, he presents this idea of this content, right? Which I haven't seen yet, but I've heard him describe, where it sounds like it is, you know, him, you know, getting his popcorn and his drink, and he's like, I'm all ready to watch my favorite team play, Medhi and Sam Seder. All right, let's go. And then he's eating his popcorn, and they say the tanky thing, and he's like, I don't know about that. Hillary Clinton fucked up against Donald Trump. I don't know about that. I kind of think Donald Trump is an electoral juggernaut, is a generational talent. And the sad fact is that he's not. All right. You know, if that's what you're dealing with, a uniquely charismatic, talented, man or like, this is a weird thing to say about Donald Trump, but this is what Hutch believes, apparently. This is what Hutch believes, right? Then yeah, I guess, you're going to get beat. There's not much you can do, right? Unless you've got your Obama in there to crack back at this guy. It's not going to be much of a contest, right? He's missing what they're trying to say. Americans, it's not that Obama is not a good candidate. It's not that Hillary is not a good candidate. And Hutch, a CV is like a resume. If you're watching, hi Hutch. Yeah, that's a interesting. I don't know. Is it used more in Europe or something like that? Maybe that's why he doesn't know. I'm not sure. But no, it's a resume. In other words, what they're saying about Hillary Clinton is that she is on paper a very good presidential candidate. And back in the day when that used to matter, this would be, there would be a juggernaut there. And a lot of people assumed that juggernaut was Hillary Clinton. A lot of people assumed that she'd just been steeped in politics so long, and that there was an effect that, if you are, go through a journey where you're first lady, you try to work on some policy, and the public is just really not having that. That's, her universal healthcare kind of incubator, whatever. She was trying to come up with a plan, a universal healthcare plan, and people started calling it Hillary Care, and they got really mad. And this reflected bad on Clinton. And eventually, I think they just gave it all up. I don't think Hillary Care went anywhere. But it was more ambitious than Obamacare ended up being, and at least, in what it was set out to do. But yeah, after, being in an embattled White House that somehow fought back to get themselves a second term, when, there hadn't been a Democrat in 12 years, right? And that had been Jimmy Carter, right? So it's Jimmy Carter to Bill Clinton, and will Bill Clinton survive? Yes, he does survive, right? So they see Hillary Clinton going through this process, then becoming a senator of New York, then working in the Obama administration after having lost an election too, right? That's what they're talking about, the CV, just how long she's been involved in politics, how many different things that she's done, how much she understands, not just of the apparatus of government, like how to do her job, were she to be elected, but also, how to do the politics behind the scene, right? That's how Hillary Clinton was seen. And what they're trying to say is in 2016, that was the worst person to be, right? There was a disgruntled zeitgeist that somehow went under the radar, even back then, chat, even back then. And I do think it's because, or at least it, stems from where the inflection point in 2008, where Obama had a chance to actually take some power back from moneyed interest, right? There are multiple ways that you could solve that financial crisis, and Obama did it in the way that's the more conducive to the moneyed interest. He played it safe, right? He was not rocking the boat. He did not want he did not want to emulate FDR, in the business plot that erupted against him, and he had, yes, healthcare on the mind, and he understood how vigorously this was going to be opposed by those same moneyed interests. So you could say that Obama, you could make an argument that he's, taking the safe and steady course, right? But because of that, and because of the, failure to raise the minimum wage nationwide, although there have been state efforts starting in my home state and spreading to a lot of other states to raise state minimum wages, but there, has not been a federal minimum wage raise in even longer than the Democrats' drought in the 80s of winning a presidency lasted. But that's what Hutch is missing, right? And that's a thing that you kind of only get from being a actual politics nerd for a really fucking long time, not having a period of time where you check out, in fact, not being able to check out. Just as one is unable to ride a sled down a steep hill where with one's back turned to you know what I'm saying, chat? You ever do that? You go out sledding and you're scared and they're like, well, you could just like maybe turn around and you don't have to watch, you can just, if you sit on the back and you turn around, right, then you won't be scared by going down the mountain because you'll be looking at you'll be looking at where you're leaving, not where you're going towards. And it's just like, that never made sense to me. Oh yeah, no, I'm going to feel so much better now that I can't see the hill I'm going down. Yeah, it's not something that like is comforting to ignore, all things considered. But yeah, I mean, like you've gotta be steeped in it. Almost in the way that Sam was describing Hillary Clinton, of being steeped in the establishment. But that's what nobody realized in 2016, is that being steeped in the establishment was like being dunked into Ethan Klein's septic tank, right? All of the family, all of the dogs, everyone pooping into this, place, and you're just steeped in it, right? That's it made you gross. It made you yucky. You wouldn't vote for somebody who was steeped in Giardia, would you? I hope not. That sounds risky. That's not a risk I would want to take. And I'm somebody who's ridden down on a sled against my will, with my face pointed forward, because that is actually less scary than the other way. But yeah, there's so much that Hutch doesn't get about this conversation that it's almost a little bit cruel to bring him into the conversation. But he did it to himself, right? That much is clear. This is the path that Hutch has chosen, and he is trying to sell to his audience now that he is wiser than Medhi Hasan and Sam Seder, and that they've got some kind of weird bias, some kind of weird, progressive obsession, and that this is blinding them from seeing the truth that Trump is a unstoppable force, or at least was so in 2016. Hillary Clinton is a really good politician, and in any other year, she would have cleaned house. And yet Sam also believes that, but in a different way that I don't think Hutch quite understands, right? Hutch thinks that Hillary, he doesn't understand what changed between like 2012 and 2016, even between 2008 and 2016, right? Even look at 2008, look at 2008, right? Obama, not the establishment candidate going in. I do believe he very much ingratiated himself into the establishment on his way to becoming the candidate, and that was, probably part of the background deal for getting Hillary Clinton to actually drop out of the race. Which she, if you think that Bernie stayed in too long, right? She seemed to be willing to wreck his campaign. And whatever conversation went on between them, whatever conversations went on between Obama and the party elite, I mean, that's where I think things kind of changed with Obama. And so that might even be the starting point. I mean, I did identify the financial crisis in 2008 as being the starting point, but I also think the Obama, the failure to fulfill the promise of the slogan. And I get that slogans are slogans and people say a lot of things, and, they have, big ideas. I don't think a lot of Republicans out there, are going to say that Trump made America better or made America great again. Right. I think even among Republicans, it's not a hard call to make that we're worse off now than we were in 2016. But and I don't think they have turned on Trump because of that. They have turned on Trump, but for other reasons. But I don't think that alone, I don't think they were going to hold him to that promise, right? Which a slogan kind of is. and something as abstract as hope or change, you might be able to convince yourself that it means nothing at all. And that was the problem. Ultimately, it did mean nothing at all. And I don't think that's how the generation that came of political age, as Obama, ascended the presidency, I don't think that generation thought of it as a nothing statement. You don't have to have the most hope in the world. You don't have to turn the country into paradise in 2 years. You don't have to have the most radical change ever, but there should be some hope, and there should be some change, right? And for a lot of people, it didn't end up feeling like that. And certainly in terms of material conditions, the working classes, become more and more impoverished. So anyway, chat, after being away for too long, taking a pee break and a tea break, and I even got myself this soda. Which I very much needed. I just wanted to make up for the absence. Make up for lost time. There we go. All right, let's not lose any more time because we're at 1 hour and 42 minutes. And I did tell you that I was going to try to pivot over to bonus content at like 1 hour 30 so that we can give... Oh, that's a short one. Spider-Man, that's a fairly short story. Medhi Hasan might be longer. I'm not sure if we're just going to watch the Vanguard clip or if maybe the Vanguard clip will point us to another video that we'll be able to, maybe get a little bit more out of than just what Silly and Billy had time to watch on their live stream. And that's where we're at right now with the first and second bonus content. So I'm going to keep an eye on the clock, but I kind of want to finish this. I mean, and I was tempted, chat. I was I gotta admit, it's very, very tempted to rewind the video. I don't know, almost that whole break, because there's a lot of things that Hutch said that I would have probably responded to, but maybe it's for better that I have to just kind of turn it into a synopsis of what was wrong with Hutch, what Hutch said, instead of a play-by-play of every little thing I disagree with.
And their assumption is that the public is just clamoring for their politics, which contradicts like all the data that we have. There's just not a very compelling argument.
The public is clamoring for something outside the box, Hutch, which, if I have to roll back my terms a few years, if that helps you understand it, right? The public is clamoring for an actual change. And especially now that both Obama and Trump have promised change, failed to deliver, I think even by their own supporters. This is, I think now more than ever, right? There is going to be a benefit of standing on the outside. This is the time of monsters, as someone once said.
Argument, a data-driven argument to support their claim or their assumption about the electorate. And in fact, there is a lot of data that shows the opposite. That shows that, well, actually, part of the reason...
Look, there are labels, there are words. One of them is liberal, all right? That the public has like a bad association with, right? But their thought of what liberal is might surprise you, is Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, right? Those are the known quantities. Those are the people that have run. And the public know that they don't want Hillary Clinton, and unfortunately, I think the public know that they don't want Kamala Harris. That doesn't mean that, and the whole trick is, right, that if you get painted with that like liberal brush, and that's the thing about it, is the people, what Hutch identifies with, right? What the battle cry for all of these centrist is to call themselves liberal and be like, we're the liberals and you are something else, right? We don't agree. We don't like you. We don't agree with you. We can't share the space with you. We think you are supporting terrorism or communism. But yeah, and obviously there's a negative association for socialism and communism. I wonder why. There's still boomers alive. I don't know. I feel like we keep on pretending. I know they do die every day now, but we keep pretending that they're all gone. They are not all gone, and those motherfuckers vote. The baby boomer generation. Just at any time, I think, like generally, like older people show up at the polls a lot more.
Reasons why the Democratic Party brand is struggling so much is because the public perceives the Democratic Party as having their politics and like practicing politics in the way that they do. And yet, when they present their theory of the case, it's just so smugly like wrong. It's just wrong.
Narrowly, yes, but some would argue doesn't matter how narrow it was. He took out $60 million of spending, the endorsements of the entire party establishment.
My mom is a boomer and she voted Democrat for the first time in her life last election. Nice.
He wins. Chris Robb wins in Pennsylvania. Malak Kiros wins in Colorado. Claire Valdez and Brad
We're at
Lander.
7 DSA members are going to be Congress people this year.
According to my colleague Prem Tech, I think it's 9 total self-professed socialists, because Brad Lander is no longer DSA,
Right.
but he does identify as a Democratic Socialist.
Correct.
So you've got about 9 socialists will be in the House in January by Prem's count. So that's just an interesting phenomenon, but also the lessons learned from Democrats about change, populism, anti-establishment messaging. I think that's really important. But what do you say, given we've talked about the Tea Party in 2010, as both of us are old enough to remember that period, what do you say to this common line now, which is, this is the Democratic Party's Tea Party moment. What's happening now? This is the Democrats' Tea Party. And remember, the Republicans' Tea Party didn't
Hutch is a Fox News enjoyer? No way.
work out so well for the Republicans. What do you say to that line of argument?
I would say, like, what do you mean it didn't work out?
Well, Sarah Palin.
See, that to me, it's like, that's frustrating. I'm still hanging on, like I still find Sam Seder charming. I like his general style and vibe. It's just so.
Are we buying it? Or is this just a way to like performatively bury somebody? I mean, that's what he's doing in his mind, right? He is holding Sam Seder aloft above his head like a wrestler, spinning him around and about to throw him out of the ring, right? He thinks he's cooking.
Some of the words that come out of his mouth fill me with the fire of 1,000 suns.
Fill you with the fear of the future.
Kind of like rage. But apart from that, big fan. But no, I still.
Apart from that, I think he's a fucking tanky communist scum. But apart from that, no, he's a great guy. I love Sam and seems performative. Yeah. It's a way to like, because it's not as if he already doesn't like Sam Seder. This is kind of a dog bites man story, right? It's not. It's like, okay, yes, you don't like these guys, right? We know. So he has to kind of be like, no, I was a big Majority Report fan. I had the Vergonia flag and I had the Max Left hat. I was rocking that shit. And it's like, no, he would have to go like an older reference than that. I'm trying to think old school Majority Report. What is old school Majority Report merch that Hutch would performatively buy on eBay to try to pretend that he was one of the original? He's got to pretend to be like an OG MR Majority Reporter. I think in the Trump 1.0 era, a lot of libs thought Sam was one of them. They only realized a few years later that he's actually quite left. Yeah. Well, I mean, like there was a whole thing where, Jamie was a part of the Majority Report for a few years, and there was a real palpable sense of a clash of Jamie's viewpoints and Sam's viewpoints while she was there, which I think is why she left. So yeah, some people could have thought that was, that communism had its run on the Majority Report, and ultimately Sam, rejected it. But then Michael Brooks, and that, I think, is the beginning of the sort of undeniable turn towards the left that the Majority Report really has. And it's why it goes under the radar, I think, because the Majority Report turned from being progressive liberal to progressive left, I believe, when kind of everyone else did. I think that's ultimately why this goes under the radar to some extent.
I still consider him to be like someone who influenced me quite a bit on my own journey.
You're thinking too much, Irene. Think he's not the Hutch way? Oh my God, you're right. There is like a contrast. There's a sharp contrast between me and Hutch.
And so like, I guess I have like a fondness for those kinds of people. I've kind of moved away from a lot of Noam Chomsky's stuff, but he was hugely, hugely, hugely influential in inspiring me to want to learn more about the world. And
does Hutch look okay?
My place in it. When he said stuff like, what did he just say?
Remember, the Republicans' Tea Party didn't work out so well for the Republicans. What do you say to that line of argument?
I would say, like, what do you mean it didn't work out?
Like if you cover politics for a living, you should know the answer to that question. Let me ask you guys in chat. If you were to highlight the ways that the Tea Party movement and the anti-establishment kind of populist wave that Trump rode on and capitalized on, if you were to describe the ways that has hurt the Republican Party, what would you say? I'm testing you guys. There's an answer to this question, a quantifiable answer to this question. I'm not getting the answer. You guys disappoint me. I think you could go into so many details about how the MAGA movement has hurt the Republican Party. Oh. I think the current moment kind of perfectly illustrates how Trump and MAGA has, ultimately hurt the party. You can point to significant policy wins and institutional wins, and those matter. Don't get me wrong, having a 6-3 conservative majority Supreme Court, that's pretty cush spot for Republicans. They got their tax cuts that they've been clamoring for.
Did he say cush spot? Like cush? Is that
for decades? Those are the two big things.
He means cushy. He clearly means cushy. I'm not that bad at faith to think that the bro is talking about some cush right now. He's got that chat. What would the Hutch version of the shade grown evil shade garden? What would his version of that be?
Things, if we're being honest, like those are the two like big wins for them.
Like imagine Hutch is the world's smartest stoner, and he's got some kind of a God, I am stop snitching, no comment check.
And those are big wins. Acknowledging that, look at the state of the Republican Party right now. The problem with Trump and MAGA is that is not a durable political movement. It's a cult of personality. It's all cynically driven.
That is not a durable political movement. Okay, so I think the best interpretation of that, he's saying after Hutch dies, Trump dies. Hopefully Hutch will stay with us to give us more content, right? We what would we do without you, Hutch? Sorry, God, that is a bad slip of the tongue. Oops. No, for real though. But Trump is the one who is looking like he's on death's door. Might not even last the entire term, and even if he does, the only thing that I wonder about, right? In addition to the fact that the Supreme Court just allowed Trump to have his way with the mail-in ballots, and I'm not sure exactly, I don't think anyone's sure what that's actually going to entail, right? There might be some limits to it this time, right? There might be some practical limits of shit that he would like to do with the mail-in ballots that he does not get to do with the mail-in ballots, but the Supreme Court has just given him, a very late carte blanche. And so that's the only question, right? But in addition to that, the thing that I'm really uncertain about is like, were Trump to somehow, I don't know, become a cyborg and survive into the next administration, right? If he wants to do his third term thing, wouldn't he just get JD Vance to run or something? Or he'd have to have somebody that was like 100% down, but wouldn't he just get somebody else to run and just like always appear with them campaigning and just constantly wink that like, hey, you know, it's going to be the Rubio presidency, but you know, for real, it's going to be Trump 3.0. Because I mean, like, the only way I could think of him like trying to get away with a third term is the fact that he's got a cult, right? And I'm not just talking about his supporters. I'm talking about the politicians that support him, the people, you know, in his administration, right, are somewhat, I mean, there may be like a wavering levels of loyalty depending on the sort of power that he commands. Trump's own unpopularity might be the undoing of any such cult, but I feel like that the most likely path for a Trump third term to take would be that he finds some just pushover, some welcome mat to run as president. He doesn't run as vice president either, right? So he's not gonna, because you can't. I've checked on this, right? You can't run as vice president. So I don't think he's gonna try to, you know, actually run for president formally, and I don't think he's gonna be on the ticket as vice president. But I do think that he's gonna name an heir apparent and hope that this person, you know, that keeps their end of the deal, that they're gonna basically take orders from Trump, right? Maybe even via Truth Social, right? That could be what we see. Is President Rubio and you know, just doing the agenda that comes through on Truth Social from Trump, right? That's the closest thing I think we could possibly get to a third term. But hey, let's hope that President Marco Rubio this is not words that we're uttering in the future. That would be a pretty bad future. Yeah, like a Putin Medvedev thing. Yeah. That wouldn't satisfy Trump's narcissism. I feel like he could strongly wink and nod. I feel like he could do that. Like, all he'd have to do is go on the stump, go on the campaign circuit for whoever runs. And, you know, just during his speeches, he'll say, oh, and some people call it a JD Vance term. We call it a Trump 3.0. 3.0, I'm not on the ballot, but there's nothing they can do to keep me from controlling JD Vance. I've mind-fucked this guy. I can't. That's the weirdest thing. Wow. To say in a Trump accent.
By one malignant narcissist.
A future without the future, almost like a slow cancellation of the future.
Who is purely motivated by ego. He doesn't care about the Republican Party. He wants to win elections, and he wants his endorsed candidates to win elections only because he sees them as a reflection of him. It's all about like victory and success and perceived victory and success for him. He doesn't care about like, he's not thinking about, I want a healthy Republican Party after I leave and pass my legacy on to the next, you know, leader. He's not thinking about that. And so like, how could that possibly lead to a durable political? So what does he do before he's even sworn?
I was going to say, when he first said durable political movement, I was going to say it's been pretty fucking durable, a lot more durable than anybody expected so far, right? It's been fully washed out of public consciousness and then invited back in. And so in that way it is durable, but yeah, no, he's talking about durable in the near future, which I agree. There's a big horizon approaching in the death of Donald Trump and how the movement will function past that, if the movement even continues past that.
Born in to office when he wins his second election.
Oh, he wouldn't be able to stand winking and nodding about it?
And is now like working towards his...
I think he'd get really mad. Like he'd expect though for them to do like everything, right? He would legitimately expect, and they wouldn't necessarily have to, right? But it's the question of, do they risk maybe like, you know, because what happens if there's like somebody gets his approval, goes in there, They do what he says up until a point, and then something happens where he's like, tariffs, you got to do more tariffs. And they're like, no, we're not doing tariffs, right? If that breaks out into a fight between Trump and his puppet candidate, what does that do? Does that split MAGA at that point? Do they stay with the person that's in power as president because they've got power, and Trump ultimately, his power is illusory. His power is his influence as a cult leader. And maybe that cult is based on a deference which comes from him being in power. I don't know, Chad. I'm just cooking here. Let's see what Hutch is cooking, though, on the other side of this dichotomy. What is cooking in that brain?
Inevitable end in like politics in that way, when he's no longer concerned about winning any kind of re-election. He doesn't even wait until he's inaugurated before announcing his shitcoin, where it's just one of the most blatantly corrupt things a politician has ever done. The shitcoin. I mean, we're seeing levels of brazen corruption that well eclipse.
I feel like Ethan Klein has the chance to do the funniest thing in the world, right? If Ethan Klein did a shitcoin and it was called Giardia or Giardia coin, oh my God.
It's what we saw in the first term. They're going full send. Insider trading, like, what is it like? You can pay $100,000 to get early access to his like Truth Social posts, and there's some market manipulation going on there. And and so, and then what are the consequences of that? Well, the Republican Party are getting just decimated, just absolutely decimated. And it didn't take that long. Nobody was having a serious conversation a year ago about the Democrats.
Tanky Gooner summing it up for all of us. Hutch is so stupid, I fell asleep like 40 minutes ago.
Possibly winning back the Senate. Nobody was thinking about that. Nobody was thinking about Texas and Iowa a year ago. And just in a very short amount of time, the party is weakened in a way that I probably weak. I don't know if they're as weak as like 2006, 2008, because that was pretty bad for Republicans, but it's bad. And then, so there's that.
Oh yeah. So yeah, the stuff that he was saying about, all of the centrist candidates, they've got this handled. Look at this. Like, here's Talrico up. Look, Talrico's not up. Talrico's fucking even. Okay. Talrico's up. He's down. He's up. He's down. Right. And it's Texas. And I would not count on the polls not sliding towards the Republican side. Right. Talrico is 50-50. Right. So is Syed. Right. He's trying to, that's the other thing that he mentioned during, see, look, I picked out a lot of things to try to address while I was gone, and that's the one I didn't mention is that, his just again, Sam has lived this, and that's what I was trying to say. I mean, I kind of made it all about me, little me, on Sunday morning watching the McLaughlin group, right? Watching John McLaughlin berate Eleanor Clift and Pat Buchanan and so many more. Yeah, but no, Sam is even more so, right? Sam is a true OG, and he's been around a bit longer. He's been around the block a little bit longer than I have, and so he actually is like, he's not. I don't always agree with him, but he's got pretty good political insights. He's got pretty good political instincts. Like, he would be a good advisor to a politician if the opportunity ever came up. Hutch would be a liability if you let him get anywhere close to the decision-making apparatus of your campaign. Do you see this noggin? When this noggin comes knocking, don't open the door. Don't let him in. This guy will crash your campaign faster than Donald Trump enters the changing room of a underage beauty contest.
That's not great. That's hurt the party. But then there's also just like losing elections. They have lost over 20 major winnable elections in the era of Trump. I don't think the Democrats had any business winning both of the Georgia runoffs in 2020. The 2022 midterms are, I think, like the strongest way to point out that MAGA and Trump has actually hurt the party. that they would have been doing better with a more competent leader. Like, well, look, they won the presidency twice and they got the tax cuts. Yeah, a more competent leader would have gotten more and would have.
At the end of the day, right, we're making castles in the sand. Nothing that you do in politics is permanent. But the closest thing that you can get, the thing that lasts the longest, the thing that stands, you know, for years, decades, centuries, is policy. And for Hutch to poo-poo of like, oh yeah, he got the big beautiful bill. So what? So what? He defunded Medicare and Medicaid. He is cutting, you know, countless people off of SNAP. He has decimated the social safety net. What the fuck are you talking about? That is a privileged take to have, right? That is somebody that's not going to be affected. Or maybe, I don't know. I don't know what his tax situation is, right? I'm like hypothesizing, does he benefit from the Trump tax cuts? But to the wealthy, I don't know. Maybe people like Hasan might. Maybe people like Osho Speed or Kai Cenat. But yeah, like that's
would have had bigger majorities to work with. They threw, how many winnable Senate races did they throw in 2022? What was going on in 2022, guys? It was the worst inflation since the 80s. You had to go back like over 40 years to see inflation that high in the country. In those kind of conditions, the incumbent party should be getting slaughtered. There's no reason why the Democratic Party should win an extra Senate seat in 2022. Nobody, chef, with $100. My goodness. What did Donald Trump do in 2022? He personally intervened and tried to, successfully boosted his preferred candidates to win their Republican primaries for these Senate races.
Oh, okay.
And who is he boosting?
So this is the thing where we look at the political spectrum as bookends, right? You got the scary bad people on the right, you got the scary bad people on the left, and you got the virtuous ones in the center. And so what Hutch is trying to say is like, look at when the Republicans, when they had a criminal candidate putting his hand over the heads of all the most radical Republican candidates out there and making sure they won their primary, they lost seats. That's an obvious sign that extremism, which is the same whether it's on the right or whether it's on the left, that shows that extremism is bad and the center is virtuous. It's so annoying. It's brain rot. And people go through life believing this shit, which is a sad thing, right?
Crazy people. He's boosting crazy people that are going along with his election denialism. That was his number one issue because again,
which is exactly like being a democratic socialist.
And he's a clinical narcissist. All he wanted
which is exactly like wanting to take money in the budget from police and put it into social services. It's the same thing. Don't you see? Bookends.
Republican acolytes was loyalty. And in order to demonstrate your loyalty to Donald Trump in 2022, you had to push, and I'm sure all of them knew it was a lie. You had to push a lie that Donald Trump actually won the 2020 election if you wanted his endorsement. He boosts like 7 or 8 Republicans with this, who did this, they win their primaries and then they lose elections like Blake Masters in Arizona. What's her name? Who's that other crazy lady in Arizona? I already forgot her name. What the fuck is her name? Lake?
I think that Hutch understands that the existence of Trump implies an insane base, and the existence of the insane base is what creates Trump, right? It's that they do not exist like separately. And even though obviously Trump's popularity fell sharply after January 6th and stayed down for a long time, there still always was a base of true believers, maybe up to like 30% of the electorate, right? That we're not going to leave Trump at that point, and that would have demanded a candidate like Blake Masters, right? That, what you are attributing to Trump, Hutch, you got to understand is also the Republican zeitgeist.
Carrie Lake, yeah. Mark Robinson, you guys. Do you guys understand in what universe should Mark Robinson win the primary in, what was it, North Carolina? He was so bad. You have a black man running as a Republican in North Carolina, and then you find out he had
Trump praises this guy as the new Martin Luther King. And the guy had said, the guy had talked shit about Martin Luther King, right? The guy was like very, very anti Martin Luther King.
A porn account where he's
and there was the porn account.
Apparently he had a porn addiction to like
mini soldier, right? And look, I don't know if this necessarily just like having, being identified as a porn user, I don't know if this necessarily sinks a campaign in the age of Trump. But yeah, it was a lot of I think it was a lot more than just the it was the guy was crazy. Like, he would say insane shit. And yeah, he's all, talking shit about Martin Luther King, and then Trump comes over and is like, I think you're the new Martin Luther King, actually. Trump said a lot of weird stuff about Martin Luther King during that election that I really wish had gotten picked up by the news. As much as people want to talk about Kamala's cringe or Tim Walz's inconsistencies, there was a lot of insanity going on over in Trump land, right? There's a lot of just out-of-pocket shit being spoken, especially by the chief Trumpster himself.
Racist porn. Like anti-black racist porn.
Oh, yeah.
And then, yeah, you had Herschel Walker in Georgia as well. Like, these were awful candidates. And he propelled them past their primaries. And they blew what should have been a massacre midterm. They just blew.
It's just he's telling us a just so story, right? If Trump had not endorsed these candidates, they would not have won their primaries. And again, it's real, like I'm saying, I think it's the zeitgeist that's putting that candidates like that in the driver's seat, as much as it might be an endorsement from Trump.
And because of that, if they would have won those Senate races, guys, the Democrats right now would probably have no chance whatsoever of taking back the Senate in November. So, like, the consequences of 2022, they still matter 4 years later. A lot. There's no way we could have taken.
Look at you trying to sound smart.
Back the Senate if he hadn't done that. And so, but if you're Sam Seder and Medhi Hasan asks you, like, what about like, don't you?
It feels like dude is LARPing a narrative, right? That he's seen actual political commentators weave a narrative, and he's just trying to be like, yeah, it's kind of like this, like it's just like this. It's how a narrative works. Yeah, maybe it was Trump's insistence on the most radical of candidates, and maybe it's radicalism people don't like. The thing is, if he had just been a radical dude, if he had been surfing in the sewers and eating pizza and saying cowabunga, he could have cruised to success. He's not just a radical dude, he's a weird dude. Mark Robinson, it's a weird person to try to use as an example, because you just don't have other people that are doing caught with racist porn, somehow caught with a porn account named Mini Soldier. There was so many weird I have erased my mind of all of the weird sexual stuff about Mark Robinson, but I do remember there was a lot of it because there was just so much weird, like, racist stuff as well. And
understand that people maybe are reticent to call this or want this to be a Democratic Party takeover. And you're like, well, it worked out for them. It's like, come on, bro. It's just, to me, it's just so baby brain to be like, well, he won 2 elections, therefore.
It's not a reason, like, to say this is correct. This is sound judgment. This in and of itself like proves that this is the right way. It is more of a dispositive against the, notion that, that being outside of the establishment is a bad thing in politics, especially at this moment. And like I was arguing, probably since it's been getting that way since 2008. And the more you have of people coming in as radicals, Obama, hope and change, Donald Trump, drain the swamp, and they don't fulfill their promise. I mean, look at the fucking swamp. The swamp has never been swampier. Rybro says, I remember him talking about releasing the FBI files on MLK during the campaign. Do you mean Mark Robinson or Donald Trump?
Everything's worked out great. We should do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have a Trump equivalent of MAGA. I want to build something like durable, Yeah.
Sarah Palin was a disaster. They lost control of the legislature when they should have won.
There you go.
Well,
so there you go. Medhi understands the homework.
I would argue that they
long term they won.
Long term they won. I mean, I remember Air America. I remember reading a piece in the Atlantic, of all places, saying like, people have to be careful of Air America because we don't want a situation like, the Rush Limbaugh has been very bad for the Republican Party. The guy ended up getting a medal from a president who ends up being a 2-term president. Yes. It is only analogous in the sense that there is an insurgency and the establishment.
Wait, it's over. It's over. We got through Hutch. Wait, oh my God, what was there was.
The guy ended up getting a medal from a president who ends up being a 2-term.
Rush Limbaugh getting a medal, right? Is there any? I've never heard anything about Rush Limbaugh and Epstein, but now my gears are turning. Is there something? Could there be something? Yeah, because like you got an associate of Epstein putting a medal around a guy that what was Rush Limbaugh's scandal? Oh, They Are Worse Than MAGA was the title of that video about Call of Duty. Anyway, chat, we are done with Hutch now, and we're moving on to the bonus content. He was addicted to oxytocin. He was on weird drugs. He got a Medal of Freedom. I do remember that one I can vouch for. I'm just trying to remember what he popularized the expression feminazi. Do people still use that? Mini Soldier may very well have been the name of his mini soldier. That's true, Tanky Gooner. In fact, I may have said that in a video. What did I do? Yeah, I think I did do a video on Mark Robinson. We got to get to bonus content. And right now, it looks to me like the Spider-Man story is the first ranking story. Wait, let me check the poll again. What do we have? 101 votes have been cast. Make sure to get your votes in if you have not already. Make sure to like the stream as well. And the 100 vote, it's 42. Okay, so this one goes down to 42. Spider-Man goes up to 53, and it looks like it is in the lead. So we're going to watch the Spider-Man, oh my god, story first. One in chat if you know who Jake Lang is. Oh, is that the Spider-Man being arrested? Oh no, he got arrested, chat. They got the Spider-Man. All right, let's take a look at this.
Far-right extremist and provocateur Jake Lang, a real-life evil villain, finally met his match during one of his intentionally racist and bigoted rallies up in Minnesota this past weekend, when your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man used his enhanced abilities to swing into the back of a pickup truck that was carrying Lang, and then used his fists to swing into Lang's ugly face, creating some of the most poignant and incredible images and footage that we've seen in quite some time.
I've seen a lot of Nazis get punched over the last decade, but this one, I mean,
It's Spider-Man.
how are you gonna top this? Maybe Batman, but I mean, even Batman's he's a little fash-coded himself. Spider-Man is perfect, I think, especially when Spider-Man's down at the box office breaking records. and
That's
whatnot.
currently, yes. Now, we would say, of course, these images, hang it in the Louvre. But they can't even keep diamonds safe in there.
Nope.
So hopefully, years after the Trump regime is
Spider-Man is already blocked up.
jailed, this image and the story behind it will find its way into the Smithsonian, because it's hard to think of a recent image that so clearly shows an American hero.
He's a chud, that's all I know, and I'm sure that is all I need to know. Wasn't he involved in the Mike Rogers campaign up until recently? Didn't he have a connection to Mike Rogers? And that was the irony, right? Is that you got Mike Rogers talking about Hasan, and he's got, I don't remember what it was, but this guy, you know, if we're talking about anybody that's got an association, like this guy had an association here with Jake Lang, who looks about to get punched in the face here.
risking it all against an American villain. Now, the images are truly something to behold, and the lines between good and bad are blatantly obvious.
That was a
especially in this
bad
scenario.
one.
But if for some reason you're out of the loop on this chud loser Jake Lang and why he's traveling the country trying to spread hate wherever he can, we'll try to give you a brief rundown to this weekend's incident, which also led to Lang being arrested once again.
Yeah, which is kind of like, I mean, as cool as it was to see him get arrested and see all these people physically fighting him, that is kind of also why he does it.
Yes.
Yeah, he is trying to get attention here, and but he was a Gen 6er. Yeah, he's got quite a CV himself, if we're going to use that term that Hutch doesn't understand. But chat, do you understand what this is? I've got a bunch of sticks, and they've got these little balls on the end of them. And then you crack it open, and it looks like an eyeball inside. And the eyeball has like a little seed in it that you do not eat, because it is hard. You would break your teeth on that. Girl Friday on Tuesday says, have you seen what Richard Spencer looks like lately? No, did Stardust finally do a makeover on him? Wait, what does he look like lately? I don't even know. Should I look this up, chat? Can I find this on Twitter? Oh my gosh, are we having... I felt like we were a little choppy for a second there.
He does it to incite a response.
Which, like, with a lot of conservative influencers is a big problem, but this man is so fucking toxic that half the time when he and his cronies are getting in fights, it's like other conservatives fighting them because they're just so upfront about how racist and how much they love the Nazis they are. Anyway, yeah, the fact that Jake Lang, a.k.a. Edward Lang, is able to freely move around the country at all is a damning indictment of our criminal justice system and our supposed, First Amendment freedoms. But as we jog through his recent past, keep in mind that there are people who've had their lives ruined or are still in jail because of minor drug offenses or other petty crimes. Lang entered the larger conservative activist scene back in 2020, wherein he puttered around on some podcasts, started to develop his extremist persona, and seemingly developed a fetish for getting punched in the face. This culminated in his involvement in the January 6th Capitol riot.
Wait, this is Jake Lang, right? Not Richard Spencer, who also has a fetish for getting punched in the face?
Lang was arrested a few days later and charged with, among other things, assaulting police officers with dangerous weapons, after he was allegedly recorded by surveillance cameras wielding a riot shield and swinging an aluminum baseball bat at police.
Okay, so Girl Friday Tuesday wanted to look at the or was mentioning what Richard Spencer. That's what Richard Spencer looks like now. Almost unrecognizable. But then wouldn't you want to be unrecognizable if you were recognized for being a Nazi? Maybe it's on purpose. Maybe he's just trying to look as different as he possibly can. But yeah, believe it or not, that's Richard Spencer. That's what he looks like now.
Lang was, of course, pardoned by President Donald Trump for his involvement in January 6th, alongside 1,600 other
And thank you for the super chat, Girl Friday on Tuesday.
participants, when Trump issued blanket clemency to almost everyone involved. And as we know, they all went and lived quiet, peaceful lives, having learned their lesson.
Didn't go on to commit other violent crimes or, do anything bad at all. Now, from there, Lang was emboldened, and he has escalated his attacks on American cities that he labels as liberal strongholds ever since. Earlier this year, he traveled to Minnesota and tried
He's 60 pounds heavier? I just thought he got older. I don't know.
to promote a rally
I guess those two things can happen concurrently.
where he was going to burn the Quran and harass Somalian Americans. The people of Minnesota, already incensed by the Trump administration's deployment of masked agents to their cities and the resulting murder of Renee Good, fought back against Lang until he was helped by some of the very people that he claims to hate.
Yeah. Wasn't it two trans girls that pulled up and they were just like, hey, you look like you're in trouble, buddy. Do you need a ride? And he got in. Did they know what was going on? I don't remember if the two knew what was going on. I don't think they knew who he was. And but I mean, they took him someplace safe.
Did he learn from that? No, of course not.
IKEA. They dropped him off at an IKEA right next to the right next to the stuffed sharks.
He was back in Minnesota a few weeks later, this time after the murder of Alex Peretti, where he was filmed destroying a legally permitted sculpture on the Capitol grounds that read "Prosecute ICE."
What a dickweed.
He was also arrested for this and charged with felony property damage.
Oh my god, dude, learn to fucking kick. That's not how you teep.
In March, he organized
He's gonna fuck up his knee or something.
Anti-Islam protests outside of Mayor Mamdani's residence in New York City.
Oh wait, does he have the dog? Is that the thing where they act like they think that Muslims hate dogs or something?
In June, he traveled to Texas where he was arrested twice, once for trespassing and a few days later for making terrorist threats. In all of these recent incidents, Lang was released on bond, though he's now forced to wear an ankle monitor that tracks his movements.
Why are we releasing people on bond when they've demonstrated a clear pattern of reoffending in the exact same way?
I guess it's because it's state to state. That's the only thing that I can imagine. He's just going to try to collect...
don't do that again here.
Yeah.
Whatever you do elsewhere is
That's
fine.
basically what Texas said. Texas is the one that gave him the ankle monitor and was like, don't come back to Texas. So I guess he's just going to collect state felony charges like they're Pokemon.
So the ankle monitor's just being like, don't cut it. Well, if you come back to Texas,
He's 300 pounds heavier?
we'll know. But whatever you do,
I guess I didn't see his, I just saw his like head in that interview.
outside of our borders, who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
But yeah, it really makes you wonder why this guy, who, has now made a career out of harassing people, threatening them, and in some cases actually assaulting people, is just free to continue traveling the country with the sole intention of causing chaos and inevitably violence. It's almost certainly for the same reason that he claims to be such a persecuted man. He is, by his own admission, a white Christian Trump supporter.
So that's why everyone's out to get him,
Yeah.
I guess. But that's actually the reason why he's going scot-free in a lot of these cases.
I am a persecuted man. Nick Lutz.
And if he ever had federal charges, you can believe he would get he would probably get a pardon.
Let's go. Classic. Anyways, all that leads to this past weekend when he once again returned to Minnesota to incite people by being an ugly, unfuckable, racist bigot. A real weenie.
Yeah.
Like, you watch this guy talk and you're like, really? This is your king? You Nazis? And we're talking like, I don't know if he does literal like swastikas, but like
He certainly surrounds himself with people that wear Nazi armbands and wave Nazi flags, and he is involved in the marches with that.
Yeah, the people who show up to support him, they have no shame about that.
And
it's just like, really, this guy? He's such a weenie.
He didn't wear like the Nazi armband during this, but he did hold a sign with the N-word on it.
Well, that's great.
Yeah.
And he also once again goaded a crowd of counter-protesters into confronting him. The truck that he was riding in drove onto a sidewalk and directly toward the protesters, causing the crowd to react, understandably, by throwing objects, spraying silly string, and even attempting to pull Lang out
They're like ready to get that on video.
the back of the truck.
I mean, how much is this guy like a social media operation? Oh, that's Mercado Media. What the fuck? Whoa. Chat, didn't we get rated? Am I tripping? Twitch chat. Did not we get rated by Mercado Media the other day? Was that the... That sounds like a name of a fucking... Like it wasn't a huge raid or anything. Which makes me think that maybe it wasn't Mercado Media. Does anybody remember this? It was something media?
Lang then decided to do something that,
I mean, it didn't feel like a bunch of chuds.
that he had only previously done metaphorically. He hid behind the Christian cross. But then wait, hold on. What is that sound? That's not cum. That's your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man swooping into the scene to fight with Lang as he cowered in fear in the bed of the truck.
Hiding once again behind the cross. What an image. Lang and many of his cohorts were arrested following the altercation, and as of when we filmed this episode, he was still in custody and is facing felony or gross misdemeanor riot charges.
Okay, good. So it's not just catch and release again.
Now, with more on this,
Third time's the charm in Minnesota.
I guess so. With more on this, here's local outlet The Star Tribune. Everyone in the two vehicles that drove toward the crowd was arrested on probable cause riot, according to police, who
Wait.
added that both vehicles were impounded.
So Mercado Media is cool. They were just filming the... Was it... So he basically attacked a protest, right? Is that kind of... Yeah, I think we got a raid the other day.
Minneapolis police made 4 additional arrests near City Hall on suspicion of disorderly conduct and assault, among other alleged violations. Interim Police Chief Bill Peterson said at a news briefing later Saturday, police arrested a total of 11 people. And yeah, Spider-Man was one of the people arrested. And Newsweek has some more info on that and the multiple GoFundMes that were set up to help him with legal fees.
Thank God.
Videos circulating online show a person dressed in a full Spider-Man costume climbing onto the back of a pickup truck and engaging in a physical confrontation involving Lang. The costumed individual was later pulled away and arrested by officers.
Police said William Nicholas Love, 33, was among 11 people arrested outside City Hall during the unrest. He was arrested for assault on August 22nd and has since been released from custody. Online speculation linking Love to the Spider-Man costume intensified after multiple fundraising campaigns appeared on GoFundMe. One campaign, titled Support Spider-Man's Legal Defense, was arranged by local man Ash Chudgar, who said, "I am raising funds for Spider-Man, a Minneapolis anti-fascist superhero." On August 22nd, 2026, Nazi provocateur Jake Lang came to our city to rally fellow racists to his cause. Community members showed up to protest, and Spider-Man was among them. Bravely defying a phalanx of Minneapolis Police Department officers, he taught the Nazi a lesson he will not soon forget.
This is what you're going to have to do in the future to protest, right? Trump will make it illegal to protest unless you're an inflatable animal or a superhero. Somehow they won't be able to... They'll try to make that illegal, but they won't be able to.
But then, after letting the Nazi get away, the MPD officers tackled Spider-Man to the ground and arrested him. Chudgar has since said that he is in touch with the masked man's family and is setting up to ensure that any money raised will go directly to him. At the time of publication, the total had reached more than $32,000. Chudgar is such an unfortunate name for an anti-fascist organizer.
Yeah, but also that specific GoFundMe has, I think when I checked before we came in to film, it was at like 50,000 now. So
Good.
It's still going up. And it continues. A second GoFundMe organized by Casey Ayala Castro Figueroa features multiple pictures of the Spider-Man from the weekend and a mugshot of William Nicholas Love. The page has raised more than $10,000 and read, "I'm known as the Minnesota Spider-Man, and I'm asking for help after a violent incident in downtown Minneapolis on August 22nd.
Yeah, you have to have an excuse to protest, right? You'll have to pretend to be doing something else, right?
I jumped onto the moving truck because
You just happened to be in the area of the protest, and you just happened to be...
felt I had to do whatever I could to protect the people around me, saying, I am now injured and unable to perform, and this has affected both my health and my future. And we've linked the most prominent GoFundMe page in the description below, and we'll of course try to keep you updated on the Minneapolis...
Like 1,000 dog walkers suddenly surround an ICE facility? You know, can you imagine that?
Man's case as it progresses through the courts. Now, as for Jake Lang, like we said, he remains in custody for now. But because he was arrested in Minneapolis on Saturday, he was unable to attend another planned rally right here in Los Angeles at a local Islamic center. And that didn't stop a few of his friends from attempting to sow chaos, though, and they were also met with some serious resistance.
Yeah, and Jake Lang's been in LA at least like once before.
Yeah, he was
in
recently,
he's like near Olvera Street. Like,
yeah, the most recent one, he was getting like stuff thrown at him in front of Union Station.
But yeah, far-right activist Owen Richards and his cronies were all set up to show up at the Islamic Center and spew their garbage, but their plans changed when they realized that counter-protesters were going to show up in large numbers. Without Jake Lang, they were probably scared that they might be the ones punched in the face, possibly by Spider-Man, instead of the guy who seems to derive some kind of sexual pleasure out of it.
Yeah.
So they decided to take over a local Catholic church for some reason.
And they weren't invited, and they weren't welcomed there.
I mean, it's like a classic thing. You can't
Really, Jake
you
Lang
take shelter in a church. You're claiming sanctuary. They can't do anything to you.
Jake Lang literally physically hid behind the cross.
Yeah.
On Saturday, and then these chuds went and hid in a church on Sunday.
But yeah, Richards did not last long inside.
Oh, they're just taking him out of there.
Very quickly. Picked up off of his feet, carried to the front door, and dropped outside like someone.
That's amazing.
Having too much to drink.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
It was very satisfying.
Yeah.
The video is wild. His little legs just desperately trying to run away in midair.
It is like a cartoon.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even that they're like kicking or trying to like kick the person that's holding him. He's literally trying to run as if he's on the ground and just going whoop, 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 as he's carried out.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's like when you pick up a dog sometimes. Sometimes they keep the limbs mowing. And yeah, we even spotted a friend of the show, photojournalist Gonzo Times on Instagram. So we knew that we would get some alternate angles of all this, and he did not disappoint.
Nope.
Here is the incredible photo of Owen Richards being removed.
And this is why we appreciate the internet today. This is why we appreciate. You thought you were just getting a Jake Lang story, but who the fuck is this guy? No, seriously, who is this guy?
Church.
Please go follow him on Instagram. He does
It's a great
work.
account. Yeah, really good photography.
Now, this pathetic two-person protest didn't stop there, though, because after escaping the church, getting tossed out, he reportedly ran to a nearby...
DGG needs to pay attention, okay? If you really want to keep up your public harassment thing, the only way you're going to be able to justify it is by pretending to be protesters, right? You're going to have to somehow make it seem like that, and that's the kind of thing you need to do. When you get carried away, you keep on running, you keep on trucking. Right? You keep moving your legs as if you're in contact with the ground when you're not in contact with the ground. That's how you really sell it. And that's the problem with DGG, is for all of their passion, for all of their dedication to a sex pest, they don't have the skills. They don't have the kayfabe. They don't have the they don't have the stunts, right? They're not selling it. You've got to sell it.
By Starbucks to take cover, but was confronted by multiple counter-protesters, one of which covered him
I thought they were tickling him with a feather duster.
and his friend in blue paint.
Oh, they're painting him. Okay. That's very artistic.
Now, looking like
Turn
a
him
Smurf.
into the fucking Blue Man Group. Yeah.
Wait.
Now that he looked like a Smurf, he then jumped over the counter and attempted to shield himself behind Starbucks workers.
Who were all just like, no, get the fuck out of here.
He just keeps running and hiding.
He's like, I'm gonna go in the kitchen. Can I get everything messy with blue paint that you'll have to clean up before the shift ends?
Yeah.
And that he would then continue to just whine about his freedom of speech. Police did show up, and then, oddly enough, he claimed that the blue paint was blue pepper spray for some reason.
What?
Then he ran outside of that place and got into a waiting car that then sped off.
Do you think he got so nervous that he actually thought he thought he was being pepper sprayed? Like the paint had like a strong smell to it, but
Made at the time. So, yeah, it's been a crazy weekend for white nationalist douchebags.
that is amazing.
It really seems like they got all the attention that they so desperately craved. Still, we can safely assume that Jake Lang will be back out on the streets before long, inciting as many riots as he can before one of his many scheduled court appearances. which are all coming up pretty soon because these charges, a lot of the ones from Minnesota and Texas, they're actually coming up to the court date soon.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it's not like a Jacob Wohl thing where it just like
he probably won't do this again, despite all of
Yeah.
the evidence to the contrary.
like there is a interesting thing in the American justice system where like if you commit enough different crimes, the court's just like "Ugh, too much work. Fine, just don't do it again. I don't know, pay a fine. Who cares?
Ugh.
But let's pivot briefly to a very stupid story because the World Humanoid Robot Games, aka the Robot Olympics, kicked off this weekend, and can you believe it?
What?
Oh my God, a bag of bolts beat Usain Bolt's record in the 100-meter dash. Oh, you're not impressed?
Oh.
Well, good, because neither are we. Can't think of anything less impressive than a robot barely beating a record set by an actual human being who has trained his entire life to become one of the best athletes in history.
It's not impressive to me. I'm sorry. I don't care about the robots running.
It's even less impressive than the steroid Olympics.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, what's more impressive to you? That my brain's going the same place. The robot Olympics or the steroid Olympics? One for team robot and two for team peptide. Robot, steroid. Which is more exciting?
Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool. You took steroids.
Great.
I would hope you'd be able to
Do something.
Also, the real fun begins when the race ends because I don't remember too many human Olympians that just stop running at speed by slamming face first into protective padding and then fall to the ground and start glitching out before, in some cases, sparks fly out of their torsos or they burst into flames.
Yeah, that doesn't happen to the human
Not
athletes.
going to get that at the human Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
They usually just stop running, maybe drink a little bit of water.
And celebrate their wins. Or just sit there in their defeats.
But yeah, what happened at the end there? It was a lot of robots
Crashing into
eating
walls.
shit.
Oh yes, why not both? Exactly, stop the stupidity. How about a robot on steroids?
Sometimes during many of these stupid robot races,
Yeah,
right in the
there was
middle
like
of it.
there was one where it just like ran off course and ran into a bunch of production equipment.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. At the very least, it's satisfying to watch them destroy themselves. So here's just a few clips of these stupid clankers running full speed into a wall or off of a track, breaking records that don't exist for them while breaking themselves in the process.
Okay, I gotta say, after watching this, I'm a little scared, okay? Like, I'm always, wondering what is gonna be the day when they come out with killer robots. And it feels like one of those robots running at you on full speed, if they could, like, lock on and you can't get away from them, you're pretty much cooked, right? Like, maybe it wouldn't kill you, but it would severely injure you.
Wow. I'm certainly impressed.
No one's, stop running, Ricky. The robot's gonna.
Yeah, why do I even run?
Why bother running if a robot can run faster than you?
This gets back to the conspiracy, and it's still a conspiracy about what's going on with Trump's fat ass. Where like I saw a theory online, and it the angle matched up perfectly. It's those robot legs, but they're only for like your thighs down. But they have this huge rectangle ass where the battery is, and it's for mobility for people that are disabled.
Oh,
So the theory,
like an exoskeleton. I thought,
but it's a very small one, just for like the bottom half of your legs. down
I
to
thought
your
you were
ankles.
positing that like Trump had like the lower half of his
Of a
body
robot?
surgically
No.
removed and replaced with a robot.
No, it's an enhancement that would make your ass look very fat. And like, obviously that's ridiculous, but he is old and there's no fucking way that Trump.
Has that shit been used on old people though? Is that like a thing? Do older people with like mobility issues, do they find that like that like restores their mobility? Because I mean, is it a pretty new tech? Wait, what is this reminding me of, chat? What am I thinking of? What cyberpunk shit has like a? There's that robot. Oh my god, what the fuck is that called? Robot jocks or something? No, wait, that's like what's the thing where the guy he's in a like a boxing league for people that have like, they have some kind of exoskeleton that goes on you and that makes you box harder, but he's poor and he lives in a junkyard and he has to put together his own shit. And then he has to fight against this rich guy that's got all of the nice equipment. Exoskeleton for yeah. No, it's like an anime. It's like an anime series. It looks like headphones for your thighs. I didn't think about that, Foreign Sticks, but you're right. It does look exactly like headphones for your thighs. No, it was like he was like the dog. He was like somehow like his whole thing was like he was the dog. Yeah, it does look like headphones. Look at that, chat. It's headphones for your butt. That's exactly what that is. Anyway, that is going to be it for that segment. Let's get, because I've got another bonus segment for you as well. We got to 200 today, so let's do at least 2 of these. We got Medhi Hasan, and this might be a little bit of a field trip, right? Medhi Hasan, Anna Kasparian, because I know the Vanguard have covered this. I'm not sure I know what's going on. Wait, these two have crossed paths before on the Vanguard. Look at that. 6 months ago. He challenges Anna Kasparian to a debate. Oh, when he's talking to Francesca? All right, let's see what this is.
Anna Kasparian making the headline once again.
Yeah, this is definitely a new low. I mean, there's only so many new lows you can hit as an individual, but Anna keeps hitting them all. Let's take a look.
It's not Gundam. I'm trying to think. It is like... anime robot or cyborg or like it's like a power something, power suit, power something, anime boxing. Oh, Megaloblocks. It's called Megaloblocks. They have these things called gear, and yeah, it just basically, the guy's name is Junk Dog. Wait, then they changed his name to Gearless Joe, like Shoeless Joe. Okay, that's too much. Gearless Joe. But yeah, like his whole deal is he's supposed to be the scrappy underdog because he's poor, and it's like a rich man's sport. It's called Megaloblocks. Let's see what the Silly and Billy, the tandem of Silly and Billy have got for us today.
Good Anna Kasparian chatting with Owen Schroyer of InfoWars, former lackey of Alex Jones. I think he recently went independent as of like less than a year ago. So not technically on the InfoWars channel anymore, but still as associated with InfoWars as anybody is outside of Alex Jones.
And he has some kind words to say for about Anna Kasparian if we want to take a look at this one first, Gavin.
Yeah, let's take a look. I thought this was pretty hilarious.
Move us over so you guys can get Anna's reaction to this.
You know, Anna, there's no denying that you've become, I think they call you a queen now, even on the dissident right. I've been seeing the queen emojis and the little crown. I don't know how you feel about that. But this is definitely a phenomenon. It's been a spectacle here watching you kind of rise in popularity on the right. I do want to talk about...
How does she feel about that? Because it is the extreme right that has an affinity towards Anna Kasparian. My understanding, yeah, when you say dissident right, that's one clue. There is not like a soft dissident right. Right? You're talking about what, like monarchists? Who all is in the dissident right? If Shakespeare was in chat, I think she'd have the answer. But yeah, it's these are far right people, and they do love Anna Kasparian, and that's the thing. I think what Anna wanted was the adoration and the love of the centrists, out there. You know, she. I mean, that's her whole thing. Politically homeless, right? I mean, I guess Barry Weiss is not a good match, given that the one area that TYT does seem to have good takes on these days is Israel Palestine. But outside of that, it's pretty chuddy. It's very, very chuddy. I've definitely seen her kind of buddy up to the far right here. I just wonder how she feels about that. Yes, it is Megaloblocks, Jeddah Fakey. I was friends with her for over a decade, try to steer her away from all of this. Did you see her going down the pipeline? Her story, there's several different versions of this, right? But I think there's one where it was the shutdown, and she started to read. She got into more and more, like, you know, did she go down the, oh my God, what's this? Did she go down the Jonathan Haidt? Yeah, Megaloblocks, exactly, Greasy Gaijin, yeah. Chat's got it. I don't know, people seem to be on a little bit of a delay, but that's okay. Yeah, so one version of it is it's the shutdown. I think another version of it is it was the incident where she gets accosted by two guys. She thinks they're homeless, and goes on to TYT, makes a real big point about, I mean, she doesn't really know anything about these guys, right? Two guys did accost her, and she's just like driving home the point of they were homeless. Some of the chat, some of the community is like, hey, whoa, what are you doing here? Right? Just like, and she's like, oh, you don't think that you think I'm not allowed to be upset about being attacked if it's by a homeless person? You think homeless people can just attack whoever they want? And it just, right, that's generally the pattern of her radicalization, is her being a little bit racist, being a little bit anti-homeless, being a little bit transphobic without realizing it, people reacting, and her just flipping the fuck out. That's when it started. Stop the Stupidity, the homeless thing. Was that before or after she started consuming right-wing media and classical liberal media? There you go. But not Jonathan Haidt in particular, because I do, this is a pipeline, and like, I hate to break it to you, but some of your faves are on that pipeline too, potentially. I don't know if there's any PodSave fans out there in NCC land, but PodSave definitely big fans of Jonathan Haidt.
About that.
But yeah, that tends to, for me, look, when I see this, a lot of times that tends to be the entry point, right? Because he's arguing for a kind of centrism, but until you get into it, you don't really realize that it is a conservative centrism that, and increasingly, I would say, conservative centrism that Jonathan Haidt is all about. And some of the stuff that he says, might seem appealing to people, right? About getting phones out of schools, and children should have their childhood. Technology's taken away the childhood from the children. We have to restore it, right? On the outside, some of the stuff seems like reasonable, but ultimately it is just like his books are sort of teaching you a reactionary way of thinking. Anyway, let's see what Silly and Billy have for us today.
Anna.
Ooh. They call you a queen on the dissident right. Oh, so fucking cringe. And again, she doesn't even like deny it. She doesn't say, "Oh, I hope not."
I mean, they've seen it, right? They know what what I'm talking about. Chat is whenever Anna Kasparian makes a point that is against some kind of marginalized group, you're gonna see a bunch of posts calling her queen, sexualizing her, venerating her like she was the last trad wife. And those are far right people. Those are Nazis. Those are groypers. Those are a bunch of dissident right. Pretty much sums it up.
She's just smiling and giggling and like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, this is everything she dreamed of after she decided to leave the left, right? She just has a bunch of groypers who want to worship her and kiss her ass and tell her that she's, pretty and brave and whatnot. And here she just gives them just a spoonful of red meat, just what they're looking for.
And by the way, before we play this clip, the dissident right, to the extent that it exists at all, it's just a bunch of grifters that helped Trump get elected and now realize there's more money to be made in criticizing Trump than continuing to support the guy that, again, they helped to get elected. I don't know if that's
And look, they're not dissident because they think that Trump is too conservative, right? It's not a Liz Cheney dissident right.
Dissident? To me, that's just a classic grifter right. But that's what he's talking about.
great point.
But I want to go back. I want to go back 10 years ago. The famous moment at the RNC in Cleveland, the Young Turks InfoWars. You were there, Leanne McAdoo. Obviously, Alex and Shank were there as well. We all remember the moment, Roger Stone. I was outside doing street content, so I didn't actually get to be a part of that fun. But you were there. I make the joke about that's where we were at 10 years ago. Now it feels like InfoWars people and Young Turks people have more in common now than they do with the Democrat Party or the Republican Party. But I want to go back.
Boom. And she just nods along. She's like, yeah, that's exactly true. We at the Young Turks have more in common with InfoWars than we do the Democratic Party, which is more progressive and launching more DSA adjacent wins than ever before. We are at the best time since Bernie Sanders' 2016 presidential run for people to run as a progressive. I guess probably 2018 was when we had another real big batch of success. But still, in almost a decade, it's the best time to run as a progressive. And you mean to tell me that you have more in common with the InfoWars crowd, the fucking corporation that can't even call themselves InfoWars anymore because they were bankrupted and forced to sell to The Onion, a satire website?
Yeah, 100%. And, he mentioned that infamous incident from I think it was the RNC or Politicon or whatever.
Yeah, I think it was the RNC.
Yeah, and let's just relive that real quick.
Somebody got spit on
in this interview where Anna was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry about the way we handled this. I'm so sorry. I feel like it could have been different. I feel like we didn't conduct ourselves in the proper fashion. All this crap." It was the same thing we saw from Jimmy Dore, who's also in this video, who famously spit on
Jimmy Dore's the one who spit.
Alex Jones when he crashed the TYT set during the RNC.
It's probably the most epic thing Jimmy Dore's ever done.
Then Alex Jones, when he was on InfoWars, he had to be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry I did that. I regret spitting on you." Again, literally apologizing for one of the most badass things she's ever done. In the same way we saw Anna do that in this interview. But let's quickly relive that moment just because it was so wild. I remember when I first started consuming political media, when I actually was a big fan of the Young Turks. At the time, this was one of the craziest things that had happened in the online left when it came to this whole sphere. So let's relive it real quick, just a few moments.
Anyone in the media takes you seriously. All you do is lie. You're known as the biggest liar in media. You're the biggest liar in media.
I want to point out too, that's Michael Shore with him, or Michael. Am I saying that right? Shore. Because isn't there? I think there's also a Michael Schur, but I think that's Michael Shore. He was a legit conservative, right? In 2012, he I think was a Romney conservative. And TYT always did have so that's people don't realize this, right? As much as they say that they were the home of progressives, they had Dave Rubin, who was always to the right of most of the other hosts, even when he was on TYT. And then you also had Michael Schur, long-term TYT employee. And whenever they needed to cover, like a Republican convention or go someplace that's more conservative coded, they would send Michael Shore. I don't know if I'm saying it right now. It's Shore, not Shore. Okay. Pauly Shore, Michael Shore. There we go. And they were. So they always were comfortable, with some sort of Republican sort of representation on the show, up until the point of Trump, I think. Ben Mankiewicz, Anna Kasparian, John Adirola.
Yeah, either
Wait, is that Chris? What's his fuck? Oh my God, what's this guy's name?
That's
Chris Reagan?
In real shot, I totally forgot he even was a channel at the time too. But Anna Kasparian's infamous "Get off the stage, you fat fuck." That it was based, right? But at the time, all these right wing channels were like, "She's being fat phobic. Like she's she can't actually debate Alex Jones, so she just has to call him fat or whatever." But I thought that was badass. Again, that was one of the things that made me love TYT back in the day, was their response to this and just how fucking pissed off Cenk was and Anna was, and Jimmy Dore. He remember spit on Alex Jones. So either way, it was super disappointing to see Anna have to go on this Owen Schroyer guy's show and like walk it back and apologize for it. I don't know if that was in the clip we just played. I forget, but I can find it if it wasn't.
Oh yeah, we can play that. I think the post left account cuts it off right after she like nods along. But we also have this Medhi Hasan weighing in. And this is a great reminder as well about who exactly it is she's cuddling up with. Schroyer accused Parkland survivors like David Hogg of being paid actors and was part of the InfoWars persecution of the Sandy Hook parents. Truly disgusting stuff. That is who Anna Kasparian has decided to be in cahoots with, right? Tucker Carlson wasn't enough. Marjorie Taylor Greene wasn't enough. She is going after literal InfoWars guys who lied about the Parkland shooters. Okay, this is a guy who went after the Sandy Hook family. That's why he's independent now, I'd wager, is because they can't run InfoWars anymore. They officially had to shut it down so that Tim Heidecker and The Onion can run it. So he has to go on his like own new startup show now where Anna
I think there was some kind of a fallout between Alex Jones and Owen Schroyer.
Kasparian is happy to be like, yeah, I'm one of you. Let me try and see if there's any overlap.
One of us
between our audience so we can enrich each other in this shared grift. Absolutely insane the depths at which she's willing to go just for some money.
Yeah. 100%. So
I need a catchphrase, chat.
Yeah, I don't want to keep searching for the right timestamp to find the quote I was talking about. But yeah, she basically apologized for the way that they conducted themselves.
Wait, what's in third place?
And yeah, it's pretty indicative to see, the energy in that clip and how they treated the InfoWars crew at the time. To now here we have Anna Kasparian chatting with Owen, and they're complimenting each other and telling each other how awesome they are and all that kind of stuff.
It's Jared Kushner, chat. I was hoping Stale 2000 would somehow land in third place because we might have time to watch a third bonus content.
It really tells you everything you need to know.
Yup, absolutely. And that's not all. That's not all. We've got another little bit of a rant.
Schroyer quit and had a blow up with Jones. Schroyer is the
from Anna Kasparian. This is after she takes a shot at the DSA and talks about how destructive they are locally in Los Angeles. She can't resist getting back to her old constant refrain of the birthing person blues.
Yeah, this is like the 13,000th time we've had to hear about how Anna got kicked out of the left for the birthing person controversy.
And ultimately, chat, this is what she wanted out of the birthing person controversy, right? She wanted to be visibly seen, being attacked by the left, be able to wear it as a badge of honor, and be able to, essentially ingratiate herself to the right by throwing trans people under the bus.
I mean, conservatives specifically, I think that they're right in pointing out some of the excesses of the left when it comes to some of these social issues. And in fact, I got purged from the left simply for drawing attention to the fact that I don't think women should be called birthing people. Like, I think it's degrading. Okay. So
you don't want to be referred to as a birth.
She got that's like saying Dave Rubin got purged from the left, or like Jimmy Dore got purged from the left.
What if one of these right wingers was like, well, actually, that's all women really are to us, right? That is your utility, and you should understand that. That is like the irony of the whole birthing person thing is the thing that she's accusing the left of is a viewpoint that the right wing actually holds. They actually do think that women are important as vessels for the continuation of family lines, right? That is literally how they look at women. And yeah, this is the group that she's ingratiating herself to, even if they're not going to say it.
Like, no, you left the left. You made it very clear your grievances with the left and why you felt embarrassed by your own previous coverage as a leftist. Again, that was your words. No one said that about you. You said you were embarrassed by your own former content as a left-wing host. You didn't get purged from shit.
Yeah, it's great. And look at her.
She's gonna get the Mar-a-Lago face to try to make it her inroads.
Smiling. Look at her smiling. Like, it's just
black hole sun.
Shit-eating grin with one of the most disgusting people in media.
Yeah, and it's like, again, being criticized by the left is not the same thing as being purged by the left. We've been criticized by the online left. We've had takes that have like gone viral and people were like dunking on us and being like, this is fucking stupid and you're a fucking moron and get the fuck out of here. Like that's not, we're still on the left. We're still here. Like, everyone who's an online commentator on the left is going to have hot takes that people disagree with. Again, what you do with that backlash is what matters. Again, we're still here. It's not like we became right wingers. It's not like you see us on fucking Owen Schroyer because we've had a few takes that have gone viral and we got dunked on for
No,
it.
you'd have to be on Jimmy Dore. They'd have to go back to Jimmy Dore.
No, we're still fucking here. We're on the left. That's our belief. Anna, the reason why she's on Owen Schroyer's show is not because the left purged her. It's because she purged herself.
Very well put.
Birthing person?
No,
All right,
I don't.
scratch that from the notes. I got to take this out of my show notes here.
And you know what the crazy thing, Zach, is as many times as you've heard Anna tell that story, the fact of the matter is that she never actually got called a birthing person. This controversy was over nothing. Oh, I got purged because I said I didn't want to be called a birthing person. No one called you that. Like, it's not like there was some moment where like she was debating Sam Seder and Sam Seder like referred to her as a birthing person or something. Like, none of the people that she claims to have
unaligned
beef with have ever called her that. It doesn't exist. It never happened. Supposedly it was on some medical form at some random clinic or something, which again, okay, maybe I'll take you at your word for that. Okay, so you saw a word out in nature that you didn't like. That what are you talking about? I see words I don't like all the time. It doesn't make me fucking leave the left.
I just want to see Anna for once, like look a trans guy in the face, look a non-binary person in the face and be like, listen, I know you don't like being called women, but you're going to suck it up, buttercup, because I don't want to be called a birthing person, god damn it. Like, right? That's what you're asking. Like, as much as she's saying, like, there's a dehumanization, and yeah, if people were like calling you a birthing person as in that's all you're good for, yeah, that is a form of dehumanization. But as much as she wants to talk about that dehumanization, the dehumanization is happening to, like, you know, trans guys. It's happening to non-binary people when they're seeking reproductive services and they're having to identify as a gender that they do not identify with, right? But yeah,
again, no one.
I'm pretty sure she avoids marginalized people. What was like? I'm pretty sure she avoids marginalized people pretty fastidiously.
Called her that.
Yeah, it's insane. It's pathetic. She was clear. Let's call it what it is. She was looking for a way out. She wanted to leave the left. She knew that there was money on the right. I am telling you guys, you can draw a perfect line to the rise of the 1789 fund and Peter Thiel going, hey, I'm going to start bankrolling a lot of right-wing media in the lead up to Donald Trump's 2024 presidential run. You have Tucker Carlson going independent. You have all of these things. You have the restructuring of her being like, I'm going to start talking about homeless people all the time. I'm going to start talking about how I might actually support Rick Caruso, the developer. That was jank. They both flirted with it for a long time. Then they got the poly market money, and then they got the chapter money, and now they don't support Medicare for All anymore as a channel. And Jank had to be moved off the Medicare for All team with his charity, fundraising call with Mark Ruffalo. And imagine forcing yourself to get kicked off the team with Mark Ruffalo because you can't be on the Medicare for All team because.
Wait, what? That's crazy. That is insane. But you know what's really insane? I'll Survive, you just got weaseled. Blicky Blanks, you just got weaseled. Namastamas, you just got weaseled. Just Sean Short, you just got weaseled. Mr. is Mystery School, you just got weaseled. Whirlwind Saber, you just got weaseled. Juice Malone, you just got weaseled. River Joy, you just got weaseled. NAN Dealer, you just got weaseled. And Simpman6233, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And the skull is all the way up to 343. I am looking at the bonus content and what it looks like if we have time after this. Looks like Hakeem Jeffries is the next top scorer. Remember, if you've donated, you can put your money where your mouth is and affect the outcome of, like, which do we do? Stale 2000 October 7th, or do we do Hakeem Jeffries secret Kushner meeting? That's a great pause on Zach and Gavin. Yeah, that's the platonic ideal of these two. All right. Jink was on the right all along. He definitely does have, like, a conservative mentality. And who knows, right? Lane was there for him in the mid 2000s to run after sort of domination, right? If you want to imagine the early 2000s, just imagine a donkey being very uncomfortably fucked by an elephant for 6 years, right? That's what politics in America was. There was a very regimented hierarchy. Let's just put it that way in politics in the early 2000s, and starts to change in 2006 when the Democrats win the House after dissatisfaction with the Iraq War, and yeah, this is this is when Cenk Uygur started up TYT. Probably maybe even within the, wait, because I always forget TYT started as what, a satellite radio show before it started as a political YouTube show. I wonder, I can't remember if it was, I feel like it was mainly like other, like not political topics. I feel like in the very beginning, the first time I heard it, it was like more pop culture or something. But yeah, that's where they're starting, and so there's definitely a lane for, liberal and what would later become progressive content creators and outlets.
You have a chapter sponsorship, and you don't want to get an angry call from Vivek Ramaswamy talking about how, hey, buddy, you're a Medicare man now. You love the profit motive in health insurance because that's what keeps the lights on at your worthless fucking studio.
That sounds very revolutionary.
Oh, fuck. I forgot about that. I forgot about revolution.
Yeah, it's completely humiliating. Again, just a new low for Anna.
Wow. All right. So, yeah, looks like what do we have next? Majority Report with Hakeem Jeffries, Jared Kushner. Wait, he's got a statement?
What's up, y'all? Just finished up an event here in the community in Brooklyn. I want to give you a little real talk on this Jared Kushner situation. He asked for a meeting, and I took it to discuss the affordability crisis that exists that is not a hoax. At the same period of time, I shouldn't have to say it, but I am. No one is going to get a pass. We're going to hold every single member of the Trump cartel accountable, beginning on day one. If you're stealing from the...
I want to see a day one without this guy. I really do. Right? If they're going to make anything of this next Congress, it's going to be without this guy. And this is one of the clearest signs we've seen so far. That and the fact that he straight up declared war, all right? There was a detente between him and Zoran, where Zoran could have supported a candidate to oppose him. Zoran did not. They were playing nicely, and when he went off on Hassan Piker, I consider that a truce broken. So yeah, you're on thin ice, buddy.
The American people, shortchanging the American people, or screwing over the American people, you're going to be held accountable. We're going to follow the facts, apply the law, and be guided by the Constitution, beginning on day one, and hold the crooks accountable. And that's what we've done as House Democrats.
If somebody primaries him successfully, do they get a pot of gold? Yeah, they should.
From the beginning of this Congress, we battled the Trump administration on tariffs, battled them on Medicaid, battled them on Epstein.
Man, is it charisma vacuums or still supported Jeffries for House leadership?
On nutritional assistance, battled them on the Affordable Care Act, battled them on the reckless war of choice in Iraq.
Can we get him and Schumer? What is Schumer's whole thing?
Battle them on ICE funding, and battle them on the unprecedented corruption unleashed on the American people. And we've delivered results. Pam Bondi is gone.
This feels like his version of the Chuck Schumer fight speech.
Kristi Noem is gone, and we're just getting started.
Did you kill Kristi Noem? What happened?
At the same period of time,
That's the only success he wants to tout? I don't think that was because of the Democratic Congress, but okay. I mean, they did have a go at her for sure.
the affordability crisis in this country is very real. It needs to be.
Yeah, this was after the meeting. True, stop the stupidity.
I hear about it every day. In the community in Brooklyn and all across the country, wherever I may be, people are drowning in this failed economy and are demanding action.
Yeah, Mark Wayne Mullen, the same thing, but more competent.
We have a responsibility to deal with the fact that life is too expensive. Far too many people are stressed the F out when it's time to go to the grocery store, pay the rent, or put gas in the tank. That's crazy. That's
All right, so this is
Representative Hakeem Jeffries, the top Democrat.
This is the original reporting from the Majority Report on the secret meeting between Kushner and Jeffries
in the House, met with Jared Kushner, the New York Times reports, Trump's son-in-law, and somebody who isn't officially a part of the administration and yet is, for some reason, conducting diplomacy on behalf of the government in the Middle East. You know, Jared Kushner, the guy who is definitely taking an even hand here, who had Benjamin Netanyahu sleeping in his childhood bedroom. That's how close Kushner is to the Netanyahu family.
I mean, that's a very literal Israel comes to me in my dreams.
Growing up.
Israel comes to me and kicks me out of my bedroom.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Can you imagine that being a kid and it's the middle of the night, you're asleep, you got school tomorrow, your parents knock on your door and they're like, honey, Uncle BB's come over. Can you come and sleep on the couch? Yeah. Like, and Bibi Netanyahu comes in. I mean, that would be great if it ended up with Jared Kushner hating his guts, but I'm not sure that's how it went down.
Jeffries and Jared Kushner have been meeting to discuss areas of common ground, the New York Times reports, and you gotta wonder what that might be. Obviously, Israel has got to be at the top of their minds.
One of the big things in the 2016 election was Hillary Clinton keeping in a private server her emails when she was Secretary of State. One thing, Jared Kushner being informal advisor to the Trump administration, is that he's not statutorily obligated to be under sort of FOIA requests or his documents, and that is an attack on democracy.
Yes, I mean,
that's insane.
Like, it's in keeping with this administration trying to conceal their actions from traditional government oversight. They've been doing this in a variety of different ways, including getting caught using Signal for...
I didn't even think about, very on brand for Netanyahu, to kick someone out of their room and occupy it. Yes.
Government communications illicitly, and then also having outside advisors acting in a private capacity, but with the government involved.
One in chat if you experienced this. Anybody get displaced from their bedroom when grandparents or family visited?
They have been trying, apparently, to also get... There's this effort to get government officials to sign non-disclosure agreements, as if, you know, you're working at some private corporation or something. Everything should be disclosed.
It is a privatization of our government.
Exactly, and that is fascistic. There we go. There we go. So when people talk about how, oh, don't be hyperbolic about the fascist piece, just remind them of that piece of information, frankly.
Yeah, but sending a letter about quacks on social media is fascism.
Apparently.
This is not.
You criticize me for saying the R word, and that is fascism.
I gotta say, a lot of people missed the, sort of the way that the corporations got in line for Donald Trump, kissed up to Donald Trump. They sort of missed the way in which that, rhymes with the history of fascism in Germany, right? That was the increasing influence of the fascist government on companies and deciding, what companies could stay in business and what companies, who the ownership would be. It does actually sound a lot like Trump 2.0. That's why I get really worried when I hear people like Hutch and Destiny acting like the fight with MAGA is over, acting like, well, after Trump is gone, the problem's going to solve itself. No, it won't. And Christian nationalism has lodged itself into the peaks of power, and it's going to be up to us to force them back into the valleys where they belong.
According to the worst people in our political discourse. But anyway, they've been meeting. They have a kind of friendly relationship that goes back a little while because of their work together on criminal justice reform, which is such a funny thing that also Cory Booker, who's close with the Kushners, tends to tout. And it's like, what has happened on criminal justice reform? We're still the top jailer in the entire world. So if you guys are trying to meet to find common ground on this particular issue, I wonder what you've agreed upon.
I never really thought about it, but it's a weird thing. I mean, for family, maybe I get it. Maybe it's like a respect thing if it's like, your grandparents coming over. But the idea for like an aunt or an uncle or people talking about in chat, like, their parents having friends over, and all right, kid, you got to sleep on the couch, right? Because if you're going to sleep in somebody's house and there's not enough beds, yes, someone does have to sleep on the couch. But whenever I sleep over with a friend and there are not enough beds, I make the assumption that, I am going to be the one sleeping on the couch. And yes, it will be uncomfortable. And yes, it will lack privacy, but it is the, best solution in a tough situation, right? But the idea that it was like, oh no, the kids do not mind being displaced and, lacking privacy. Let's just kick the kids out because, clearly our top priority is for the adults to feel as comfortable as possible. That just always, now that I think of it, it kind of feels weird. My dad's a piece of shit though. He, I don't really consider kicking your kids out of their own space. Anything remotely normal,
except to jail more people.
Yeah, nibbling around the edges.
Yes, to reform it in a way that is like what Trump is doing.
Yeah, if your aunt had a bad back, that makes sense.
With the renovations down in DC.
Like if there's a reason for it, I guess, right? But
just put a new coat of paint on it and maybe make it work a little bit more poorly. Regardless, the only thing that the top Democrat should be doing in the House, meeting with a criminal like Jared Kushner, is to say, hey, we're working on indicting you and you better get ready. Or once we get back into power, we're going to look into, say...
Is that even a thing, though?
Billions of dollars in investment.
Yeah, the only thing I disagree with is, like, I don't think there is a good reason to meet with a guy like Jared Kushner.
The Saudi government in this pay-to-play scheme, or perhaps your corrupt land deal in Albania. That's what we're going to be doing, and we're just going to give you a heads up as a courtesy because of our past work together on criminal justice reform. That's the only...
Chad, I thought maybe we were going to get to go down the stale 2000 Dogtober 7th rabbit hole. I'm going to have to shoehorn that into the content somehow. We got through all the content except for that.
That should be occurring right now in the midst of this criminal illegal administration and what they've been doing to our country. And yet, that is not, I'm sure, what the subject of the discussion was. I bring this up to say that there is a fight, of course, right now in the Democratic Party over leadership. And because AOC and Zohran Mamdani as well and DSA stood down in New York, it's likely that Hakeem Jeffries is going to hang on to his leadership in the House. Now in 2028, when we look at a primary challenge, when the DSA left has kept its powder dry a little bit and maybe is ready to make a stronger primary challenge against him, we shall see. I hope for that. But Chuck Schumer is, I think, a dead man walking. And Chris Van Hollen is somebody who has positioned himself as a potential leader in the Senate if he chooses to throw his hat in the ring. He went on Meet the Press yesterday and was asked by Kristen Welker here about DSA and their increasing role in the party, given the fact that Democratic voters in the districts that have elected these DSA candidates seem to think that they're platform is more representative of their interests than the establishment Democrats. And so here's what Van Hollen
All right, chat. That is going to have to be it for me for tonight. I am rating you into neurodetergent if you're watching me on Twitch, so make sure to jump in that raid. In fact, if you're on YouTube, feel free to come over to Twitch and get rated in, although you do have a limited time. It's nocommentchick CC, twitch.com/nocommentchick CC here. Let me shout out once again my... And sorry if I was cunty to anyone during stream. I feel like I was a little bit... I don't know what got into me, chat. Either way, chat, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a shout out at the beginning and ending of every show. Let me do those now. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to L. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moinoip. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, I have been No Comment Chick. I am still looking into something to add as like a bonus for the members and the subs. I don't want to take anything away from you, which makes it hard because I'm kind of like at my limit here. But yeah, look for something like I thought about maybe doing a reacting to an old John McLaughlin show, the yelling guy, the guy that says wrong to everyone. I thought about something like that in the past. We've done stuff like yeah, because on Twitch you can watch stuff like. In fact, I'm rating you into neurodetergent, and I think they're going to be watching a video essay, but there were some other people out there that were watching movie marathons and stuff like that. Like, I thought that maybe since the Twitch doesn't care so much about copyright, we could enjoy a little McLaughlin, but I want to give you something fun. So if you think of any good things, let me know about that. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for hitting that like button. I do appreciate it a lot. It helps us get out to more and more people. And like I say, the best time to hit the like button is always now. Second best time is whenever you think of it. Third best time is on your way out. So at least the VOD gets extra viewers. Yeah, thank you to all of you that are doing that. Seriously, much love, everyone. Take care of yourselves and each other. And until Friday, bye-bye.